Unacheka nini Ayaga? Mjinga wewe. You think we are fearing? Wewe endelea kucheka tu. Yeah, karibuni kwa show yetu siku ya leo. Ayaga is laughing. We still believe that we are in the poor position. Ni sawa. You can come and boast about your stupid wins, which you are saying that mumeshinda huko Mbere na Isiolo. I know that is what is making you to laugh. I have no problem about that. I will explain. That one still does not define that 2027 mutachukua. In any case, hiyo uchaguzi hata tu kufocus na wacha nirushie ma VIP link. So why should you just come and laugh in our show? Huh? Unafikiria ni kama mumefanya maajabu sana. We know what and I will explain the circumstances which is leading to all this. And there should be no cause for alarm. Whatever is happening should not discourage anyone. Yeah, at sababu ati UDA wamejideclare washindi. Kwa hiyo we know the things which are happening, and there are things which we will have to audit moving forward. Lakini I don't want to respond to nani, to Ayaga. So don't be worried. So what was Ishtuke? We will still win this election whatsoever. No one was even focusing. We were all in Kisii. Actually, no one was even focusing with those stupid by-elections. So if Ruto thinks that he is going to command, so no, we will not support him. Even if he manufactures those fake wins, we will not support him. So Ayaga kukuja hapa tunaanzia kutuchekelea. Eventually we will have the last laugh. You will try to fake all your wins, but eventually we will have the last laugh. So atutishwi. So guys, don't be worried about that. Huyu besti anawashtua. We will still do it. Nataka kurushia watu link. So you can come and we analyze that amidst also other things. Yeah. So narusha tu link kidogo for the people who I know they might want to come and sawa, karibuni kwa show yetu siku ya leo. Yeah, today I've started a little bit late because I was finishing some things. So United Opposition, the alternative government, as they are calling themselves, and I like the name, the alternative government, we are ending to Nakuru. And in Nakuru, there is a lot of declaration, watu wamesema watajilinda. So, huko tunajilinda. I want to first of all explain these issues of election and why people should not be worried. I know Gachagua said the other time that it will be difficult to steal the major election, that is forget about that Kiptum. UDA winning all those by-election, those are stanchions. It doesn't mean that they still have popularity. I will explain the reason why in any case, they have just declared themselves. We were not there. We didn't focus on those elections. But number one, you need to know that the system which they are using is still the old system. And this is now a reason why this equipment which we use for elections need to be audited. Because, frankly speaking, there is a way in which these equipments are not calibrated correctly. And that is why every time when we are doing an election, the votes for the winners, they go to the losers. It is something which has been that way for so long. Kura ya wale wameshinda inaendanga kwa wale wengine. I can tell you without fear or doubt, I have a special belief that UDA cannot win any election. Hizi vitu zote tu ni the equipment which we are using, the IBC, which are the old equipment which used to be zilikuanga zinafinya kura ya baba, ndizo zinaendelea kufanya hii ujinga hadi sasa. And these are things which we have now to start talking about. Equipments which the IBC uses. Because frankly speaking, you cannot tell me people who are not having votes ndio wanashinda. There is a problem on the equipment calibration na vitu zingine. Anyway, Amazing Mami, karibu, habari yako?
Poa sana. Yes, Njiru.
Amazing Mami, habari yako? So you are saying big win to Kenya, KPC, IPO, oversubscribed. 106 billion, 5 trillion infrastructure fund is real. Hata mufanye nini bwana? The fact that muliwa watoto wetu. We know Ruto is pretending the way he is a worker. But he is not. He is not. He will pretend a lot. The way he can work in Kenya. He will come with a lot of lies. But he is not. So, Amazing Mami, habari yako?
Poa sana Njiru, unanisikia?
Yeah, nakusikia vizuri sana. Thank you, karibu sana. Today you are among our first guest. We have started a little bit late. Umeshindaje?
Umeshinda poa, nimesema tu hata nipande hapa nikusalimie.
Nashukuru.
Yeah,
So,
that's all. Natafuta namba yako, sijui, do you have my number, utanicall? I have something to tell you.
Yeah, wacha nikuwekea hapo kwa chat, eh? Wacha nikuwekea hapo kwa chat.
So on my side, sioni chat.
What chat?
Wacha nikusomee yangu uni text WhatsApp.
Ngojea kidogo. Let me see if I have your number. I think, just wait a little bit. I think there was a time when I had gotten it. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, Brenda. I think I have your number. Inamalizia na 134, right?
Yeah.
Sini inamalizia na 134?
Yeah.
Sawa. Wacha hata nikuandikia tu message saa hii. Sawa, that
is fine. How are you doing, you guys? Naona mnasukuma tu maneno kusukuma vizuri.
Yeah, we are pushing. We are now talking about this by-elections zile ambazo sasa UDA wanaringa in claiming that wameshinda kila kitu.
Wameshinda na wameiba na wamelipa watu, wamepiga watu wasichaguane. People have been beaten even not to go to those polling stations. Wenye wameenda wamelipwa, yani I don't know. I think Ruto is wasting our money to prove that he is powerful. But Mungu naye ni nani? The same day that he's using our money to prove, alikuwa Roysambu. And while he was talking, everybody was busy doing his things. Nimeona watu wa Nduthi walikuwa shughuli yao. Alikuwa anaongea, the people, nobody cared. Ni kama alikuja akapaka gari hapo, akadress security team yake because nobody showed up. Even the paid one, they didn't attend. Hata wenye walilipwa hawakupenda kupiga makofi.
So Kangai, let me ask you a question. Have they repeated the same things which they did in Mbeere during the parliamentary election? Like, can you tell us? So, like, what has UDA ni script gani wametumia huko, like especially in Mbeere? Maybe you can help us know because those things will help us.
The script they are using is to scare away voters, especially kama ujalipwa kwenda kuvote, they scare you, you know. Unajua kama leo by elections mingi zimekuwa huko Gishagi. So do you imagine somewhere in West Kabras and then police shows up with rungus kwa line upige watu watatu? Do you think the rest will stay there? People will just disappear and go. So mtabaki na wenye mmelipa tu wachaguane. So yeah, they're using intimidation tactics, but that does not stop Ruto from being one term. Imagine he's going home. And ndio nakwambia the same time he's doing that alikuwa Roysambu leo. I wish unaweza ona hiyo video. Kwa Roysambu anaongea and nobody is concerned hata kama ni president. Watu wanapita tu, watu wapanda magari. Nobody cares. So Ruto amemess na wananchi, and as much as he's using money to do things that are not suitable, anaenda home. You know, kuna mtu anaitwa Trump.
Kidogo amazing mami, you will come. You see, I think moving forward, lazima unaona kama the way we responded in Kisii to goons, sasa itabidi tuanzie understand how to man an election. Hiyo ni ile kitu sisi watu wa upinzani hatujaelewa. Itabidi pia sisi tujue uchaguzi unalindwa aje. Ni kitu itabidi tuelewe. How do you man an election? Bado hatujaelewa.
What I can tell you, kuman an election na hii government, it is not an effort of any political party or anyone, it's an effort of wananchi. Kuna kitu nilisema hapa Njiru sometimes back, and some people are mad at me when I said watu wa Gishagi, they don't know even the reason why they are voting, most of them. Mkaniambia now everybody ako aware, ako nini. Nikawaambia msisikize kelele ya social media. What Gen Zs are saying on TikTok, sijui ni one term. My friend, don't listen to that, because watu wengi wenye wako ushago, unless wafanywe very serious civic education, kuna mtu anajua bado akipewa 200 na politician, huyo politician ndo ana qualify na wewe hujampea anything au qualify. There are a lot of these people. So hata hiyo kuguard kura, it can only be guarded if people know why they are voting. So I think civic education si kitu ya kucheza nayo. Hiyo si kitu ya kucheza nayo. As much as tunafanya siasa, we still have a long way to go. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so you know, we have 1.5 years at maximum. That is tuko na hii mwaka miezi 9 na next year miezi 6. So those are 15 months. So hii miezi 15 lazima tuketi chini, besides mobilization, to come up na formula ya driving all those people to the polling station. Sasa that is the thing now which we have to understand between, and then sasa kitu ingine tunafaa tujiulize Brenda, hizi mashini za election tunatumia saa hii ni zile mashini tulitumia 2013, 2017 na 2022, ama we are using new machines? Because kama ni machines za kitambo, they must be having an issue. So hebu nieleze story ya equipment za election tunatumia gani?
Mimi kitu najua, nimekuambia na nita insist, equipment hazina shida. No, shida ni wananchi ndio hawayuko aware of what they are doing. Equipment have no problem, because if leo kulikuwa na by election somewhere, award in Mbeere and award in West Kabras and Isiolo, hiyo ingine hata sikumbuki inaitwa aje. And if the people of West Kabras, they know what they want at the ground level, watatoka wachaguane, na kura iwezi ibwa apart from the polling station. No, kura ikishaibiwa hapo kwa polling station ndo inaenda ikiwa vile. Remember, you cannot tamper with these results kama ziko katikati. So kama kura zinaibwa hapo kwa polling station, but if mwananchi anajua ni nini anafanya, angechaguana hapo na alinde kura zake hapo. So my blame game still goes to mwananchi.
So when you say your blame game goes to mwananchi, is mwananchi allowing kura yake ibiwe ama mwananchi ni anaenda kupiga kura kulingana na vile kulingana na
unaona? Unajua Jiru, nawaambia there's something we must talk as Kenyans na tueleanwe. Only a very small percentage of Kenyans are aware of getting out and voting na pia kurinda hizo kura. A very small percentage. Do not assume just because Brenda knows these things na naziongea kwa social media that everybody mwenye ana follow Brenda anajua. No. Kuna watu Njiru leo hiyo West Kabrasa wajatoka kuchaguana, uko mbele wajatoka, Isiolo wajatoka. Not because ati wasikii 1 term ama 2 term. Hapana. It is because even they don't even have that reason of getting out and voting. Number 2, kuna watu wametoka wakachaguana. Hawajachaguana juu wanapaswa wachaguane. Wamechaguana juu kuna walikuwa napewa dhao wapange line waende wachakachaguane. They still don't know that unaweza pewa pesa na mwanasiasa na uende uchague mtu mwingine. Bado hawajui. Kuna mtu bado anaamini akipewa dhao na mtu huyo ndio anachagua, akipewa 100 na mtu huyo ndio kiongozi. You understand? So that's why nasema blame game iko kwetu kama wananchi. Ndio tufanye civic education, watu wakuwe enlightened that hata ukipangishwa line na president mwenyewe akupee pesa, you still have right pale kwa secret ballots kuvote the right candidate and the right person that you feel that anaweza change life ya constituent yako ama ward yako ama even your county. It is something that we need to do, and Kenyans should not assume that people know. They should not. Very small percentage of people wanajua, wakidogo sana na wanaelewa.
Okay, ni sawa. Amazing, mami. Relax kidogo tu for around 5 minutes. I want to loop Julia on this one as well. Julia is also our other very vocal lady here. So Julia, habari yako. Can you help me understand why are we losing by elections all the time?
I have a different view. Nimesikia mkisema it is not possible to steal the votes after the polling station. It is possible. Results can be hacked and put numbers just numbers put in the system. In fact, that is the most likely thing that is happening.
So now, don't you think now the alternative government, we now need to sit down and come up with a cure of
yes, that's why I've been saying
how numbers can count.
Yes, that's why I've been saying turudi kwa manual. Unaona, today I heard the other saying that is an electoral offense to take pictures of the ballots. Yeah, because they don't want us to keep records, to have any records. Did you hear him say that?
Yes.
Kwa sababu hataki tupige picture what is going on in the polling station. How we came up with that law, if it's a law, it should be abolished very fast. Because taking pictures in the era of technology and videos is the only way we can beat this thing. Otherwise, tukigojea ati mumehesabu kura kwa polling station, alafu mnagojea zikuwe tallied. No, it will be a waste of time. Who is telling the numbers? Si watu wa Kasongo. And we are being told that we cannot take pictures of the record of what happened in the polling station. We cannot even take a picture of uniform 34 ya maitango aje 34. Let us pick a picture of your form, Jiru. Then how else will we prevent them from cheating in line? So we are done. If we cannot do that, it's a waste of time. It's a high time we go back to manual, to rudi manual.
Yeah, wacha nikuuliza swali sasa. Kuna swali nimeuliza Amazing Mami hapa na ananiambia ati mashine hazina shida. there is a question I'm asking. We know that equipment, 2013, 2017, 2022, we used the same system. And that system, I think, is the one which will be transferred for 2027. And these are the same systems which ambazo we didn't understand how they were working. Do you think the electoral system has a problem, Julia?
Yes, 2013, 2017. Remember, we had the stories of vifaranga vya computer. Do you remember that? You think ODM was creating? Let me ask you, why do you think Musando died? Musando died for what? Si nasikika hata Musando kidole yake ilikatwa na mtu. Eh? So why? Because someone needed to log into the system and interfere with the system. You know, all this thing we came up with, that we are going electronic, is a waste of time. Kenyans cannot be genuine. Now, you see, we have some biometric systems in the polling station ya identify two voters.
Na hii biometric nani alipropose?
Hiyo hata ikwangi shida. I think that's what Brenda means. That is not a big deal. It is only used to identify voters. And sometimes some people's fingerprints never identified you amefanyia mikono yao imekatika or whatever has happened to their fingers. So what usually happen, kuna kuanga na manual register hapo standby. Kama Njiru umeenda and your fingerprints cannot identify you, kuna manual register, you na ID. Manual register inatumika, your name is checked against your name that you have voted. So that is usually not the big deal. Okay? The big deal is the transmission of these results. That when they finally reach the tallying center, who determines who has the numbers? The person who is tallying those numbers. Do we have any evidence what happened to police station A, police station B, police station C? We don't. Unakumbuka tukiambia tuko na hot air because we did not have that evidence. What had happened to police station A, B, C, D? We didn't have any evidence. Even Raudinga did not have evidence. People started saying that we didn't have agents. Having agents is one thing, but do they have the evidence? Do they have any hard copies? Do they have any soft copies that they have to provide evidence that kweli kulikuwa kwa hii police station tukashinda na zile numbers zimekuwa announced, not what we have. We didn't have. So we trust the Conan team to transmit these elections correctly. They can't. And that is what happened today. And even the days of during the North election in Malaba. It is going to happen in the general election. So Kinagashako are saying that I don't know what they are saying unless we go back to manual. Going back to manual, we eliminate even the tallying. Njiru. Tuseme, and we invite the media. We give, unaona, kuna what is it media called in Upper America? Joint media, when they are doing election, inaitwanga aje? And do you know the media in America even calls the election? You know that, Njiru? You know they call. Yes, and they because they are allowed to get the numbers. They are allowed. So even as Kenya, we should go that level. We have our media going to each and every polling station, wakipiga picha, wakichukua videos. Okay, that is the only way we can promote transparency. Who came up with this law that you cannot take videos in the polling station? What is that? Kwani ni bedroom ya mtu na bibi yake na bwana?
Julia kidogo, there is something I want us to discuss here. You know, imagine, unaona kama Electoral, because these are things which I want us to discuss. Like Electoral, ile kura imeannouncewa, and I don't know why now. I don't know the issue if it is DP ama ni kuibiwa tunaibiwa kura. Now, because you know, I think DP ndio ilikuwa inasimamisha watu, so DP. So I don't know, maybe you need to tell me, ni DP ikubariki mashinani ama shida ni nini? And is it a time now? Because like one of the ward, DP, candidate wa DP amepata 17%. Candidate wa UD amepata 57%. So
Njiru, is it so much rocket science for you to understand? I don't know why you are struggling with this. Understanding so much. And I'm trying to explain to you, and I guess I won't do it again. You know, the reaction of people towards Kasongo on the ground. You know that, right, Njiru? Is that so hard to understand? How do these people then change and decide to vote for a DP candidate, for a UDA candidate? How fast do they change?
It is impossible because
are you
Kasongo
convinced
has
that
no people
watu
but
wanabadilika hivyo
uchaguzi
haraka?
kipigwa watu wake ndio wako mbele. Is this normal?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to tell you people that it is a waste of time going to election with Kasongo unless we do something about the electoral system. And the more we wait and
Kabras,
see,
Kabras at least was closer because Kabras in 46 na 39.
Apparently, it was not here. They had to play that game. Let me tell you, they had to play that game. So I think all of us, and I think this is something that the Kenyans have not waken up to. Even the opposition of hawajaamkia hii kitu. Hata nyinyi watu wewe mnadiscuss hapa hamjaamkia hii kitu. You are yet to understand that the election will be stolen at the tallying center. Yeah, it's already rigged. You are yet to understand that even then already Ruto has the numbers in the system that Edokon will announce. You are yet to understand that.
In America, Julia Kinogwe, let me give you that example. In America, Donald Trump used to say, the election is rigged. The election is rigged. Nashindo huyu mtu anasema nini? Do you know that sometimes things can already have been determined without you know. Yani kesi yako ishaamuliwa ni kama like kama ile ni mtu mgani ambaye kesi yake ilikuwa ishaamuliwa, yeye ni mtu wa kunyongwa. Like your case can be predetermined before. And I know we are doing a lot of mobilization, tuko na watu wengi sana, we are showing a lot of support, but sasa we now need to sit down and ask ourselves, because unajua what Ruto is doing, Julia, is this is what will happen, and this is what will happen if we don't prevent this hemorrhage. Some people who like fantasies, they will start defecting from our side, wakuwa naenda kwa pande ya Kasongo, juu anajua pande ya Kasongo ndio wataibiwa kura. And I've now come to understand the reason why even some thieves in Mount Kenya hawawezi toka pande ya Kasongo. I think they have already been promised, usijali wewe, kura yako tutakuibia. Julia,
not even watch out those MPs, the thieves, even the voters will be too discouraged to come out and vote. That is what they'll do. Because Njiru, if every time you vote, your vote doesn't count. Unaona, wacha nikwambie. Me, I honestly believe that Kasongo did not even win the election. I honestly believe that even Odinga had more votes in Mount Kenya region than Kasongo. Imagine me, kuna watu, wacha nikwambie, Mount Kenya, watu warika baba yako Njiru, and the people of my age, a lot of them came out to vote for Raila Odinga. A lot of them, still those who are above 50, a lot of them came out to vote for Raila Odinga. Then when the votes were counted, even today, they are forever shocked and surprised that their votes did not count. Huwa wanashangaa, unaona Njiru, nyinyi mko rika moja, watu wa 50 ma 49 huko, mnaulizana Njiru ulipigia nani? Mimi nilipigia Mujaruo. Unaona walikuwa nasema ati Dauga Mujaruo kama sio na mother. That is ati fadhali potee na mother na Mujaruo. That is how they were talking. Unaona? They were asking each other and they were confessing that them wameamua kwamba afadhali kule yao ipotee na mother na Mjaruo. Alikuwa they were calling Raila Odinga Mjaruo. Then when the votes were counted, they were so surprised and shocked. Yani sisi ni wachache hivyo na vile tulipiga kura. It is because their votes did not count. And now people are beginning to realize that their votes will not count. So the most likely thing, they will not come out to vote. If Upinzani doesn't do something, let me tell you, right
and
now.
That is what Ruto wants. Ruto wants people
yes.
to
And right now, something must be done, and we decide tutaingia kwa polling station, tutapiga hizo picha, we'll take videos. If especially in Mount Kenya region, akina Irathi wakitoa wazimu wataingia liwaro liwe, Ruto will not steal.
Okay, 1 minute. I need to read a comment hapa ya jamaa anaitwa Musioka. Niwekee hapo. Julia, just relax for 3 minutes. I bring amazing. Mame, can you read this comment and you begin by reacting? The scale required to steal a general election is too much for the state to interfere. I think he is agreeing with the earlier statement ile Gachagua alisema kila mtu atakuwa anapigania roho yake. So there will be vested interest from MPs, senators and governors. What Musyoka is saying, if I do small interpretation, ni ya kwamba all this shenaniganism which is being done in one or two constituencies is impossible to be done in a 290 constituency elections. Amazing Mame react.
Jiru, can I react? Because huyo Musyoka haelewi. Ruto does not need to go to the polling stations and the constituencies. I am repeating again. The election is already rigged kwa headquarters, kwa tallying center. He does not need to go fight with people with ballots, ballot boxes and all that. Ati mmeka hapo ngangari, ati mnangojea. He does not need to do that. The election is already rigged, Njiru. As long as we shall not have the hard evidence kwamba whatever transpired, this is what transpired at the polling station. As long as Ruto anajua hatuwezi kuwa na hiyo evidence, the election is already rigged. So Musyoka, you need to understand that we do not have to have the hard ballots to prove Ruto wrong unless we have the evidence ourselves. The election is already rigged at the tallying center. It's already rigged at the tallying center. It is in the system. The numbers are already in the system. Mutadu. Ruto already know he has about 10 million. And he'll be waiting to add, depending on the voter turnout. What did you do? Nothing.
So, Julia, let me ask you a question. Maybe before we embark to play one or two videos to see what happened during the day. So, what is the wake-up call for the united opposition? They give up?
The wake-up call is wakuwe na information about technology. I think we are also suffering a lot about lack of information about how technology is working, especially now when in the era of AI and all that. I think they are still uko kwa tene. Let me say this. We don't even need Ruto to do what Museveni did. Ati kuzima stima, to backfire the systems, to block the biometrics. He doesn't need to do that. In this era of technology, it's just possible to feed numbers into the system, to feed fake numbers. And if this vivaranga vya computer vilianza kitambo, people, right now, Odinga said that, and people say he's alive. Now you know that it is possible to create more vifaranga vya computer. It is possible. It is very possible. So this thing ati kukaa ati muna guard kura ati you are guarding. Where are you guarding if you cannot even enter a police station and take a picture of whoever is counting? How and where are you guarding? Hata kama hamwezi ingia na mchukue video ya nini ya presiding officer aki announce hizo numbers, because if we could do that, videotape him, video record him, and save these videos and say that we had these polling stations in this constituency and this is what was read, and then we tally that. If we cannot do that, and the Ethecon was reminding us today that it is illegal to do that, then I think we'll just wait. We'll be at the mercy of Ethecon and the presiding officers to do whatever they want, and they can just even let you count those numbers. You have no records. Then the numbers that come out at the tallying center are different. What will you do about that? You have no evidence that mulishinda hii polling station, mukashindwa hii. You not have any evidence. You not even have figures. For a case in point, Njiro and team, I want to ask you, after Mbere North, did Moturi ever come up to tell us the numbers in those polling stations? He did not do that because he had no evidence, he had no information. So sasa ni kura gani alikuwa ana guard kama hakuwa na hiyo information? He didn't have.
So let me ask, Julia, mnakuanga mkisema all the time, uchaguzi kiisha hapo kwa polling station, vitu zinapiniwa hapo nje ya class, the stream inapini. Hizo results zinawekangwa hapo nje ya mlango. Are they the like uchaguzi ya leo? Hizo kura walipigilia hapo juu ya mlango. Were they confirmed and were they the true results which were counted inside that class?
Yes. Were they the true results were counted inside that polling station? Were they the true results? Who has evidence to us that they were true? Because anything can happen inside this for as long as you have no records. Unajua Njiri wakijua, let me tell you, I want to take you back to America. Why the Democrats are protesting and are saying that ICE officers should have body cameras. Unaona. And why America imekuwa progressive is first, even their security officers have body cameras. So despite the various accusations of anti-racial or of racial discrimination in law enforcement in America, at least the fact that their law enforcement officers have had body cameras, that has helped a big deal. Kesi ikitokea, there is always evidence that huyu polisi alifanya hii. Hiyo imewasaidia sana. Unaona? So this thing that IBC, a law came up that you cannot even have cameras in a polling station. What was it meant? Didn't we see a situation where we would need them? Didn't we see a situation where we need those cameras to provide evidence? Hatuko tunaona hiyo. So we'll forever be fighting here saying, do you remember 2022? There was weird forms in the system, in the portal. Zenye hazikujulikana zinatoka wapi. Do you remember that? Do you remember some forms from Kakamega being seen in Mount Kenya region? Do you remember some numbers of some polling stations from Mount Kenya region being seen in Western Province in the portal? Why? It is possible to manipulate that. Because who is controlling the system? Who has that platform? Who has the keys to that platform? Ni Etheko na team, na Etheko ni wakina nani? Ni Waruto. So as long as we are depending on Etheko to manipulate, to work on that system, to tally numbers, we will not get anywhere. So until such a time when everybody is allowed to get to that evidence na kwa hiyo polling station, na si kusimama tu ati wewe ni agent, ati una sign, hapana. Tukue mpaka na cameras live cameras za serikali na za media. Zikuwe live. Ndio kama mtu anabadilisha namba anaonekana Njiru alikuwa kwa hii polling station, he was trying to change the numbers. You see, even when they count, they say Njiru 1, Julia this, Njiru, even those kind of, you see, wanahesabu hivyo ionekane Njiru. If we are counting votes for Tomotomo Primary School, me and you, and we are saying Ruto 1, Matiang, Ruto, Matiang, and that is in record hata iko kwa media, it will be very hard to steal those votes. Lakini saa hizi opposition and Kenyans should wake up to the fact that technology will help Ruto steal. In fact, he has already stolen as we speak. So anybody trying to tell me here that we can man the election, nitamwambia kwanza amke, let them wake up to how the world imefika. What are you saying, Jiru? Ukiangalia wakati wa even the issues of exams, KCSE. Did you know that principals, the school principals, some school principals just wait. Mtihani inafanywa. Nyinyi mnang'ang'ana mnareview na watoto wenu. Yeye hashughuliki na kureview na watoto wake, Njiru. After result, the exam is marked, Njiru anapiga simu huko, anawachotea. Anaulizwa, Bwana Jiru, nataka misko ya gani? Anasema last year nilikuwa na misko ya B-. Na sasa ifanyeni B. Wanaenda tu kwa system. Wanakoroga misko ya usually inatoka kama B. Then you joking with Kenyans. That's my take.
Okay, ni sawa. Before I bring Afrique, Afrique, that is mzalendo definitely, ambaye naona akona picha ya Donald Trump na yule kijana mwingine wa Chelsea wakipokea ile kikombe yao when Donald Trump was celebrating when Donald Trump was unable to
yani Afrika nakuanga mtu wa Trump. Sikujuanga, nimejua leo.
Trump akona watu wengi sana ni ile.
Afrika nakuanga mtu wa Trump. Wacha nianze kwanza kuona watu wa Trump.
Hata sijui yani hiyo ilifikaje hapo. Yani ndazaje kwa
Afrika
ni mtu wa Njiru.
Let me hear. Do you support
Afrika nakuanga mtu wa Trump, yani
Trump anakaa. My friend, mimi ni monkey. Siwezi kubali kuitwa monkey. Au ni kina Njiru ndio nakubali kuitwa manyang'au monkey na wabaki huko. Mimi siwezi kuwabali hiyo. Mimi siko huko bana. Barack Obama for life.
The guy does not call us monkeys. He operates too much with many black people, by the way. Akina
No,
Mike Pence.
he called Obama monkey. You know, it's like say he didn't do that.
And he
Did-
didn't
did you
And he
hear
apologize.
didn't
him?
even
Na bado
apologize.
hakuwa na bado
And
hakuwa
he said there
apologize.
is nothing wrong with that picture. That is what he said.
And na yeye hakuweka.
Kwanza alisema there is nothing wrong with it. Vile kuliwaka, akasema si yeye.
Na bado akasema yeye hakuweka. Hiyo iliwekwa na staff na ni handle yake, private handle
But
yake.
at first he only said that after vile hata wa Republicans waliwaka pia. Sasa akasema yeye si akuweka, it is his staff. But previously he was not even apologetic. He said it was okay.
America iko so deep that wacha tuongee mambo ingine.
Okay, so Musimamo, I wanted to ask you, can you react to what has happened today in by-election?
That's what I've been telling you all along. That is what I've been telling you.
What have you been telling me? Like
I've
what?
been telling you that the organization structure of the opposition cannot match Ruto's machine right now. Elections are being rigged as you watch. The laws are changing as you watch, and you are concentrating on uliona ile umati nani alikuwa nayo, uliona sijui nani, sijui ulisikia vile Rigathi Gachagua alisema. That
So
will not
since
win.
when kidogo
Listen.
Musimamo as you speak, no, I will listen. Since I thought an election is directly proportional to mobilization. That is the in situ condition.
Elections are won by margins. All right. You are right. Elections are won through mobilization, but they are won by margins. If you look at how Ruto won in 2022, although people will say, oh, aliiba sijui nini, that guy was so organized, so strategic, and he had tallying centers in places that even the government did not know. He was that organized. He had his servers, he had his team collecting the data, election ikiendelea. By the time yani election mnahesabiwa asubuhi, tallying centers akina Itumbi already had known that Ruto had won elections.
Hata uchaguzi ya leo Itumbi ndiye ametuambia results.
Wako nazo, yani these are guys who are so organized. And then sisi bado, opposition bado, are not knowing that the 2027 elections is about the youth. Those are the people you should see in front of there. Those are the people who should be campaigning in those by-elections. Those are the people who can drive, can ignite the emotions. And they still don't get it.
But
Sasa watakanyagwa in
Kisii. That's what I think the opposition did not focus too much on that election. I don't know why, but
no, but that is an indicator. Wewe ukipigwa kwa stronghold yako. Do you know how ODM performed in Western? It was number last.
Today?
In Western.
Today?
Yes. Number last. Number one ilikuwa UDA ikifuatiwa na DCP. That tells you how the popularity contest is.
So do you want to say that UDA is the most popular party in Western? Is that
yes,
the
right now as you speak, UDA is popular because other political parties have not organized themselves to come up with one party. It a challenge UDA. ODM are cleaning towards UDA. So whatever you are seeing that UDA is gaining anywhere is as a result of this broad-based nonsense. Unaona, sisi tuko kwa broad-based. So hii tumewachia UDA to carry the day. So, and that is why bado unaona, we keep on kuchanganisha hata elections za Nairobi. And that brings the fact how Babu Owino and Sifuna are so important to the opposition that I sijui watajua aje how important those fellows are. The young voters in Kenya are the ones who are going to decide 2027. If you don't have them, if we don't see them in your rallies, you are cooked. Hakuna mahali unaenda. Hakuna. And organization inaanza saa hii. Na strategy inaanza saa. You are playing a game against somebody who is more organized, who has got the
How
power.
is he organized? Tell me, how is he organized now? I'm not seeing him with this large mammoth, like, unless you tell me he's organized in terms of stealing.
Unajua kura hii story ati kura inaibiwa hii, wacha nikwambie vile kura hufanywa. Unaenda poli hizi za ward, for example ward ile mimi natoka, there is always a polling center which is a school or a church designated. You have got agents there. Mimi kama Njiru tuna compete na mimi ni tuseme mimi ni UDA, wewe ni DCP, Kip ni pengine NAC, unaona tuna compete pale.
Hakuna NAC Mzalendo, we don't have NAC anymore.
No, I'm giving an example.
You have to say it right. PLP.
PLP. Oh, yeah, manze. Unaona kama PLP inapotea. You see, PLP. Unaona PLP iko na candidate wake pale. PLP candidate wake ako na agent pale kwa classroom. The voter comes, anakuja, anachagua ule mimi nataka, anapiga tick, anachagua. At the end of the close of that session, agents wote kura inahesabiwa. Inahesabiwa literally hivyo vile nakwambia. Keep so much. Mzalendo, Julia, nani inahesabiwa tu literally, agent wako akiona hapo kwa polling center. At the end of the day unaambiwa nani ndiye alikuwa number 1. Mzalendo carried the day in this classroom. In this classroom polling center, it is Kip who was carried the day. It is signed by all the agents. Hiyo karatasi inasainiwa na kila agent wa political parties that enyewe tumeshindwa. Ukikataa kusign, hiyo ni dispute. So utangojea kwenda mahakamani juu ulikataa kusign kwa sababu kulikuwa na irregularities. If there are no irregularities in all these by-elections that zimefanyika, then it means that mulishindwa. So mahali watu wanasema sijui ati kwa hii by-election sijui kura imeibiwa sijui aje. Kura itaibiwa tu hivi through intimidation and through bribery. As in, umeonga watu wangapi wakakuja kukupigia kura? That is the only way. But literally atutaiba kura ile imesha kuwa cast pale ni ngumu. Haya, ya presidential inaibiwa hivi. Tumemaliza kupiga kura, we are in our stronghold in Nyanza, where Raila Odinga and maybe Ruto does not have any agent in my village. After the polling, the remaining ballots wale watu wako kupiga kura is marked kama zimekupigwa kura and zinawekwa hapo. Zikishahesabiwa ndio kura inakuwa transmitted kwa server na kama PDF sijui JPEG image inakuwa transmitted pale. There was an argument last year, we almost killed each other, that a PDF document or a JPEG document can be downloaded and later on updated. That argument lasted for a very, very long time because people did not understand how a still image of a JPEG can be manipulated, erased, and then sent back to the server. It is tedious, it is impossible, it is a waste of time. Oh, no. So that is how I look at these by-elections that have just happened. It is an eye-opener that the opposition need to really think very, very hard if they want to win in 2027. Thank you.
I'm glad you've come here. It is time to have reality check. I think we get too excited about crowds. That's why I always tell ukikuja kwa hii kitu useke roho yako yote, you'll be heartbroken. Tell people to no, it's true. Mzalendo is not a joke. It's not a joke. I tell people I don't watch crowds. I keep telling them the news that I watch and I get excited about or get a bit of hope. Yani kidogo tu, I don't put it 100% like last time ile siku. Baba, you deep state, you jinga yote. It's when I see them talking about IEBC. I see, okay. I was trying to play a video about 2 weeks ago when I saw the opposition leaders going to IEBC with their lawyers and things like that. I was trying to explain that the initial thing that I saw the biggest mistake that has been happening with Raila Amolo Odinga is he does things last minute. Maybe he does it by design or purpose. Where from the time we started with COD, let's not move towards the beginning, because election violence, whatever it is, because that was the first pitfall, whereby every time he falls. After the elections, yes, indeed, my party leader had to defend her what do you call it? Her client. And as a lawyer, it's just the way, it's just the oath. It's what you have to do. That's why people have never forgiven her. But indeed, let's just talk facts. Hapa ni kuwa kwa wanaume. Hapa ni kusema ukweli. Mwai Kibaki, Steam did some ukarabati. And let's not forget, in ODM side also, kulikuwa na ule mtu mwingine huyo, Ruto. They also tried to steal some votes. So both sides were stealing. So let me tell you, that election, to get 100% of who won at that point in time, that thing need to be redone. That is my belief, and I stand by it. That was the most unfair election. When I say unfair, I'm saying unfair for the people, because we did not count at all, completely, from any side. Whether you are Mwai Kibaki believer or whether you are Raila Odinga believer, this is my opinion, people. That we did not have justice, and then we lost lives on top of that. But then to make matters worse, the person that indeed at that point in time my family and I believed in gave up. What are you talking about? How are you going to go for prime minister? Atisiju Nini? No, if we believe in you and your people believe in you, this story of international people, a few people going to make decisions on your behalf doesn't make sense to me. You were supposed to be president. Why don't you do a rerun? Hakuna kitu kama it's too expensive, you what nini. Yes, people have lost lives for that specific reason. Honor their lives by rerunning the elections fair. We'll wait. We can wait. Tukuje hii mambo ya 2013. Again, God, what are you doing? A few months later, people's president, nonsense, nini hivi, You give up on it. Number one, from 2007 to 13, you haven't fixed nothing. You haven't looked at the IEBC. You have not looked at the electoral body. You have not looked at things to fix before coming into the elections. What are the strategies have you put in place to lock those things? Yes, obviously, mmesema sijui kutanganya Kim's Kids, sijui international, what, nini, but you improve so little. Because, okay, what I'm driving at, every single time this happens, you've got a window of 5 years to try and fix every little loophole. You have parliamentary people. Hii ni kitu unafaa kupiga kelele from day one. Tengeneza hii kitu. Please fix this IEBC thing. Please, let the people learn. Teach your people. It's now, let me tell you, yeah? Let me tell you what I'm a bit upset with the opposition right now. Sasa mnaongea juu ya kutrain watu kulinda kura yao kwa unawaambia sahi. Why are you telling them now? This thing should have been put in their head that it's things that you discuss mkienda kukunywa chai na mwenzenu, hey, tutalinda kura yetu. Like right now, no, there's no buzz. There's no buzz within the wananchi about kulinda kura. Like, it should be a topic that Gachagua speaks about every day, if that is the direction you are about kulinda kura. Just continuing, may go loop when I talk around circles, but you still get my point.
Haya ni sawa. So
Ngoja bana, bro, I know this thing hurts you, but you have to listen. Relax. Coming to 2017, that was NASA. Tunatandikwa kiboko mzuri sana na Jubilee. They steal election from us. What do? You do the same circle around. All you do is you hype up the population about the election being stolen. Tunaenda maandamano, tunauliwa, just like 2013. Just repeat tu, just torturing the public. Absolutely torturing the public psychologically. People have hope that there is going to be some kind of fight toward the end, from tumeanza kutoka makotini kukuja mpaka kwenda kwa streets, then last minute, oh, handshake. So now the fire dies down. Oh, this guy is working with Uhuru. Tunaanza kujidanganya hapo na deep state. Oh, we have deep state. Oh, nini sijui tufanye tutashinda. You know, like, it's false hope. We get to the elections where the people are hyped up. We know that this time round we've got fate on our hands. We're going to win. It's going to be fair. The only little thing you can do last minute to us is add four more commissioners. What did they do? Those commissions were tandiko. They had to leave the country. Then you realize that the CEO and the chairman are the ones who are running the whole election. So for me, the next litmus test, this is why I'm just telling you people, this thing of mdomo hapa mkiendanga huko kwa makampaign, mnapiga kelele, we're going to do this. The day nilijua tu, yani, we have to be serious and we have to have reality. It's the day we had a very popular candidate, very popular. This man is very popular. The things he had done in Beren Ward. First of all, he's a famous musician. Everybody knew him. Number two, alivuruta maji kwa wananchi wao. Compared to this other guy who had some scandals, this guy has changed his name, his opponent. How can Karis lose? Malava, you had Natembea, you had Cleophas, you had Eugene. We had all these bodies of people who are powerful enough, but then still, they stole from you. Can give me the argument saying the fact that it was just two constituencies, or so the state machinery would be stronger. People that have been in government, number one, Natembea alikuwa kwa serikali. Eugene Omalo was in the Jubilee thing. We look at the other guy. What's his name? Natembea alikuwa nini? What do you call it? County commissioner or whatever he was. These guys understand the machinery. First of all, it's chiefs who run these things. Chiefs are the ones who do these things that are chafu. You are not prepared. All we did was talk strong. All we did was talk big. All we did is go around beating our chest. But the mechanisms, in the end, we have two faults. The first fold is, number one, we are neglecting areas. We're neglecting areas where we should be focusing on. How the hell didn't Kalonzo? I know for us in PLP, we don't have the machinery or money for that, but that I can give you. How the hell did Kalonzo not place a candidate in Kilifi? How the hell did DCP not place a candidate in Kilifi? How the hell did we just let ODM run circles on us and take that seat uncontested? Tuliachia to ODM. This was even before the hype of broad-based went to overheated, really, where it's just got to the tipping point now that they are actual partners. This was a point where they're just dancing around the idea that their broad-based is going to go towards 2027, will continue 2027. At that point, they are stating the fact that what do you call it? The broad-based government, they will field a candidate. ODM is going to field a candidate in 2027. We are pretending like broad-based government, the broad-based government started the two-term, what do you call it, discussion last year. This is just literally this year is when they've openly started saying two-term, but they've never been open. So at that point in time, why didn't those guys feel the point? So that's point number one. Point number two, the people. The people. There are places in Kenya, you'll go, I've been on TikTok by then, nimekuwa huko TikTok. If you look at Luo Nyanza, I think people always just munajidanganyanga hapa, tutajidanganyanga hapa. Oh, not all Luos are with tuta. Oh, what? We're trying to kujipembeleza, just trying to make ourselves feel good. But let me tell you, there's something called perception. Perception is a very easy way to steal. Once you have a majority of the public, once you have a majority of that particular region or that specific part of the public stating two-term, na tumeionanga kila siku hapa. I know everybody is talking about the Sifuna wing, whatever it is, whatever, yeah, whatever. We're just talking about Luo Nyanza. That's a very big block, third largest community in Kenya. Even though you mnasema mnasema kwamba ati they never vote, let me not lie to you. Those people vote. It's just that there's that mechanism that Jubilee and Ruto have done, is where they skew the number, they slice off what Raila was supposed to have. Wanaikata kabisa. They said, no, these people did not vote. So tunakata. Then you find like almost 80% of Kalenjins or 90% of Kalenjins have voted. So you slice from the strongholds of your competitor, then you over-exaggerate yours. That is a strategy in itself. So in 2027, I'll tell you the truth. With this perception that Luo Nyanza has moved there, all of a sudden, after Raila's death, Luos have decided to all vote. Tuongee tu ukweli. Let's just talk the truth. All of a sudden, from 60, 50% huko ndio wameenda kuvote, sasa wamefika huko ma 80 na 90s. Where every single voter has gone to decide to go and vote. A few, utaona spoil votes iko kidogo huko Luo Nyanza. Very few. And ukienda huko Rift Valley, very few spoil votes. But then when you start seeing Rigathi Gachagua, Martha Karua's, Matiang's votes, zitakuwa zimekatwa-katwa. Oh, this one was spoiled, sijui ilifanywa hivi, nini, hivi. So for me, I like Mzalendo's talk here. Hapa ni kusema ukweli na kukua, like speak the truth. There is voter bribery. Voter, ule mtu anavote, anabraibiwa kufanya hivyo. We calculated here the other day the amount of money. That is affordable. That's about $200 million. Who said Ruto has not stolen more than 200 million? It was a very simple math. Nilisikia kutoka the person that there was a person who came to the show. Asema unaambiwa unapewa 5,000 when you go in, unaandikisha hapo, unaweka muhula wako, unaambiwa upige picha hapo. They will be allowed by the chiefs and the security guy. Piga picha, ulikuwa umevotia Ruto. Haya, ukishatoka nje unapatiwa 2,000 nini, so unapatiwa deposit, alafu unatoka na hiyo pesa. We calculated that amount of money to vote to bribe every single Kenyan with that amount, 250 something million dollars. That is like we're trying to say that every single voter has been bribed. You think it's impossible for that man to do that? You've seen the blatant distribution of money for crowds. Unaona hapo nguo za yellow, unaona nguo za red, and they are shamelessly wearing those clothes while they're distributing money for these rallies. And we just watch. None of these people are being taken to court. Right now, I'll tell you the truth. These people have enough money. These people have enough money to take these people to court. Even if they don't win, even if it's a losing battle, you have to show the public that you're trying, boss. Watu wanafaa kustakiwa. You have evidence showing that these people are doing bribery. Goons wakishikwa, kamata hawa. So for me, there are certain things that I need to be assured for 2027 elections to feel confident or feel a little bit ease that we're going to win something. Because every day we come and discuss crowds. Yeah, we'll come and discuss Kisii Sifuna. We will be excited. Shago will go with his very crowd pleasing statements. And right now, with the advance of AI and voter crowd payment, you don't. Kuna mtu kwa village tunaangalia nani anashinda, hata sijui nani anashinda. Mtu anaona crowd ya Ruto, maybe if it's been squeezed, tumedanganywa ni yeye. There's somebody in Kalenjin land anasema, oh, ameshinda. Someone in Luo land, oh, ameshinda. These are things I'm talking about openly. Yeah. The strange thing is, let me tell you something very strange. Yeah. There are very few Kenyans, very few that don't believe that believe that elections have been won. Very few. If those ones who believe that elections have been won, mi nafikiria ni blind kabisa. Unaona hata sasa, unaona MCA winning by 3,000 votes. Unaweka 3 million on 3 million Kenya shillings on the ground na umeshinda. Unamwaga 3 million tu. Unamwaga that night, that day. Unamwaga hiyo pesa tu throughout the county, unamwaga tu throughout your ward. Unamwaga pesa tu. Finished. Then you have the machinery of the chiefs there. You have the machinery of the APs there. Administration, police. What can you do? Zalendo has left.
Yeah, Mzalendo ameondoka, maybe ameona monologue imekuwa too much. Maybe let's
What
have
do you mean monologue has become too much? I'm just stating a fact. Boss, ask me the question and I'll answer it.
Allow me first of all play some videos here which are very serious before I do by election. Gachagua kuna kitu amesema hapa noma sana.
Wow. What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just...
Thanks, Ian. Now, reports that a senior figure in Sudan's Rapid Support Forces, Algonay Hamdan Dagalo Musa, secured a Kenyan passport that facilitated his international movements, have ignited heated debate across public spaces. DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua now claims that Algonay is not the only one. He alleges that more RSF commanders could be residing in Kenya, with some holding Kenyan passports. His claims come even as Kenyan immigration officials remain tight-lipped on how exactly Algonay, who is the younger brother of RSF commander Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, alias Hemedi, and who is facing sanctions from the United States, obtained the Kenyan passport.
It's not just the brother of Hemedi who has a Kenyan passport. It's many commanders of the rebel group and sympathizers of that group. They have Kenyan passports because their operations are in Kenya. And we are asking, much as this brother of Hemedi has been identified for sanctions by the US and other world bodies, I am of the opinion that the international community need actually to apply these sanctions to the real commanders of RSF, that is William Ruto and senior officials of his government, because that's where the problem is. If we were not helping Hemedi and RSF to market their gold through Kenya to the to the Middle East, they will not be having the capacity to purchase arms and ammunition for continuing with the war in Sudan.
Let's circle back to the latest updates on the just concluded by
in Kenya. Well, on my show today, we're going to look at the very latest political developments in the country. You know,
Uko na hiyo speech ya Orengo leo akisema story ya tarehe 7.
Nilikuonyesha hiyo video bana, that was disgusting bana.
Ya Orengo.
Sexual innuendo bana. So I showed you the video yesterday. Oma nikuonyeshe tena. It's a bad video.
Video ya Orengo ni kama imepotea. Ni kesi ya kumuondoa Orengo. Sio ndio huyo. Ndio huyo.
In other news, besieged ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna has received a further reprieve after the political party's disputes tribunal extended conservatory orders barring his removal from office until March 12th, pending further directions in the matter. This as Siaya Governor James Orengo sensationally claimed that the memorandum of understanding between ODM and the ruling UDA party lapses on March 7th, a position likely to further stir internal wrangles in the Orange Party. NTV's Susan Waweru reports.
The storm in the Orange Democratic Party seems far from over. In 9 days, the party could be staring at another crisis if sentiments expressed by some of its ranking members allied to under-fire Secretary General Edwin Sifuna are anything to go by. According to the Linda Mwananchi Group, March 7th, 2026 is the date founder party leader, the late Raila Odinga, set for review of partnership between ODM and UDA parties, whose lifeline was dependent on implementation of the 10-point agenda signed in March 2025.
There was never any intention of implementing.
Absolutely, there was no intention. Look at the provisions of that constitution, the MOU.
Yeah.
We say he must stop killing young people. Since the signing of that agreement to date, Mariam, the government of William Ruto has killed more than 20 people, including Kina Ojwang.
And on the 7th of March, we are going to invite all our chairmen, the ones who are here, to come to Nairobi and conduct a review of that MOU to determine whether or not there has been an implementation.
The Orengo Sifuna axis that is backed by one of the deputy leaders, Godfrey Osotsi, has repeatedly challenged interim party leader Oburu Oginga to push for the implementation of the late Raila Odinga's wishes contained in the MOU instead of being preoccupied with 2027 pre-election pact.
We are 1.5 years to the election. You know that even Honorable Raila, if he was there, he would not do a coalition agreement 1.5 years to the election. He has shown us that a coalition can be done 3 months to the election.
We don't have a coalition agreement with UDA or with President Ruto. The people who went to government, they went there individually. And Raila Amolo Odinga stated as much. All that Raila wanted to make sure didn't happen was that these individuals should not get lost.
The caucus of ODM county chairpersons who met in Nairobi, though largely pro-Linda ground, also waded into the matter, even though their main agenda seemed to be the National Delegates Conference preparations.
We therefore urge the committee overseeing the implementation of the 10-point agenda and article report chaired by our Deputy Secretary General, Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, to move with speed and ensure the issues raised in the 10-point agenda and the article reports are implemented exhaustively as a gift to our fallen party leader.
NDC yale tazungumza, hakuna uchaguzi unafanywa katika NDC wa 2027. Najua wengi wanasema uchaguzi itakuwa wao watatend NDC itwe. Sasa NDC imeitwa, mambo ya uchaguzi tulimaliza Mombasa.
Deputy Secretary General Catherine Omanyo, who was at the meeting, avoided the media. Earlier in the day, the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal ruled that interim orders barring removal of Edwin Sifuna as the Secretary General remain in force until March 12th.
Whether March 7th marks closure or a strategic shift remains to be seen. But the choices made in the coming days may well reshape ODM's political direction as the country inches closer to the general elections 2027. Susan Oweru, NTV, Nairobi.
Oka. Giwoti dendi jigumai. Babu chwao. Sofuna tuwamo. Orengo ngoto. Ya Sifuna inachukuliwa na mama. Ndio sasa akipigana na wewe unatolea hii. Alafu analala kama mchinga. Tolea hii. Kutana na wewe patia hii achape moja atoroka. Vile huko slim namna hii. Patia yeye kabisa chape kabisa. Alafu unafanya hivi alafu analala. Kesi imeisha. Bergo soko be.
Yes. Those are the people. Anyway, let me leave my other colleagues to kuendelea na story.
Most trusted figure to and fresh divisions have emerged within the Orange Democratic Movement as factions clash over who should steer the party into the future. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has indicated that the party is yet to identify the most trusted figure to assume its top leadership position. Paul Kirobi with the details of that.
The contest for the top leadership in the Orange Democratic Movement ODM is intensifying, with rival factions divided over who should take up the mantle of the late Raila Odinga. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi is the latest leader from the Nyanza region to signal that no consensus candidate has emerged, saying consultations will continue until a suitable successor is found. The CS was speaking during a youth summit bringing together leaders from the Lake region to chart the region's political future. He urged young people to remain politically active to ensure the region is not sidelined. Mbadi was accompanied by several leaders, including Kisii Deputy Governor Matthew Willie, Awendo Constituency Member of Parliament Walter Owino, among other regional officials. Meanwhile, a section of elders from Siaya County, home to both leaders, has urged Governor James Orengo and Senator Oburu Oginga to resolve their differences ahead of the party's National Delegates Conference (NDC). They have warned that the dispute threatens party unity and regional stability.
We are pleading with the two leaders. If they can close themselves in a room and sort out their difference, the better. But if they are defeated, we are kindly asking them to involve us so that we also know, we can also be able to explain what is the point of disagreement between them.
Na madhara yake tangu kuanzia Jaramogi na Tombuya. Wengine wameingia katikati yenyu mpaka tukapotesha Mbuya.
The elders also appealed to younger party members to refrain from online attacks, cautioning that reckless social media exchanges are deepening divisions. Both Orengo and Oburu wield significant influence in Siaya and within ODM, raising concern among supporters about the party's stability to maintain cohesion going forward. Paul Kirobi, TV47.
ODM has become a regional party completely. Huh? Sasa Njeru, unaongea na mzalendo hapo, mnafaa kufanya shoba na brother Benson ako hapa. The two of you are clowns. You think we can't see you?
Wewe relax bana. Shida yako ni nini? Unajua shida yako unawashanga kidogo, unakuanga na mwasho kidogo kidogo. Sasa unajua tu mzalendo ashanipea namba yake leo, sasa ndio unaona sasa ni mioto ya kupata namba. Wacha mambo mingi. Anyway, brother Benson, can you react to what has happened today?
There are so many of them. You played the Linda ground that was there in Kisumu East constituency. That was headed by Gladys Wanga together with their political surrogates, Makamu wa Makamu, who used derogatory statement, especially towards the so-called the party secretary general. And you saw they were laughing, you know, and nobody, including the leadership that was there, did not condemn those utterances that were made, you know. So that is something that, you know, I don't know how to describe it, but like when we can reach such a point whereby if we disagree with you ideologically, then sometimes you bring in the family issue, you know, which I do not think is a good idea. And it paints the Linda Wananchi as people who do not have agenda, especially for the people. Because if you disagree with Orengo, you disagree with Babu Owino, and you disagree with Edwin Sifuna on ideology, then why should you involve their spouses? It doesn't make sense. That is one. Then secondly is about to flip the coin. You know, the region that he was castigating. Remember, the president is working very hard to make sure that he gets those votes. So I don't know if the president is right, since the supporting president is right to hand those votes is okay. But if other people associate with them, then that is wrong. So I don't know where we draw the lines, especially when it comes to issues to do with marriage and even looking the vote. But the bottom line is it tells you I think the kind of leadership that maybe the Linda ground have, not only that, you did not pay so many clips on the Linda ground. Remember the one that was said by the former the former Kisumu Central MP, Honorable Ouda, that said that those who are in support of Linda Mwananchi should not step their foot in Kisumu. If they do, let nobody ask him about that, but you ask God. That is one of them. And I think Gladys Wanga also talked about it. So why is it that it's quite much difficult for them to allow these people to come and sell their policies, and let the people decide? If people want to listen to them, it's okay. If people do not want to listen to them, it's okay. Because like I think now where it has reached, especially the factions of Linda Wananchi, it's like inciting the public, especially to make sure, especially in the areas that they feel that they have dominance, that if they come, they should face violence. So that is what they are preaching. So I don't know what they are getting in return, especially if they do that. That would be my comment.
Okay, so you can react about by-election. So what is the indicator? Now, UDA has shown us that they have won, in quotes, they have won all the 4 by-elections which were there today. Is it something which should scare the united opposition? And is it replicatable in a general election? What is happening now?
Yeah, I think it should scare them because what usually makes when you want to make a decision, you'd make a decision based on the data that you have, and from all indication, you see, they won those elections, even though they were by elections, but it helped you to strategize, especially on the next move, or it helped you to gauge where you are. For instance, when you look at a place whereby ODM candidate was trailing down in the list, but they say that ODM had already withdrew the candidate, but it sends signals, especially in the political field, like, okay, the united opposition should now start to put themselves, or should start to find out how can they engage the people and make the message resonate, especially with the people. Remember, this by
Brother
election.
Benson, as you respond, kidogo, there is something interesting which has happened, especially in Mbeere, and I think it is an advice we have to start giving united opposition. Now, DP has been given 2 chances, and it's like they are not able to convert it. Is there a reason why some of these political parties should be given an opportunity in any other election, where tunasema sasa wacha hii tuachie hawa tufanye hivi, rather than should it be like, is it because like saa zingine tunaachiana vyama fulani and then those parties are not able to marshal enough support, or what is the problem? Or do you think if it was DCP or maybe na Kenya, yeah, not na Kenya, PLP, yeah, Bwana Kip, they could have, the results could have been different? Is it a problem of the party, or it is a problem of rigged election?
No, it also can be a problem of a rigged election and a problem of the party, because I want to give you I just a preview of what happened about the tour of Kisii. There's something that stood out in Kisii. Organization. How were the rally organized? It was well organized, well planned. So, especially for Justin Muturi, I think from the look of things, for the 2 elections that have taken place and has been defeated, there's a signal that is sending, or there's a data that we are collecting, that from the look of things, his DP party cannot deliver, especially with the DP party, because at the end of the day, he was supposed to campaign and make sure that he delivers, you know. But now this is the second time he's losing. So it tells you now, next time or in the next general election, when the united opposition will be doing their mapping, those are some of the things that some of the questions they should put on the table, especially for Justin Muturi, and say that, okay, what do you want us to do, especially for your case, because you've lost twice, even if you bring rigging, you know. So I think for Muturi, as a member of United Opposition, they should go back to the drawing board and at least not let him field the candidate, because I think if they could have given Rigathi Gachagua or Martha Karua, they could have put the spirited fight, because these are fighters and they have also the messaging. You know, sometimes politics is all about the messaging and connecting with the people. You know, I don't think like Muturi has that punchline that can move the masses. And I think that one could have costed him twice again in Mayor.
Okay, sawa. So the question which we are asking, if it is rigging, is that rigging visible? Like wale watu wameibiwa hiyo kura yao leo, can they go somewhere and explain how that rigging was done? If there was any rigging, or maybe like if I ask you, for example, do you think in Mbeere and Isiolo and Kabras ward where we had elections, why any vote stolen? And if they were stolen, is it confirmable?
You know that that one I cannot answer, because like to say about the rigging and that if it happens, you know, rigging does not only mean that stuffing the ballot box. Rigging can also means creating an environment that is not favorable for the voters, to make sure that those who are aligned to yourself or those who are aligned to you can get that opportunity to vote. But to those who are not, or your supporters, you create environment that they cannot vote. But something that you're also forgetting to look at, Cabras, look at the second candidate. Who was the second? And look at what he got. And if you look at that, DCP performed well than the DP, than the than DP and DAP Kenya in Cabras, if I'm not wrong. So it also tells you something about Rigathi Gachagua and his party. So so when it comes to rigging, I would say it might have happened, but I don't know whether they can substantiate that. But it speaks volume, especially for United Opposition, due to because like they ought to have come up with a strategy, because like if something happened in the first election, they could have learned their lesson from the last by-election. So this one, they could have been prepared and even to seal those loopholes. But if they're still beaten at the game, then what do we expect next, especially in the next general election? Yeah.
Okay, sawa. So you think like, is it negligence or it is lack of understanding of how to handle an election?
Both can work, but sometimes, Njiro, we have also to put the blame on the voters. Do voters really know what they want? What do voters want? What was their driving force on the ballot? Were people driven because of a political party, or people were driven because that the person whom they were voting was this person that was going to assist them to overcome the challenges that they are going through? You know, what was in the voters' mind, and what were they going to solve on the box? But like from the look of things, I don't think the driving factor was the person on the ballot box, but the party and the money that they were getting. You know, that is what was driving them on the ballot from the look of things. So we also have to interrogate the voters who are voting. What were they voting for? Were they at some point thinking of like, we need a change? Or we were voting UDA because we were given money, or we are voting such a person because there's one person that understands the challenges that we are going through, and when given an opportunity, he can address them in the county assembly. So voters also has to be blamed.
Okay. So, Mzalendo nishikilie kidogo. I'm getting something here. I'll be back in some few minutes.
Mzalendo, unmute. Mzalendo, work on your volume, work on your audio. You are unaudible. Hello, Kip, can you get Mzalendo?
I can't
Hello?
hear, sorry.
You cannot hear me too?
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay, because like I was telling him to work
I
on
think
his
those two are talking. Those two are talking. Mzalendo, can you hear me? We can't see you also.
I'm a helper.
No, hakuna mtu amehepa. I'm just here. So I've just said
Hello. Can you hear me?
There you go.
I'm okay now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hizi masimu za behind the curtain mwache bana, mtonge
No.
after
I
show.
was trying to. I was trying to do something. I think I was on 2 streams at the same time, so it was trying to detect ni gani ndio iko on air. But anyway, I think we're having a good conversation, and one thing I can say is that with the results that I've just trickled in from the by-elections, that's a projection that there is something absolutely wrong in the opposition, and they need to work on it with immediate effect. One thing I've noticed, and this is an open mic, one thing I've noticed happening in the opposition, they don't have a spokesperson. They elected this spokesperson. I don't know whether it was Mukisa Kitui or somebody, but I don't know kama alienda gizani ama alienda wapi. So everybody is speaking from whatever platform. Kesho nani ameamka is running in Machakos. Gachagua is running somewhere else, but there's no proper clear messaging that they are taking to the people, and that is the problem. They need to work on messaging because what they are going to face in 2027 is somebody who has been in the game for the longest time, whether it is rigging ama ikuwa ni nini. This guy has been in the game. Ruto amekuwa kwa hiyo game for a very, very long time. So opposition needs to do something. I don't know, Ben, whether you think the same way. You are looking at opposition on the right trajectory. What do you think?
As I said earlier, there's what we call data. Whether the data you collect, whether wrong or right, that is what you're going to use. Yeah. And from the by-election that has just happened, especially on the north, remember the one that happened in Isiolo, there were 2 family members who were battling out. Yeah. And the UDA won, and all. So that data that they have, especially, it will be kept by their strategist. And they will be using it as a projection. Secondly, also to test their strength. Where are our strengths? Especially look at them winning Western. You know, that one is giving them hope that despite the fact that we have ODM that is in pieces right now, and we've decided we won one ward in Western Kenya, you know, it gives them hope that this thing is doable, and that will be their starting point, you know. Then come to also Mbere, they can now confirm that especially in Mbere or in Mount Kenya East, they might be having the authority because now they've won it twice. They won during that by-election of the Wamudende, and they're winning it again right now.
All
So
right,
then,
Ben, just hold your thought. Let me invite Alex. Alex, karibu sana kwa mazungumzo ya leo. Karibu. Alex, are you there? Ninaka Alex is still working on his gadgets, but I would want him to comment because he's been there for a while. But anyway, Ben, what you're saying is very, very correct. You are reflecting back on what happened in Mbere. And Mbere, I remember when we had our discussion on Africa with John and everybody else, we said that the opposition should not be very sure of Mbere. They shouldn't be very, very sure. And Mbere was a testing ground of whether it is the rigging machine that can work, whether it is hooliganism that can work. But at the end of the day, people should know that whoever IBC announces or pronounces is the winner of that election. So utaweza kulalamika, but at the end of the day, ule atatangazwa ndiye atatangazwa mshindi. Wewe, you'll go battling in court. You go back again to the drawing board and see where you went wrong. I think, for me, I feel that opposition have not done their homework very, very well. And they are not ready for any by-election. They need to really work in their house. Otherwise, the perception after this election is that UDA is a stronger party than the opposition combined. So if they don't work as a unit, then watakanyagwa mbaya sana in 2027. That is what I see. Somebody, Kagiri has written on the comment section, United Opposition cannot inspire anybody to vote by principle. It makes it easier for voters to vote with their stomachs. Yeah, we have said many times that Kenyan election is transactional. It is what you give me, and that is why you are seeing so many hooligans and so many chapters of parliament. Kuna Jacaranda, kuna Jivanji. Those are fleecing chapters. Mali watu wanakuja wanapiga siasa yao. They are being called either by the opposition. They've given a few handouts here and there to propagate the agenda of either side. So that is what is happening. Kenya politics sahi pale tumefika ni transaction. So if the opposition are not ready to transact, then they have to be very strong in the messaging. Alex, are you there? Brother Ben. Can you add something in that?
As we're still waiting for Alex, you know, you've spoken of something that so many of us have forgotten. We remember when I think it was Mukisa Kitui was appointed as to be the head of secretariat, especially in the communication in the secretariat of the United Opposition. You know, people lauded that as one of the good pick, giving reason that the person who they're picking has a vast knowledge, especially in the foreign policies he can connect and how he has worked based on his track record. But you see now the united opposition are not utilizing him. Ever since he was appointed, he has not made a communication that we would say that have come from the united opposition. Even when they were having these by-elections, they did not come up with a communication to the people or to their fan base and say that this is how we are going to conduct by-elections that we have. People just, very few people were following the by-election that was happening until today. The results were announced, and now the UDA has won all the by-elections that we have. So I think is a wake-up call to the united opposition. If they are having hope that there are alternative government in waiting, or they want to compete President William Ruto. That is. Then you also say that the President William Ruto, is not an ordinary person, especially when it comes to the Kenyan politics. This is somebody that his entire career has been in politics, right from the university to his first employment where he is today, and the system. He has been the system of Moi. He worked with Raila, he worked with Uhuru Kenyatta. Almost he has worked with all these people, so he knows where the loopholes are. So I think the united opposition should pull up their socks and also get the data that has come from the results, the result of this by-election to be their starting point, and have their strategic team to use that data and see where their weaknesses are and see where their strengths are, so that they can come out strong for them to go into this competition. Because this competition is not going to be won, especially on the rallies. This competition is going to be won on the ballot. And you talked of also transactional politics, where money exchange hands at high rate. So that are some of the things that they will be competing with. That's what I can say.
I think, Ben, you are absolutely.
Bwana Mzalendo, let me get in a little bit on that one, alafu I leave it to you.
Uko area.
Wacha niweke, then I leave it to you.
No.
There is something I wanted to comment about this fake win, because let me tell you, Ruto is trying to show a fake win, because with this fake win, he can now project himself as a person who can easily win the election. But there is something we are forgetting, even as we try to say that Ruto is getting now these chances. Are these wins believable? These are some of the things we need to ask ourselves. Like, for example, if you go to, do Kenyans believe that Ruto is winning this election? Are they convinced that in ile uchaguzi Ruto ameshinda fairly and squarely? That is something we need to interrogate. Then another thing, there is some dynamics. Better election can easily be manipulated, because Better is a bit, especially those places where we have been having those two by-elections, they are a little bit marginalized, and that is why they triggered those by-elections in those areas. If a by-election was done in the larger Mount Kenya area, like a place in Nyeri, a place in Murang'a, a place in Kiambu, and opposition loses, then I will agree we are not okay. But a loss in Mbeere, somehow I can take it, because Mbeere politics is too much to crans na vitu zingine. A loss in Mbeere, I can take it. And by the way, there is something which Ruto should understand. Ruto should understand that huyu mtu wa UDA ameshinda ni mtu wa UDA Mbeere. Kuna difference ya UDA wakiwa wanapigia Ruto in Mbeere.
I don't know, Ama, there is a difference between a UDA person who is a Kikuyu na akona watu wao huko and Ruto vying in the same place. Ujue Ruto wana watu wao huko. So, mtu anaweza simama na UDA ini Kikuyu na apate kura 200. Naye Ruto apate kura 10. Those are also dynamics because, and Ruto should not celebrate that he is winning an election because he is winning seats. Kuna difference ya Njiro in Mbeere and Ruto in Mbeere. There is a difference. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Njiro, before you leave, let me just tell you something. There's what I hope you know what we call the perception in politics. And when we're talking about perception, you have to look at the larger population. This is where we have what we call the political halites. And the political halites are people who can question, especially the results, and point out some other forces, especially, let's say that we are looking at how did he win in these places? Were there bribery or were there staffing? And you can prove that. These are the political elites. They will ask those questions. But we have the masses. The masses, especially, who are the majority, they are not very, 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 they're not very, very encouraged, especially to know the facts. They are going with the perception. Provided that it is masses, they will not ask the facts, how he won or how he lost the election. What do they know that we've won? So when you are talking about believability, that are there people who are believing that the president is winning, you will find that the majority of them might be masses. That's why in the first place I told you, we have to look at the voters. What is the voter saying, and what is their perception? Yeah, and now you talk about their believability. Majority of them are the mass. Go to the internet, especially right now, and look at what the surrogates or the bloggers that are aligned to UDA, what they are doing. That is what the stuff that they are putting on the internet. And when they do that, majority of people who do not want to know the facts, they have that believability. So the question is, how can now then the united opposition encounter that to make sure that the win that President William Ruto is getting, they are not very genuine wins? It will take the work of the opposition or those who are going to run against President William Ruto to demystify or to deconstruct that winning to their fan base and make other people to believe it is not true.
I think Ben, wow, yes, you are here now.
I'm driving home, but
okay, karibu, Sema.
I wanted to get home before I comment, but I will not let Njiru get away with what he has said. Let me say this: I have never had a flimsy submission in regard to contestation, political contestation, with the worst lame excuse. Kama hiyo Njiru amepeana. I don't know if you guys listened to Njiru with a shock. I mean,
no.
Hold on. I don't know if Njiru is a professor, bro. Like, Njiru is telling me, I want to get Njiru here because yesterday he questioned Themba's, trail of thoughts. Njiru is saying that Ruto should know he should not celebrate hao watu wa UDA wako kwetu wamempigia ni watu wetu, sio watu wa kwao. I mean, what argument is that? Did you hear Njiru say that? They are our locals. My friend, did you hear that?
No, it's called flipping.
Nimesema
Flipping.
there is difference between ngoja kidogo Budi, I have to align this. Nimesema there is a difference between Mureithi vying with UDA in Embu and Ruto vying with UDA in Embu. Those are two explicit people.
There is no difference, my brother. The vehicle to power is political power. The vehicle to power is political parties. And anybody voting for UDA knows very well they're empowering Ruto. When you say that empowering Ruto in our region is not empowering Ruto in the national line, what are you talking about, my friend? Any vote, anywhere that is casted and given to Ruto, in spite and despite where and how and through who, only makes Ruto powerful. So you have just acknowledged here, yes, that obviously we voted and it's UDA we have voted for, but we are in denial that that power ends up with Ruto. That's what you're saying. If you want Ruto to go home, as we have said it's one term, I think that is the most glimpsy excuse that I've ever had. You either get UDA totally out of your area, or any vote you give him, be it 10, 7, 20%, still reflects on him. If you give him a member of parliament, chances are, even if I was a politician, and I've always said here without a lie, if I become a politician, I will not become a politician like Uhuru. If I go to politics, I will be William Samoei Ruto. I will be vicious like William Samoei Ruto. And if you don't know how he thinks, if you don't know the dark psychology of Ruto, that is where then you go wrong on how he's going to win again. Then he's going to give you candidates that you people are going to say, this is our candidate, even if he's in UDA, we are not voting for Ruto, but you know, he's our candidate, he's our man, but he ends up getting the 30 or 17% that he wants, and he will become the president. So I don't know what argument you have there by saying what were UDA wa Mbere, sijui ni wa Mureithi, ni wa kwenu sio wa Ruto. I don't know what you're talking about.
Alex, anyway, thank you for your submission. And even me, when I heard what Njiru said, in politics, called flipping, trying to change the narrative in a way that, hey, you know, this is embarrassing, but what can we do about it? Let us claim that, you know, the person that you have voted in, alipigiwa tu kura kwa sababu ni wa kwetu. Yeah, ni wa kwetu. But at the end of the day, which political party won that election? It is UDA. And UDA has swept all the 4 by-elections. It's not even in Central alone, even in Western. In Kakamega, UDA won. In Isiolo, UDA won. Now in Central, it has won. That is a wake-up call to the opposition. I was saying here yesterday that Gachagua does not translate to numbers. What William Ruto will do next, and this is scripted, William Ruto will go to Central and ask them just one question. I told you that these guys, I can beat them. You just saw the results. There are people who are still sitting on the fence, undecided who they are going to vote for. They'll say, there are people who also want to be on the winning side. People like Wamuchomba, they want to be on the winning side. There are people who, in politics, they want to be on the winning side. If DCP has not consolidated all their members of parliament. Nowadays I don't see that guy with the long hair. Ule alikuwa mrasta namna hii. What was his name? I don't know whether you've noticed that.
Anaitwa Medho.
Where is Medho?
No, alikuwa Kisii. I think you didn't follow Kisii. He was high. He was heavily in Kisii.
I don't. He was very vocal, but I can tell you that the momentum is going down. So that is the danger. That is the
Hebu
danger.
nikuulize kidogo bwana Afrika, because I know ni kama muna argue na hiyo point yangu, but that point of mine is a very advanced point. Ukiketi chini uianalyze, you will come to understand the gist of it.
Ebu irudie tu vile umesema.
Okay, before I repeat it, kuna kitu nataka kukuuliza hapa. Mujaluo, ni swali tu nakuuliza, Mujaluo akisimama na UDA, tuseme there is a ward or a constituency in Arego Usonga, ama ni ama Usenge, somewhere like na uko Mbondo. Mujaluo asimame na UDA Mbondo. Mujaluo akisimama na UDA Mbondo, so definitely huyo jamaa anapigiwa kura, na then pia Ruto anapigiwa kura. Hypothetically, nani anapatanga kura mingi? Nani atapata kura mingi?
Mwenye atapata kura mingi ni that guy in that place. And also you have to, something that also you have to look at it, Njiru, when you're looking for presidential vote. Remember that is only a ward. But when you look at the constituency, because how many will he get in the constituency? You know, that is something that you have to look at. This is
that's why brother Ben, please. You know what Njiru has said is very, very controversial. And I can give him example where the candidate got more votes than the presidential candidate. Senator Sifuna, do you know the story of Senator Sifuna? Mike Sonko, there are many. They got more votes than their presidential candidate.
That's what Anyang Nyong is one of them. Anyang Nyong is one of them. Yeah. So but let me take you see. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, what I mean is that it is not necessarily that simply because mutu wa UDA, okay, let's assume the votes were not stolen. I'm putting an assumption. We know they have been stolen. But Ruto should not go and celebrate thinking that now, sababu kuna mutu wa UDA amechaguliwa in Embu, automatically kura ya Embu inamuendea. Those things are not transferable. And that's why I've said here, there is a difference between voting for, okay, wacha nisiseme Osoro. There is a difference between, okay, wacha niseme Osoro. There is a difference between voting for Osoro in Kisii and voting for Ruto in Kisii. Those two things are independent variables statistically. There is one which has a shrinking factor. What I mean is, what we are supposed to do is we are supposed to minimize the votes which Ruto is going to get in our areas. We should minimize them. But Ruto should not go and celebrate and say, sababu Mureithi wa UDA amechaguliwa Embu, yeye anashinda Embu. He has a chunk of votes, I don't deny, but we can minimize those votes. So the question is, how do we now suppress these UDA candidates? Because these UDA candidates, if they get too much votes, because kama candidate wa UDA akipata 80%, Ruto anaweza pata 30. So how do we suppress the votes here, how our UDA candidates equal close to 10 or 15%? And that is what we have been doing perennially.
So let me tell you how to suppress that. Yeah? Can I give you the good answer? The good answer for you to suppress that, look at the data that has come from that election. Then from there, look at what were your weakest point. What did you not do right? Then from there, give it to your strategic team and work on it. That is, and remember, Njiru, especially when you're talking about minimizing on him how to get votes. And the other guy who is the native of that area is going to get more votes. But now you're looking at it nationally, because there's a percentage that if he gets, especially, let's say like we are looking at the entire Mount Kenya. Let's say that the people around there, those who are running on the UDA, they get more numbers. Then president get a percentage that is favorable. That percentage that is favorable can make him become a president. So every win that has happened today, president has to celebrate. He cannot, the UDA has to celebrate that, because that is a big win for them, especially looking at how it has been perceived on them on the ground that the administration is not doing a good job, yet there's still junk of people, or a few percentage of people still believe in the administration. So that one gives them energy.
You see, Ben, the sad bit about it, I don't know whether I've been looking at the wrong news clips or what. I didn't see these people campaigning for their candidates anywhere. The opposition, even maybe even UDA, I didn't see the campaigns for these by-elections. I didn't see as much as we are saying that the opposition is now, if election, yesterday I asked another question here, but people really got mad. If elections were held today, who do you think will win? I didn't know that there was an election that results that were going to come today. And that question has been answered. If elections
Before my
were...
point evaporates, because I think my point might evaporate,
Yes.
hold on there, because you are in the house. Yesterday there were two things we were talking, and I want to take this with you. If this is the advanced logic that Njiru is talking about, then I am afraid that we are dead on arrival. Okay? Now, let's look vis-a-vis what Ruto has done completely since 2008. He locked out everybody from Rift Valley. He left the remnants of Kanu because of the regimes that were there. And you understand that Moi was actually favored by who? By the Kenyattas, because of the proximity between those families and their wealth issues, okay? Because they were brought together because of fear of wealth. But what has Ruto done in the Rift Valley? Completely eradicated anything that is called opposition. The other day, we just went there on a stopover. Cheriot went back there and said it cannot be. Now, when Ruto was seeking for the presidency, there is an interview that he did outside his house. And he brought this lady who actually had Q&A from Ruto himself. This is what Ruto said. I want you to go back and listen to that. He said, I've been a director of election in the Kanu. Then he went to say all his history on how he has participated on getting candidates that will put him to power. And he ended up with this punchline. I don't care how close you are with me. If you are not helping me get to power, I will purge you out. Kostani was the first one to be taken down by Kotimoja. You remember that? So, Ruto understands the advanced logic of people like Njiru who think they are ahead of him. He will give you the candidates that will allow him to get the small percentage that will allow him to be declared the presidency. In the past few elections, nobody won by 1 million votes. It's a mere 200,000. So Njiru is playing with that number again. Unalewa. And Ruto is sitting pretty happy when people think that that's an advanced logic. There is no advancement in that. You must seal the loopholes or forget about it. Seal or forget about it. Why? Because elections are declared by a mere 200,000. And if you are going to play that narrative again, then we are headed nowhere. If you look at the by-elections of Mbeere, one of the few people who said this is a mistake by Muturi demanding that DCP leave for him, the Mbeere. We cried and told the Kikuyu people that is a mistake. It is time for DCP to shine. We don't care about this Muturi. Whether he will remain with us or not, we don't want to know that. Wacha aende huko mlima aende kufanya nini? Kuomba. Oh, it's a good thing. It is a. There was nothing good in it. Ruto suffocates everybody. Yesterday we had a talk here. Mzalendo, you told us, and I asked you a question, and this is the reason I asked the question. The same reason I asked the question. Why is it Baba has a history that the most and the closest people to him, it doesn't matter what you're doing with him. It doesn't matter how much money you have. But when he realizes you cannot win an election, he will not take a chance. He denied Edwin Awalo a chance in Kibra when Okoth died. He denied Jakakimba when Ojwang died. He denied Karuri Omondi, and Karuri Omondi was bitter, did not give the $2 million, and Raila told him, to hell with your money. All I need is a win. Okay? Why? Because he understood how to guard the what? Your base. So if you cannot guard your base by just telling us that, you know what, voting for this does not mean for the, I mean, it doesn't matter, Njiru, how good you are going to play that. What Ruto needs is to take only 40, 50, 60, 200,000, and that perspective inapelekwa uko Bomas once it declared, and you say, but unajua ule hata kama alishinda kwa UDA tunampenda kwa ground. It doesn't matter if you like somebody and is in the UDA. And that's the mistakes you have said. Kangata is going to vie again with the UDA in Muranga and is going to win. And this is what Themba was saying yesterday. How many counties are you guys going to win? When we are looking at 24, strategically, Themba was right. And I told Themba yesterday that when we are arguing on that point of view, you are right. But the ground, to be honest, doesn't want Ruto. So it is high time for the political leaders to understand that we are not going to play these games. In 2002, Nyachai had to win all seats in Kisii. All seats in Kisii. But we did not play with the presidency because we understood we want Moi out. So we couldn't give Nyachai the presidency again because we knew he was not going anywhere. But when it came to seats, we gave him everything. It doesn't matter. Ilikuwa mbuzi, ilikuwa mosquito, we gave everything. And that is the only way to suffocate Ruto from the mountain. But if you say this is an advanced logic that huyu mtu amependwa lakini wa UDA, lakini ni ground ni mtu wetu hata kama ako UDA, forget about the presidency, period. That is not advanced logic.
Nithawa Budi, I get what you are saying about that. So let me ask you another question. Now, Muturi has grabbed in 2 elections now. Whether ameibiwa ama hajaibiwa, so let me put that factor constant. Why is Muturi still, why did we insist on Muturi on 2 elections? Because tu bado tu inakaa tu hiyo DP ndio ina, like, is there something we are learning? Like, we have given DP 2 opportunities and the 2 opportunities have gone into waste. What are we learning here? What are we learning here? Wataanzia kusema sasa hapa DP ndio itasimama, kwingine sijui ni gani, and then kwingine ni Jubilee atasimama, kwingine ni PLP, and then we end up with no seat. So what is the best formula here? Kila chama iende ijitafutie, we apply the scavenging concept, or what should we do?
Maybe to answer, I don't know whether...
No, Njiru, and then I will get in the house after that. Njiru, do you think Ruto can agree to the concept you are saying that kuna watu Bomet kidogo wanapenda Rigathi Gachagua, sasa hata kama sio hivyo sisi tutaenda tumpe UMCA, lakini bado tutapigia tu Ruto kura? Do you think UDA can negotiate on that? UDA could not even negotiate with Mudavadi in his home yard. They went blazing and they took the MCA, the member of parliament, and and everything that they wanted. These are carnivorous. These are not vegetarians when it comes to politics. They will eat anything to remain alive. And Ruto was very clear. Kuna wakati unafanya hivi hivi ukichukua uongozi, then you deal with this. So after amechukua, you could have dealt with that before. You want to tell me now ameshachukua uongozi, you think now it will be easier than before? Let me tell you, we are on a steep than where we were last time. And if we have to make it in Njiru, hakuna kitu ya strategy of negotiation hapa. You become rigid to the core. And that is what happened when Matiba was there. That's why Moi was scared. But today, if Moi was alive, he would be more happier because the mountain doesn't seem to know what it wants anyway. Democracy is not selling your soul in many parties. Democracy then becomes a myth. Democracy understanding power must be consolidated. And power to be consolidated, it is through one penal code. You either choose Nikashagwa na kila kitu Nikashagwa, then, and let me tell you, if that is how you people are going to do, then I am starting to believe what this guy has been selling here all the time, that he believes that Gachagua wants to get the seats so that the person who gets the second most seats, then he can govern with Ruto. If that is the idea we are talking about here. But if the idea is to get Ruto out, he has to be suffocated. Totally. Hakuna njia nyingine. Njiru. It doesn't matter how you want to coin it. It doesn't matter how different you want to look at it. You have to see how Ruto ascended to be where he is and how he's maintaining his base by all necessary means. And if the mountain is not going to do that, then let's forget it. Because the whole of Kenya is believing that the mountain has eluded who? Ruto. But it seems from talks that, man, they are remnants. And Ruto knows that he's going to pick candidates. We have heard Stone PK here say that he's afraid that Karis might even be bought. So you want to tell me Karis akingia UDA tutasema tu hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. And that's why I said if I was Karis, I will go to UDA and then contest there after all. Why? Because this is how people think. If I want to be in the August house and I'm a person in the mountain, and this is how you people, advanced logic inafikiria, then I will do that. Thank you.
Brother Ben. Brother Ben,
All
you
right.
can say something.
Thank you so much, Zalendo. You know, I told you earlier the perception, perception, especially among the masses, usually wins big time when you look at the political elites who usually believes in facts and factual, or to find out or looking for findings, and they will come and make conclusion using the math and everything. Those are few of them. But something that we have to agree, especially when going in 2027, the opposition, they should know that the person that they're going to compete against is not just an ordinary politician, is one person that has the machineries, especially at his disposal, including the intelligence. So what does it require, especially for the opposition? They need to come up with a well-organized and have a communication center, because they are buying time. Remember, we have almost, actually we do not have time, because like from the look of things, everybody has started campaigning. But right now, as people are campaigning, they do not have any communication center whereby they can organize for their logistics. I spoke about, maybe Alex can weigh in this. I spoke about the 3-day tour of Matiang'i. One thing stood out, and they should learn from it, especially Rigathi Gachagua should learn that from Matiang'i, Natembeya, and Munya, including Kalonzo Musyoka. What they should learn from Matiang'i is about organization. The tour for Matiang'i was well organized. And I think ever since this united opposition came into being, there is no any other rallies that they've had which is successful, well organized, with the one that Matiang'i had, the 3 days tour. That is one. Secondly, another thing also they should now come up with messaging. You know, how can you encounter President William Ruto through messaging? Because if you go by in saying or uttering words that are sometimes are insulting, bearing in mind, like you look at the brand of politics that Rigathi Gachagua is having right now, you know, and how people perception, you know, I'm still talking about perception, how people perceive him and how he talks, you know. So how should they coil their messages? You know, that one will play a bigger role. Then also, Alex spoke about the candidate. What the kind of candidates that you are scouting? You might have 10 candidates who want to vie through your party, but at the same time, you have to be on a scouting mission. You see that the kind of candidate that will add value to your side, especially now, for instance, we are talking of maybe because like the united opposition are banking, especially on Rigathi Gachagua, to deliver Mount Kenya votes. Yes, but who are the candidates that Rigathi Gachagua is going to go with? Who are they scouting? You know, that one will play a major role, especially because sometimes you can give a candidate just in the sake of DCP is very popular in the area, but are the candidates worth the salt? You know, so those are some of the things that they should look at right now when they are organizing themselves. But if they continue to have this kind of messaging whereby they do not have a center whereby they converge, they have these meetings and they move, they will lose it. And before they realize people are on the ballot box, they will be even defeated to choose who is going to be the flag bearer. Yeah, by the time they go, they say, let's go our own ways. And they'll reach a point whereby everybody now wants to have a number of MPs so that they can get exchequer money for the number of members of parliament that you have. You know, that is where they're going to reach. Some of them, by the way, might not even have that idea or ambition of running for presidency, but they want to consolidate so that they have a good number of parliament so that they can get that exchequer. So that is some of the things that the united opposition should look at. But if they continue the way they are going based on the results that have taken place today, then Ruto will beat them very early in the morning.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Ben. And maybe if you have been to the social spaces, you have seen now. I want to give an example of Nyanza. Nyanza, there are those who support the broad-based and they want to be in government. And they are saying that Ruto lazima wagawie awapatie serikali nusu. In quotes, that's what they are selling to the masses. That is a perception that tukiingia hapa tutapatiwa hii serikali ni half, which is a lie. That cannot happen. Now, there is also a group, and this group, there is also a group that are genuinely in UDA. They don't support ODM. They were members of ODM, but they jumped to UDA. That is like Mzalendo in 2022. They jumped into UDA. This group has remained loyal to William Ruto. Now, they also want to vie in ODM strongholds. And Ruto has not addressed this problem. The other day, the Secretary General of UDA said that UDA will field candidates in each and every part of the country, which could be true, but sometimes I think zoning will carry the day. But looking at the way ODM as a political party performed in Kakamega, and the other parties performing in Kakamega, it shows that UDA can beat all these political parties in areas like Kakamega. So where is UDA having its strength? Now, if you go to Gladys Wanga, let me go back to my point. Gladys Wanga is in the broad-based. Our greatest fear is that the ground is not supporting her for 2 terms, but the ground is supporting William Ruto for 2 terms. But ukikuja hapa kwa gubernatorial, they are not saying anything. And she's complaining that UDA members who are loyal to William Ruto are not giving the support as much as they are giving William Ruto the support of 2 terms. They are not singing the chorus of hata yeye kama governor apatiwe 2 terms. So hapa ndio kuna kizungumkuti. How Ruto will navigate and satisfy the UDA members who want to vie, for example, the gubernatorial elections in Homa Bay or any other part that there could be zoning. How is going to satisfy them? How is going to do the same in areas where we have Ford Kenya candidate, and Ford Kenya are insisting that this is our zone, and nationally they are insisting that they are going to field candidates all over. That tells you one thing: the overconfidence of William Ruto going to 2027. And he knows that he doesn't really care. Hizi vita za ODM, nyi piganeni tu hizo vita. At the end of the day, I'll work with the candidate that has won the election. That is somebody who I'll work with. If I win the election, that is somebody who I'll rob in very, very fast. Opposition, on the other hand, they are still struggling on basic things like messaging. They are also struggling on organization. As much as we'd say that they are organized, they are not. They need to be more organized and strategic and understand the politics of numbers. The number when
Bwana Mzalendo kidogo you will continue with your narrative. Nataka kukuuliza swali. Do you think the results of today will deflate especially the events of Nakuru? We understand watu wa upinzani watakuwa Nakuru. Do you think what has happened today could actually pour some cold water on them when it comes to their mobilization moving forward? Or it's a learning lesson and they will be able to tighten where the nuts are loose and actually they can make it?
If I were them, okay, they have already organized for the Nakuru meeting, but ideally they should cancel some of these meetings and re-strategize. and re-strategize because it's not working. Those crowds in Nakuru, they don't translate to votes. So long as we have a Kikuyu who is still supporting William Ruto in UDA, you are going to do nothing there. William Ruto only needs 30% of Nakuru town. Only 30%. William Ruto needs only 30% of Central Province, which he already has. So ile kitu wanangojea ni should the DCP win, they should not get 70% of the votes.
Hiyo ingine iko wapi? Because you are saying you only need 30%.
Hiyo
Where is the
30
bulk of his votes?
The bulk of his votes iko hapa kwa Wameru, hapa kwa Embu, pale Kindiki anatoka. Mali mulishindwa the other time. Hapo ndio kura yake.
And what is the proportionality of that vote vis-a-vis the total volume of votes in Kenya?
You see,
do you want to say that in Meru, Ruto is commanding over 50%? According to your narrative, that is what you say. You want to say like
I can say that if elections were held today, he will win in Meru.
Which Meru? You know, there is Meru and the Tharaka-Nithi. There are two counties in Meru.
Those are so long as Kindiki is associated with anything Marian, Ruto will win.
Have they accepted him as a kingpin?
What they are looking at, look at what you are not looking at. They are looking at Kindiki in 2032. That for the first time, we have a Meru as a DP. And for the first time in 2032, we will have a candidate who has got a very high chance of winning and becoming the president of Kenya. They are not going to leave him to start bargaining for something that they don't have. They will not leave Kindiki and bargain for who? Niambie, waache Kindiki na waanze kutafuta nani? Now, the other force that would have maybe tilted the scale would have been maybe if Ndindi Nyoro was interested in the political game. But Ndindi Nyoro has been aloof. Anajifanya yuko hivi, anatupatia ma strategy na nini, but yuko wapi?
Mzalendo kidogo Mzalendo, I think do you want to say that they will try to project another Mulima Kalenjin hog show of power? Because you do you want to say that because unasema Kindiki is now at the heartbeat of power? Do you know that it is the hog ile kurushiana power ya Mulima na Kalenjin nation? Do you want to tell me that again power returns to Mount Kenya through Kindiki again?
That is the only avenue you have at the moment. Amna ingine, and that is what will tilt the scale in 2027. That is the only avenue, and that is where Rigathi Gachagua will lose. Because Rigathi Gachagua's team, I don't know who will be the deputy running mate, who will be the running mate for the opposition leader ule atachaguliwa kama presidential flag bearer. But so long as atoki Mount Kenya, then that becomes a problem. So long as flag bearer remains Kalonzo and the deputy does not come from Mount Kenya, then that is a problem. And that problem is already there. And if they have a deputy from Central, he must be as popular as Rigiji. And who is this who can marshal Mount Kenya votes at the moment, apart from Rigiji, who again has been tested na ikaonekana hana numbers? Akona crowd lakini hana numbers.
I think that one is propaganda, Bwana Musimamo. Can you differentiate? No, can you differentiate between crowd and numbers?
Crowd and numbers nimetokea mahali watu wengi wananishangilia kama Njiru na nini, lakini saa zile ya kupiga kura, these numbers, they are not translating to the numbers that are needed. A by-election is a very small election. If people are winning with only 5,000, 4,000, you can mobilize. You can even pay everybody 2,000, 2,000 to go and vote for you. But they can't do that. By-election ni kitu kidogo sana. By-election is a standard measure. It's the smallest election. Unaona, imagine, this is the smallest unit of an election called a by-election, where the turnout is very low. Turnout is very, very low. And compare it to a national election where you have to go to all the 6,000 plus polling points. Na uweze kuenda ku make sure that everything is in order. And you have a by-election in your own backyard, na bado unaenda unashindwa hapo. It's like Raila Odinga, it is prime. Saa zile ako na watu wengi, anaenda anashindwa by-election pale, anashindwa na opposition, anashindwa na by-election pale karibu na, anashindwa by-election pale Siaya ama Homa Bay. And then inafuata tena by-election ingine ya hapo hapo karibu na kwake, tena anaenda na chapwa, ananyoroshwa. Tena inaenda ingine, area ingine kama Isiolo, mali ingine tena anaenda na chapwa. There needs to be something that you're doing absolutely wrong, and you need to change. Otherwise, tutakuwa tunajidanganya. Gachagua needs to change. Ama J. Alex.
Yeah,
I don't think Gachagua has any problem when it comes to the united opposition. I think we, the electorate, must understand that we must dictate the narrative. And if we leave the narrative to be drawn by the politician, anybody who has decided to go into politics, majorly, either is fighting to make true changes, and few people, politicians, do that. But once you get into that August house, or when your proximity to power is closer, you become a privileged minority. And that is what we, the electorate, are so divorced from. Every member of parliament and a politician that is serving is a privileged minority in our country. Whether they like it or not, they have a different healthcare. Whether they like or not, they have bodyguards. That is why they make noise when these bodyguards are removed. So if we cannot direct a narrative so that they will follow behind and understand how we want power to be taken, then it will be easy for us to blame politicians. Yet, we ourselves, we are acting like we are not ready to have power. For instance, what Jiru just said might be subtle into him, and he may think that that is a strategy. Or, after all, we did not vote for Ruto. We only voted for our own son and our tribesman. We didn't vote for him. But as he represents you through UDA in parliament, he subscribes to the UDA manifesto, which originally you did not vote for. So in the end, you are contradicting your values and your narrative by acknowledging to perpetuate somebody's narrative. And I think here, we are here discussing politicians, and yet our mindset in regard to power is limited. And this is where I agree with Ruto most of the time, that Ruto understands how to get power. He has even, one problem Ruto has is he will tell you what he plans to do. And sometimes we have thought that the guy is delusional. You know, Ruto told us some statement in the last elections, and we thought the guy, honestly, anaenda kujiua, the way Atuli was lying to us. The guy told us, hata mukieka Oburu Odinga today. And it looks like Oburu Odinga, that prophecy has come into fruition. I don't know why he used the name Oburu Odinga. And yet we are still not believing it. So the thing is this, for me, I'm still perturbed that we cannot take direction and set the narrative and stick our feet into it so that he can understand what we truly want. And I've come to believe the guy is saying the truth, that we don't even know what we want. As for me, if the mountain, which we are banking on as a country, because there's this narrative that the mountain is the biggest voting bloc in the country. And it has been built, even when I disagree with it. I've disagreed with Julia several times. I've said, look, I think the Luyas, especially Kakamega County, I'm not sure. Maybe they don't vote. Maybe census in Aletonga Shida. I'm not sure what it is, but Kakamega, I don't know. Maybe you guys can help me. Sometimes I believe that Kakamega, in terms of the electorate, is bigger than Kiambu. Maybe because shortly I worked in the Bureau of Statistics in Kenya a couple of years ago, and I was shocked that Kakamega, I mean, they're too fertile. Now that electorally, the Kikuyus have the highest voting bloc in the Republic of Kenya. Our strategy is, if that gets out of Ruto completely, then we have a chance. And that is the same thing we were saying yesterday, and Raila said it before, that prior to Uhuru being announced by Moi, his preferred candidate was Nyachai. But now that Uhuru was brought in, and we saw people like Njenga Karume and other people who used actually to bankroll the DP, now came to the side of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Raila had to make a strategic unconventional decision. And we set the narrative. And what happened? We divided the mountain into half. Because had we left the mountain together, whether the mountain hated Moi or not, Moi could have carried the day. And on here, the strategy is simple. Take it to the bank. If the mountain will not vote as a block, totally the way ukienda today, I don't know if you have, you saw here in Kisumu, we did some bullshits last time. Tukaweka Mwindi, tukaweka nani, the other guy, Pia, independence, Amani Ford Kenya, and that we are democratic. Tukaweka Obado the other side. We started acting like we are democratic. I'm telling you, if Ruto plays the same game, then we can play. But Ruto does not play that game. And Jiri, you must understand, you being a Republican very well, Trump went to all debate from the beginning unhinged. He said things that are unpalatable in the stage, in that podium. And even everybody used to wonder if, look, is this guy going to win? He won the nomination. He won the presidency because he did not play by the rules. Ruto does not play by the rules. You want to play by the rules. Democracy is a myth under Ruto. You must hold dictatorship in terms of how you deal with party nomination. Take the best candidate and tell your people this is the only way we can survive, because that's what Ruto has done. He took Kostani down. He took everybody down that he thought could not win, that could bring problems, because he looked at Buzeki, he looked at Kostani, he understood the Marakwet, he understood the Nandis, akapiga hesabu yake, akapata there is no chance ya Kostani, hapo unaleta shida. Hata kama wewe ndio umenitetea hapa Jubilee kuliko mtu yoyote, I'm not taking that chance. That's the mindset of Ruto. However dark psychology it is, he plays by it, he wins by it, he gets declared by it constitutionally. He understands that he's playing within the constitution, but you want to play by kindness. There's no kindness in politics. There is no kindness. Go off your enemy and completely eradicate it. And that is what I'm saying, that if we are going to go with this mindset that Njiru ametuambia, and we are banking on the mountain to deliver, and then we hear that hata kama tunapigia huyu atupigii Ruto, ni mtu wetu tumepigia bado. I mean, that it doesn't make any sense. The Kalenjins don't do that. So I think in here, sisi ndio tuko na shida. Ruto has no problem. Ruto is playing within the rules that he knows he will be declared. We are playing the rules between who we like and how they are close to us, forgetting that power cannot be taken that way. Power is not looking at the people in the village there, how close you are, and it's your relative. You want to take overall power and enjoy and get Ruto out so that everybody can enjoy education, what we want, free education. Everybody can, the paycheck can be relieved, and we can change from Shisha to end back to NHIF. If we want back the education system that we want, we are not going to play by those rules that, huyu ni mtu wetu hapa, tutampigia hata kama ako UDA amane. So I think the biggest problem is not Ruto here. Ruto has understood the panya roots of the politics and is using them very well. Even panya root is a road, as long as you get there.
Aiza, Alex, umesema in politics there are no friends. There are no permanent enemies too. Lazima ukae ukijua. Kashaga wanaweza ungana na Ruto huko mbele. The bottom line.
Bro, if Raila, look, my friend, at least he debated Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. You know, we hated Ruto to the core that he said he will not debate. Remember, we couldn't even debate this guy. But the guy gave him the highest honor. Let me tell you today, and this will hurt many people. If Raila could have died when Uhuru was the president, the people around him would not have allowed Raila to get a state burial. Take it to the bank. Uhuru mwenye angekubali, but the people around him could not. You think about that. But the sworn enemy of Raila gave him a state burial. That's how politics is. And why did he do that? He will use it politically, and he has used it. You know, sometimes I feel like Raila suffered for so long that he deserved that, okay? But it was the prerogative of the president, even if he deserved that. So in the end of the day, that's why you hear Mama Aida is having a soft spot on, of all things. Mama Aida can't even make a decision right now. because how he was treated.
because you know, Mama Aida is a creation of many politicians that you don't know. Raila was creating politicians on this other end, and she was also creating his own allies. So the politicians that have not joined Ruto are probably on our side, and that is what is playing out in ODM. But you said a very important point that Raila would not have been given a state burial if the people who are allied to Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta, they would not have agreed for Raila's state burial. I know where that argument is going, and it is the reality. It is the reality. Our politics has also a lot of hatred in it. People hated as much as people loved him. Raila was hated in the mountain, and the majority of people who support Uhuru Kenyatta come from the mountain region. That is the reality. So even now, people are saying that Uhuru is supporting the opposition. I sincerely doubt, and for what interest? I don't think that he would be wasting his money on the opposition while his brother is also enjoying the goodies of power. Is appointed by William Ruto. So ukiona mtu ana support Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta is in government. He's working with William Ruto. His whole family is with William Ruto. The whole appointment, Kina Mutai Kagwe and all that, Kina Kabogos and all that, those are his buddies. Those are his recommendation. Lakini hapo mnachezewa kagame tu hapo, mnazubaishwa tu. Wacha tuzubae na hii game. But back to what we have been selling, what Njiru has been selling all along, that Gashagwa is very, very strong. Very, very strong, unbeatable. But today you saw the results. This guy cannot deliver for the opposition. The opposition needs new energy. Somebody who can revitalize the movement and cause that euphoric following. Kalonzo has no euphoria. Gachagua the same. They don't have any euphoric following. But the people who can bring that euphoria and shake William Ruto are the young people, the Gen Zs. Those are the only people who can bring change in this country at this moment in time. And they must accept and sit on the back and sit at the back and guide these young people, whether it is Babu Wino, the Sifunas, the Njindini Nyoros. Those are the faces that Kenya wants to see. Those are the faces that can challenge
I
William.
kinda disagree with you when you say Rigathi Gachagua is not strong.
He is not.
Tell
me where he's strong.
On.
How do you measure?
Yeah, let me say this. And this is what even Sifuna will face eventually if they are going to decide to go ahead and propel their ambitions towards power, and I've seen that is going to happen. Now, there is a certain level that, as a politician, you sit pretty because your circumference of political engagement is small, and you are able to deal with it microscopically. Very few people have ascended. I don't think even Uhuru ascended. Uhuru was helped, okay, to ascend there. Case scenario is Baba. Baba ascended to a point whereby he was forced to be everywhere within the country, and he even put a candidate in every ward in the country, to a point that he needed people who were very close to him to help him in this game. Up to a certain point, he did succeed. But his latter years, you saw, and you yourself know right now from the issues of Junet and others, that it was too big for him. Gachagua just found himself in a scenario that is larger than him, and he's learning his lessons because nobody teaches you to be in that position. You have to be in that position so that experience itself nurtures you. So it will be unfair to Gachagua, who actually was like a mayor in the mountain, because before Atolewe deputy governor, there was a section of the mountain who saw him as a Tugege. In fact, he was more hated by the people who actually now believe in him, Njiru being one of them. Okay? And if I was in the mountain too, I could have hated him before on a serious level. But right now, Gachagua is having a goodwill that he did not have, which actually started from the mountain, and it is precipitating and encroaching the whole country. And you saw the love that we gave him in Kisii. You saw the love he's receiving in Bomet. Now, as he gets that, he needs to know the art of coalition making, which is the most delicate art. But Ruto mastered it in a different way. Raila mastered it in a different way. Ruto, it's either his way or the highway. Or he will lie to you once you join him. He will make sure he's done with you. He finishes you. Raila knew how to have a gentleman's agreement. He could tell Musalia, he could tell Chakriti Ngilu, he could tell KBCD. They sit down on a national platform and make a campaign principle, and they come out with the same roles or different roles, but with one agenda. So Gachagua is learning that now. And you want him a jump kutoka kindergarten all the way to PhD. My friend, give Rigathi Gachagua. In fact, Rigathi Gachagua has done so well, according to me, because the role he has played in the last few months, we are not talking about one full term, 5 years. It was after his impeachment. But even after that, you can realize that Ruto had already planted very powerful people within the mountain to fight him. You and me know that in spite and despite of everything, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta will never want Rigathi Gachagua to rise to where he is. And therefore, he is his number one enemy. Despite the fact that sometimes we want emotionally to act like they are together. I don't think Uhuru will ever forgive Rigathi Gachagua for the Northland saga. Those are facts. Now then, we have these small boys who understand that, you know, Nani ameenda too far than they expected. We have the Munyas, we have the Muturis, we have the Moses Kurias, we have the Kiunjuris, and name them. There are so many within the mountain. It's not like they are very happy. So for Rigathi Gachagua to have consolidated the mountain to where he is today, in less than 2 years. And unless you are extremely biased, extremely biased, then you cannot see. But for me, I think Rigathi Gachagua has done better in a short time without the help of anybody. Raw, organic himself, from bootstrap, from impeachment to where he is today, is capable of sitting in TikTok and speaking to communities from the Kisii to the Kambas to the Somalis of all people, and the other day the Kalenjins. You tell me who has been able to do that. The only closest person who has come there is Baba. And you remember the last interview Baba had, was it in NTV? He couldn't even amass 100,000 in 4 days. And I think Jiru asked, what is going on with Baba here? He couldn't even. We went back to watch that thing over and over and over and over. You know how many people have watched it? But look at it's. You may call it a euphoria, but somehow I do believe that he is headed in the right direction. Secondly, I don't think Gachagua has people who have openly come out to bankroll him. The way Baba had the goodwill of people like Jimmy Wanjigi, okay, who are not his tribesmen, but who could come. I haven't seen a person from Luyaland like Juma, what was his name? The people like Juma, people like Jirongo, people who are people like Absuad, or I don't know what his name, people like this guy who wanted to run for governorship of Mombasa. Baba had many bankrollers within the country, but Rigathi Gachagua is single-handedly bankrolling his staff. And for me, when we look at how political events are extremely expensive, and yet he's able to be on the headline on a daily basis, you have to be extremely biased to say that you don't see where the guy is headed. So from those gauges, for me, a guy who Ruto and the UDA and even a section of ODM believed that immediately after impeachment, there is no place the guy could go. Today, if Rigathi Gachagua went to Kondele, you tell me, he will find people to speak to. And there are people who obviously, like me, who did not listen to him a few years ago, are willing to sit down and actually talk with him and listen to him. And even make sacrifices. So if you cannot see that, then I think then you don't see the journey of William Samoei Ruto. How when Kikuyus, you know, we on the wing of ODM, when we said, can Kikuyus accept Ruto? Atakama, can Kikuyus and the Kalenjins really sit down and make a deal and go for presidency? We were delusional that that will never happen. We were very delusional. You remember that? It happened. They went. They won. History has proved to me that that which you think will not work is that which works. Who knew that Ruto could become the president of the Republic of Kenya? Who knew? Before Kalonzo? Before Raila? And who knew the guy who burnt people in Kiambaa Church with evidence, took somebody's land, went to court, went to Hague, could be voted by the same people? You judge Rigathi Gachagua so wrongly, yet we have a living proof in our own eyes. So for me, if you're biased, that's your problem. For me, I've seen the progress Rigathi Gachagua has made across the country with the Maasais, You people are not seeing that he won an MCA seat in the Maasai community. You don't want to look that. You know, you're tone deaf to that. You're blind to that. All you're looking at are where Ruto actually is fighting him with billions of money. Billions of money in Mbere just to prove a point. And they end up mistreating people. You know, we don't want to talk about what transpired for this guy to even be announced. In that room where election was pronounced, what happened? You people don't want to look the whole process. You just want to say he was pronounced. But the process, you don't want to look at it. UDA never won these seats the way you want to prepare. And if they could win these seats, they wouldn't be behaving the way they are behaving. Yeah.
Anithawa, thank you. We appreciate. So I want us, we still continue diving deep on these issues where we are, let me call it in quote as I bring Morage, this idea of losing elections, yet our ground looks very deep to shaskiliza ground. What are we missing? Ni kura yetu inaibiwa sana? What is the issue? Today we could not even convert a single seat. At least the other by election it was better. Obviously, si ati ni watu hatuna. Maybe Mwarage, you can help me understand. Is it, and by the way, you have not talked about the system, na nitataka uongea about the system. What is wrong with us? Go ahead.
Hello. I don't think there is anything wrong with us. What I would want to say expressly is that fighting the government machinery, which has a limited size of a pass on the local elections that are happening, it becomes very hard for the opposition to win. Unfortunately, Kenyans are really swayed by money. A good proportion of them, I'm not saying all of them, a good proportion are swayed by the little money that will be dished out in the morning of the campaign, or they are being coerced, go with your phones, take a photo of your photo and come for 5,000 when you're coming out of the polling station. That is what they're doing. It is very difficult to fight with money. Okay, when it comes to the bigger picture, the general elections, I don't think the government will have that capacity of actually supervising the rigging like man to man. So I don't think there's anything wrong with us, zero. This one I'm not worried about. Even like today, they did not convert any seat. I'm not worried about 2027. Okay, what I wanted to comment is about this gentleman who has said that he does not think that Gachagua is strong. I remember when Gachagua was being impeached, he was given 2 weeks to be forgotten and thrown into whatever they call the Kaburi ya Sahau. They had given him 2 weeks. But let's see, what is the barometer of strength in politics in Kenya? Is it the person that appears on every headline every day, a guy who can walk in every neighborhood and have a very big crowd listening to him, shouting what he wants them to do? Is this the guy you are saying is not strong? What is strength? What is the political strength that you would want to see? Today I saw Ruto being ignored in Kiambu by people. People were just going about their own business when the president was making a speech. He is losing the ground. But if an election was still far, there was a simple election to be done there, possibly he will still win. Because when you bring the government, you bring the police, you bring those guys who are bankrolling these guys, he will still win. But come general elections, he can't have the capacity to do that on a national level. I don't think he can do that. Gachagua is very strong. Whoever wants to belittle him, he is very strong. And I was not a fan of Gachagua. In fact, you just need to look at the history. If Gachagua was able to sell Ruto in the mountain in the 2022, Gachagua is no joke. This guy knows how to do things, political things. He is a strong guy. What will happen after all this? We can't predict. I think what I expect is that if these guys will continue with the talk and they continue to convince us that they'll come together at the end of the game, I'm not worried that Ruto will come back. But if they break, if they will go separate ways in the last moments, and that's what happens in politics, unfortunately, in Kenya, or they go and disagree, then we have like 5 presidential candidates. That's how Ruto would come back. But if they go the way they are swearing to us, tutatoa mtu mmoja nini nini nini, ikiwa ni Kalonzo tutakubali, ikiwa ni Matiang'i tutakubali, if it is whatever. If they go by that, and by the way, Gachagua doesn't even look like he's fighting to be the president. I think he knows it's a tall order. He doesn't look like he's fighting for that. He's just there to revenge his exit, or he's being chased away. He looks like he is enjoying his time. He's having a time of his life, punishing Ruto and actually playing it hard for him. So what was your question, Jiro? I can't hear you.
George, I'm losing you. Go ahead.
It's you I couldn't hear. I was asking what was your question. I think I forgot what you asked.
Yeah, my question was 2 by-elections, 2 seasons of by-election have been done. And today we were not declared winners in our perceived strongholds. My question is,
what were the margins?
There is one which I have seen 50-29, another one 50, I think 40-50. So the question which I'm asking, is there something we are not doing? Sorry, like I know there could be rigging and other things, but what are we not doing?
I think, and I have just said that I don't think there is nothing that we are not doing. We are doing our best. It's only that it's very difficult to be able to defeat the government machinery. You see, if they bring the police, they intimidate people right from the doorstep of your home to the polling station. And of course, they're rigging. It becomes very difficult to win for now. But when it comes to the bigger picture, the whole nation, when they go to elections, I think the government will not be able to intimidate people at that degree. Today, they can be able to bring a whole battalion to a polling station or a small, whatever, what do you call it? The polling station, they can be able to bring enough police and enough people to do the rigging, and then enough goons to intimidate everybody. That one they can be able to do at that level. On a national level, I don't think they have that capacity. Yeah. Again, we Kenyans, because I always try to include myself here, not to look harsh. We are easily coerced by money. There are people who actually make up their mind that morning just because they received one $500 note or 200 shillings for the day, and they'll vote for you. That happens, unfortunately.
So, Morage, are you saying that they cannot be able to pilot it in the whole country? So, are you saying like we should not worry of what is happening? Ruto has no capacity to steal in the main election. Is that what you're saying?
Let me say personally, I'm not worried about 2027. If the current kind of politics still continue and the cooperation between the opposition continues, I'm not worried about 2027 because there is no way. We do not have the police capacity to man all the polling stations in the republic for one candidate. It's not possible. He can be able to do it how he is doing it right now.
But you see, he can ignore courage in areas because he knows courage in areas. He just needs to goonalize specific areas. It doesn't. You don't need to goonalize everywhere. You just goonalize where your odds are not good.
But that's what I'm telling you, Jiro. This time he's using the goons to get to get the seats, just to look good. That is what he's doing. And I'm telling you, it's not possible to do the same on a national level. I mean, when there's a general election, he can't be able to do such.
Let me
that
ask you a
time,
question.
maybe scientifically, that time we might get scientific results on a national level as opposed to local elections.
And could that be the system? The electoral system is still the one which is stealing the election.
I mean, in Kenya, I think even if you bring a Jumaiko to be the returning officer, the election will still be stolen. Whether you blame the system or what, there is, I mean, the system is one of the most expensive systems in the world. We have ballot papers that come with more security features than the currency we use. We have enough forms that I need to go through those stages, and all those stages are actually stages which are meant for rigging, because there is no way we shall be able to go back and check those forms critically, because we are told form that 2A CU 32B does not correspond with this. Who is going to do that audit anywhere? And I don't think we do audits for elections anyway. So that is how we end up losing elections. Then the other thing is, us, we can blame ourselves, because why do we help people to rig? Just because you are given money, or you have allegiance to your tribesmen, that's why you rig, or you are person Mutwetu? Seriously, the problem is still us. I don't know whether I'm making sense to you.
Me, I'm fearing that we do all this work alafu kura yetu ibue rahisi. That is my worry. Like, what are we going to do to prevent the steal? Because they will attempt. I don't know if.
Alonjiro, can you hear me?
Yes.
Stealing will still happen, whether we like it or not. Stealing will happen. The question is what degree of stealing that will happen to bring whatever results that will come out of the stealing. Stealing in Kenya will happen every day. Unfortunately.
George,
yes,
and Njiru, let us work with numbers, and let us work with statistics. In the last election, do you know the percentages that Ruto got in the counties that he won compared to Raila? He was beating in each and every county. Most of the county, Ruto was getting almost 90% of the votes. 90%. You can imagine Ruto getting 90% of the votes in most of the counties that he won. In Wasingishu, in Nandi, he got 91. In Elgeyo, whatever.
Are you talking about voter turnout, or 90% of cast votes goes to him?
Can 90% of the votes that are cast that he won, not turnout. That those are 90. In Nakuru town, Nakuru for example, and Laikipia. Laikipia, he got 70%. Nakuru, he got 66%. In Bungoma, he beat Raila. In northeastern, northeastern, he was getting.
But wait a minute, let me stop you here for a moment. The final tally, Ruto won with only 200,000.
Yes, I mean, true.
So
the final tally.
How does the 90 now count? 90% and whatever you're talking about.
You see, for example, Raila got 15% of 15% in Nyeri, and Ruto got 84%. All these votes, I will give you. I'm giving you Ruto strongholds in 2022. I will also give you Raila strongholds where they cancel out. Ruto did not get the same in Homa Bay, for example, where people voted 90%. So when you look at it that way, you will not get to the answer. You will get to the number of 233,000 votes that Ruto won with, because these counties were cancelling each other. If Ruto was very strong in Nyeri, Raila was very strong in Homa Bay. If Ruto was very strong in Kirinyaga, Raila was very strong in Migori. If Ruto was very strong in Murang'a, Raila was very strong in Kakamega. You see, but now the percentages were differing a bit. So that is how they were cancelling each other. Now, back to my point. From the way we project Gachagua, okay, Gachagua maybe will not be on the ballot as the presidential candidate, but we always say that any opposition leader can win. I want to look at the opposition candidate who can get nearly these numbers that Ruto was getting in these areas. Is there an opposition leader who can get 95% in Kericho? Is there any? Kuna ule anaweza pat in Nyandarua, for example, tuseme tu in let's go to Central. In Central, we have Nyeri, Kirinyaga, Murang'a, Embu, Tharaka Nithi. Tharaka Nithi, let's take Tharaka Nithi. Tharaka Nithi is always having the highest number of votes. Between Ruto and Gachagua, who can prevail in Tharaka Nithi? Or between Ruto and Kalonzo? Between Ruto and Kalonzo, who can win in Tharaka Nithi?
Where are you heading to? What is your? Where are you pointing us to? Because
I am pointing out that there is a fact that Kindiki is on the ballot, and Kalonzo is the presidential candidate. So in Tharaka Nithi, who can win in that election?
I hope you are not taking it as an automatic Ruto.
You see, you can't answer that straightforward question, meaning that you are not very sure of who can win in that particular election. And even if your candidate was going to win, then he's going to win with very, very little margin because of the Kindiki factor. So that is where the elections are won. When you are doubting your candidate, even in your stronghold, then that's a problem. Then that is a very, very big problem. So even when I look at the data and I look at the candidates who are up there, I'm seeing without Baba on the ballot, is there any candidate who can equal what Baba was getting in all these other counties, or even surpass what he was getting in all these other counties that he was so strong in? Because those are counties that are up there for grabs.
And do you think Ruto will be able to grab all of them?
He can flip most of them, majority of them. By the fact that there is this alliance called broad-based, he can flip most of them. That if you can answer that, then you get to answer where then you get to solve the problem of the opposition, what they are going to face in 2027. If they can't flip, for example, in Mombasa, how was Raila performing? Okay, Nairobi, for example. Nairobi, Baba outperformed William Ruto. He got 56% of the votes. Ruto got 41% of the votes. And remember, Gachagua was on the ticket.
Nairobi
Don't
has
you?
nothing to do with Gachagua. Nairobi is very cosmopolitan. You can't start
Sasa,
putting.
you see, that is how you also get it
You
absolutely
can't
wrong.
classify Nairobi on tribal basis. Nairobi is very cosmopolitan.
Nairobi is cosmopolitan, but Nairobi is also. Why does Gachagua talk about kabila yangu ndio iko na biashara hapa na Nairobi lazima tuchukue? What is he talking about? He's talking about tribe. What is he talking about? When you are talking Nairobi is cosmopolitan, your candidate is talking about tribe. What are you saying?
Are you blaming me for having the knowledge to know that Nairobi is more cosmopolitan and Gachagua is talking the other way?
No, not that. Not
Now,
you
me, I'm telling you what I appreciate is that Nairobi, you can't count Nairobi on tribal lines, period. So don't tell me that Gachagua is saying Nairobi is whatever. That's one thing.
So okay, fine. Nairobi is very cosmopolitan. It will vote in a cosmopolitan way,
Yes.
meaning that it can lean either side,
Very
depending
well.
on how you wake up. Yeah, if you feel that this guy is selling
Yeah,
the
and
policies the
how
correct
many
way,
schools can be able to mobilize? Because that will
goons,
become part of that.
goons tu ni goons hawapigi kura, hawana kura mingi. Sasa ni magoons ngapi utamobilize wa kupigia kura?
They don't vote. They don't even have that thing you are calling the vote. They just disrupt.
They just intimidate na this. They just cause some fear that
They cause
ukienda kupiga kura
and somebody who does not want. Kama mimi sasa nikiona mahali nikiona my station kuna vita, you think I will go to there to vote? However much I would like to. I won't.
Unakumbuka goons walitokea wakati Gen Z walikuwa, what happened to them?
Yeah. People die.
Yeah, walifukuzwa. So numbers ni kutokelezea tu na numbers, na hizo goons ni wachache sana. There are not so many. Ni wachache sana.
Now that's what I was saying. On a national field, on the day of the general election, those goons, because this time they get the support from the police. We do not have a police capacity to be able to support goons everywhere in Kenya. We don't have that capacity.
You're right.
The population of police vis-a-vis the population, I mean the density, population density compared with the number of police cannot be able to handle that kind of intimidation, the one they are able to carry out now.
George,
so that is a factor of losing elections today.
George, let me ask you, why was Raila Odinga very strong in urban centers like Nairobi, Mombasa?
You see, in Kenya, you have to appreciate one thing. Where we have people who are exposed or people who are educated, and I hate using that kind of a word. People who are exposed, people who understand politics like you do and I do, they vote logically. And those people are in the urban centers. Ukienda Gishagi, people will vote according to tribe. Are we together? That is one scientific kind of a thing. If you go to Nairobi, you don't expect mtu akuja anza kusema one term, two term. You will not attract that vote by those slogans. But if you go to Gabartojo, that will work.
I think you read my mind, because you have accepted one fact that wajinga ni wengi kushinda watu waerevu.
Unfortunately. Unfortunately, I hate to use that word. I hate to use the one.
Huyu jamaa Njiru, unasikia what I was telling you?
Somebody who can reason to logic and argue about knowing that when I cast my vote, I'm deciding my life.
Exactly.
That person is not even in some parts of Kiambu, by the way, where we are closest to the most. Unfortunately, that is what happens. That is what happens today. And when we try to educate them, you go to a place like in Kiambu, Gashie. You find those guys 6 in the morning, wamelala hapo nje kwa shopping center. They are all drunk. You look at these people, you feel like you want to cry. And the person they are talking about, nonsense. This guy has no idea what he's talking about just because he was given 200 and that's why he drank there. Anataka ile ya kwenda kufungua lock. That is the problem in Kenya.
Mi nakwambia, when you get now, you are so right, George. Me have been involved in politics. Kuna mahali unafika unapata mtu anakunywa maji na ng'ombe hata na umbwa, then we tell them, me I'm going to give you water, good water, maji ya tap, na nikupampie ikifika kwa nyumba. Anakuambia I have lived with this water for the rest of, for the whole of my life. My grandfather drank this water. My father drank this water and they never died.
There is a person who cast a vote because he saw the helicopter for the first time ikiwa hapo kwa uwanja. And the person who came with that, alikuja na ndege, huyo ndio mtu wetu. That is on tu peke yake.
Wewe unasema helicopter poenda mbali, gari hii 4x4 VX, uliona ile gari alikuja nayo?
Wanaenda na ndege. I hear that the MP
mimi kuna mahali unaangalia tu kuna mahali umeenda campaign, wanakuambia ile hawajawahi ona mwanasiasa but wana vote na smile ya poster. Ile poster inakaa mzuri, ndio huyo ndio watampigia kura. I am telling you. So kwa nyumba wameweka maposter. Sasa ule anakaa mzuri. Wakipata huyu Njiru wako na hizi mandevu zake kubwa, huyu hawezi mpigia kura. Wanaangalia mtu anakaa mzuri ako na smile.
And that is why you see in Kenya, matusi works. The more you are abused, the more you become unpopular. That's why they call Gachagua Mukabila. That is like his name in Rift Valley. Mukabila.
Yani Gachagua mimi nalilia Gachagua sana. Kwa sababu nalilia Gachagua.
No, I'm just giving you an example. I'm giving you an example. The fact now that we call Ruto Kasongo, that could be a reason he will lose one vote somewhere. You know? It's pathetic. Sometimes it doesn't even make sense to make politics in Kenya. It's so hard. It's so hard. I don't know. We are in the 21st century and we are still very illiterate when it comes to decision ya to make political decisions. Because there's somebody who has a very good argument. Even as these people that we call the middle class who are exposed, you'll see if you want to hire a housemaid or a house girl or a watchman for that matter, utamwambia lete kitambulisho, umetoka wapi, unafanya nini, did you work? We will do like the background check. But when it comes to taking that politician out there in the parliament, you don't think of those things. Because that's how you're supposed to think. But we don't do that, unfortunately. Unfortunately, even those people, anyway, the elections this year might be different because the Gen Z might vote, might, because I'm not sure, they might. I'm not so sure those guys are going to vote. Watakuwa tu bado wamejifungia kwa nini na simu, wamejifungia kwa marumu na simu hizi zao. Na sina ubaya na wao. I hope they participate this time in making that decision.
Shida ni they don't have any drive. Hakuna mtu ana drive kupiga kura. That's the problem.
And that's why I am praying to God that Sifuna, because he looks like he's very popular with them, I hope he does a good campaign. Because at least he will attract a few of them.
Our more opposition, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, ndio nilikuwa nakwambia Njiru, the only person who now can attract the votes that the opposition needs is Sifuna and people like Nababo.
So let me ask you a question now. If Sifuna is the one who can bring those critical masses, which position should he play? Should we start considering Sifuna as a principal now?
Yeah, you need to. He needs to be the deputy of someone.
If I was to advise Sifuna, I would tell him, please don't get overtaken and let not power get into your head and think that you want to be the president this time round. Wait for 32.
32 anaingia, is positioning himself well.
Wait for 32. If he plans for 32, he will get in there without kupingwa. But 2027, he might be a spoiler. I hope he would be able just to be content being the senator, or possibly he can agree to take the governorship of Nairobi or any of the whatever. But please, Sifuna, Sikiza, don't take the presidential race.
Sasa Njiru, since wewe unaongea na Gachagua direct, wacha nikupatie strategy ya mwisho na niondoke. Gachagua and the opposition should start keenly talking to Babu Owino.
In terms of what?
Very, very important. In terms of Nairobi.
I think Babu is set for Nairobi. I think he wants to take Nairobi, which is okay.
In terms of Nairobi.
In terms of Nairobi for Babu, it's okay. He can go there.
Yeah, that is a conversation that needs to start. And
like
that is how they need to project.
Don't get deluded that you can be the president this time round. They are still too young, inexperienced.
No. Him is not even looking to be the president. He's looking, and why I'm saying that,
unajua tunaweza kumpaka mafuta aanze kuona kama
George, wacha ngoja kidogo. Why I'm saying Babu should be projected like the governor to be your opposition in Nairobi. This enables opposition to sell easily in Nyanza wakitembea na Babu, because Babu has got that euphoric following. Now, what is being said on the other end is that these guys of the opposition will not vote for Babu and they will not support him. They are only using him. So they should make it a reality that Babu is their candidate for Nairobi. And when Babu becomes the candidate for Nairobi, the equation in Nyanza changes immediately for the opposition. It changes immediately.
That one I agree with you totally.
It changes immediately, and that strategy is the only way that Gachagua, having missed to go to Baba's burial. Unajua Gachagua kwenda matanga ya Baba.
But why would he have gone there and it would have just been chaos?
No, that is now where Ruto beats them all. Unaenda. Leta hiyo chaos ndio watu wanataka. Hiyo ushujaa that you went there na despite watu wote walikukataa ati utaenda, ukaingia pale. Hiyo ndio sasa.
That was the period when Wanga was on Gachagua's case. I think it was a wise decision to just not go.
No, it wasn't a wise one. And even if it was not a wise one at all, that was it means that he was scared. Yani aliogopa.
I think saa ingine in my where I come from tunasema muoga hufika kwao nyumbani jioni. Hata kama atakuwa
hajagongwa na kitu.
Yes. So I think it was a wise decision for him not to go and raffle.
George, leo umetupatia wisdom.
Yeah.
Muoga
hufika kwao jioni kabla na hajachapwa. So I think that was a good decision. That one I don't want to agree with you.
That's interesting. But anyway, Njiru, that's the way it is. Saizi projection lazima waangalie how they can inject more votes and appeal to the younger generation to steer that movement. Otherwise, hiyo siasa bado wanapiga. Naona ni kama
the problem with our young people is that they don't make a concrete decision. They don't have a way forward. Hawana muongozo. They keep on betraying one another. Today they are saying this, the next day they are saying this. And I'll give you a very good example. There's this Morara. He came with a very big force. Alikuwa amekuja style mzuri sana. Then all of a sudden, says, I've researched politics, itaki. The other day, I saw him in Wajir doing the same thing he has been doing. So you can see, there was a time he went to these opposition people in a meeting. Then he walked out with having problems with maybe what was discussed there one day. So that kind of
alisema wana agenda, ati wana agenda. These guys, whatever they're talking
that's the
about.
problem. If they don't have an agenda, sell their agenda there. Talk to them, tell them what you think. I'm sure they can listen to what you're talking about. But unaenda huko umetoka umekasirika unapiga sijui nini, mimi naenda biashara zangu. I mean,
No,
it
he
becomes
was still young. He was still young. He bado anakuzwa pole pole.
And that's why I'm telling you, even somebody like Sifuna needs to kidogo atulie. We like him. He is very effective. He is very good, very articulate, and very whatever. But this time, atulize ball kidogo. He can campaign with the opposition, our idea, because Sifuna also means now the Western vote. Akienda huko akiambia mimi ndio naitwa Sifuna, he can get a lot of votes in Luhya for the opposition. So they need to know how to approach him, talk to him, and let him position himself in whatever he wants to take. Because I'm sure he can be a governor of any county in Goma, Busia, or those things. He can take over a county there very easily. Because he's a popular guy and he works for sure.
Sifuna nafikiri anaweza kuwa deputy president mzuri. I said that Western Kenya is going to determine who becomes the president and who becomes the strongest opposition leader in parliament. Western, if they can consolidate hiyo kura, consolidate tu.
Yeah.
You see, watu wanasahau kitu moja Njiru. Ruto got Mount Kenya block. Akaenda akapata Rift Valley block. Blocks kubwa ngapi? 2.
But of course, this time he's not getting those 2 blocks.
Now those
this time he won't get the 2 blocks.
Nataka mkimaliza hii story, nataka tuingie Nakuru pia, because I want you see what people in Nakuru are saying. And you compare, you contrast.
Nakuru. In fact, today is that is where we are watching today, Nakuru. Let's see what happens today.
Yeah, hebu kwanza niwaekee
peke yake.
Dakika moja, hebu niwekee nani Mzalendo hii kabla aende. Sijui kama Mzalendo, have you heard of this? Unajua mimi ndio nawaletea news hapa. Umesikia hii ama umekuja kuisikia hapa?
In 2022, I accepted the honor of
resigning,
running Excellency Gladys Atieno Nyasuna Wanga after consultations presided over by the late former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. Following our electoral victory, I was sworn in with a solemn commitment to serve the people of Homa Bay County faithfully, diligently, and in full obedience to the Constitution of Kenya. Today, after a deep reflection and consultations with leaders, supporters, and my family, I have resolved to resign from the office of the Deputy Governor with immediate effect. Since assuming office, I have endeavored to discharge my mandate with integrity and loyalty to the people who elected us. However, beginning December 2025, I was denied access to my official office after the locks were changed without formal communication. I was consequently compelled to proceed on early annual leave under circumstances that were not voluntary. When my leave lapsed in January 2026, I remained locked out and unable to resume my official duties. While undertaking official duty in Nairobi, the official vehicle assigned to me or to my office was repossessed without prior notice. Remaining county vehicle allocated to my office is unserviceable, and I have not been facilitated with fuel or logistical support necessary to perform my constitutional responsibilities. These actions have rendered the office of the Deputy Governor functionally inoperative and have made it impossible for me to serve effectively.
So Bwana Musimamo mkiwa na Bwana Afriki mkiwa na George Mwarage, is that a purge to Gladys Wanga Nyasuna? Nimesikia anaitwa Nasunya. I've been hearing that she is hiring for deputy president seat. What's happening there? Afrique?
Hello. Hey, Njiru unanisikia?
Yes, nakusikia. Umalizia alafu Georgia come.
What is this that you put here in the middle here?
Citizen Digital.
Now, first of all, congratulations to Magwanga for resigning in that corrupt office called the County Assembly of Homa Bay. Magwanga resigned because first he was going to be impeached either this week, next week, or next month. So he was definitely going to be impeached. And for one reason, he has said that he is not going to support Gladys Wanga for a second term. He has gone against Gladys Wanga even when they were campaigning for Boyd Were. He was campaigning for Philip Aroko. So that is a problem. He was stripped of his ministry. He was also handling the Ministry of Agriculture. That they started with that first, locked him out of office. But now he had seen that impeachment is looming. So what does he do? He resigns because he doesn't want to face the Senate, and he doesn't want the humiliation that can come from the Senate and bar him from contesting in any public office, like Sonko and Kwaititus and everybody else who has been impeached, Kashagwa and everybody else who has faced the same wrath. So technically, he is now able to concentrate in his campaigns and vie for Homa Bay gubernatorial elections in 2027. That is the reason why Magwanga resigned. Is he a popular candidate? Yes, he's a popular candidate. He was prevailed upon by Raila Odinga to step aside for Gladys Wanga in 2022 because he comes from a bigger voting bloc called Rachuonyo. And had he contested on his own, probably the votes would have been divided, and UDA the independent candidate, who was then Evans Kidero, would have won that particular seat. So Raila Odinga was not taking any chances. So those are the chances that we were talking about earlier in the show. You don't take any chances. So what did he do? He prevailed upon Magwanga, who was denied the ticket for ODM, and told him that, you have to work with Gladys Wanga until her term ends, and then we can give you the ticket in 2027, something like that. So for Magwanga, I think he has played the politics so well. He will be on the ballot in 2027 against Gladys Wanga.
I am Warage, you can react to that.
That one, hiyo politics ya huko sijui sana. I can only maybe imagine that this lady Gladys Gladys Wanga, I think she's delusional with this issue of her being promised the slot of deputizing Ruto. I think she's still very hopeful that she would be nominated to run with Ruto. And she has been very careless with how she does things. I think just because of that. She's actually even now messing up ODM just because of that. But she needs to be wiser. There are so many people who have been promised that seat. That is up to and including the likes of Waiguru, the likes of Dendi Nyoro. All those people have at one time been promised that post. Yeah, but politics ya huko mimi sijui. I can't comment. I don't even know that guy well.
I like your honesty.
No, if you don't know something, you don't know. I don't know. But for Gladys, definitely she's delusional. She so much thinks that something will happen and she will be in the front line on those lines. Or possibly she still thinks she'll be supported to maintain her governorship by the
president. Yeah. So
otherwise, I don't think she's a good leader.
No.
I don't think she's a good leader. She's so indecisive. She's too loose. She's a person like wale mi nasemanga wanaongea bila kufikiria. I don't think she consults anybody. She's just a human being, because utamwona kwa mazishi akiongea vizuri, but then when you hear how she does politics, unashindwa huyu mama kweli, does she know her direction?
Na swali Bwana George, na swali inatokezea hapa. Some of these leaders, where do they come from? Like for Gladys Wanga to have reached that level, who explored her? Like, was the rural community aware that that is a person, that was a person in the name of Gladys Wanga? That is who Gladys Wanga was. Ama Gladys Wanga alitoka wapi?
Gladys Wanga, there was a time she was very, very visible in Nairobi. I think she used to vie for some seats in Embakasi for some time. Wasn't? Am I right?
You're so wrong.
I'm so wrong.
Yeah, but continue.
No. No, let me not.
No, Mwaraga, do you know the reason why nimekuuliza hiyo swali? How comes over Sunday we have just come to discover that almost the whole of Kenya has bad leaders? Now watu walichaguliwa na raia. Like, ni kama tumekuja, sijui kama Bwana Afriki, you get what I mean? Like, if you map the whole of Kenya, every region is dealing with their crop of bad leaders. And unashindwa who exploits these people. Ama our political concept only allows slaughs and thieves and useless people to be leaders.
Ulishaambiwa, and Matiang'i had told you this a long time. Alikwambia, yani, if the more we continue with our politics like this, Parliament will be full of people who are wash. Matiang'i had said that.
I can only answer you that question with a very simple sentence. That is how we are Kenyans. Because if you look at this governor of Nairobi, what do you call him, Sakaja? There was a time Sakaja and Mutula Kilonzo were being called the super senators because they chose to work very well. Even when he took over Nairobi, even though my vote would not have gone to him, he still looked like it would have been a very good person. But look at him today. Can you even recognize it? This guy is corrupt to the core. He's actually among the worst politicians we have in Kenya. So I think it is how we are tukipata pesa.
And is the public aware, maybe Morage kidogo, as you speak, is the public aware these leaders are bad and a time of getting rid of them has come as we get Ruto out? Are they aware? Like, is Omambi aware that Gladys Wanga is useless?
Yeah. Yeah. But now the problem is wajinga ni wengi kushinda waerevu.
Alafu mnamtoa mweke nani? That's the other question.
Watu wako lakini wajinga ni wengi kushinda waerevu.
That one, Jiro, is a hard question. Because as I'm telling you, somebody like Sakaja did very well when he was the senator for Nairobi. He did a good job. He used to bring very good debates. Even taking the governorship, people had a little hope. But see what he has done to Nairobi now as a governor. He becomes an animal you can't recognize anymore.
You see, you saw that video. Uliona ile video imechezwa hapa, that is so vulgar. Umeona ile video nani kipa amekuwa akituchezea hapa?
Maybe I missed it.
That is so vulgar, and you know that guy is dancing in front of leaders like Wanga and showing his whatever, his manhood and things like that, and talking a lot of trash and on national TV.
Who was that?
He's one of the campaigners wa ODM. Na kuambia anaongea mbaya, and then people are cheering, including the leaders.
Yeah.
Including the leaders. So we have our standards are so low,
yes.
Such that George akikuja hapa na tunamjua George ni mwizi. I'm just giving an
example. Ni mwizi wetu.
Ni mwizi wetu. Mzalendo anakuja hapa, huyo ni mwizi wetu bwana. Njiru anakuja hapa, ameiba ametuletea. Mpaka wanasema huyu ni mwizi ndio, lakini anaiba anatuletea. Sasa kuna shida wapi? Mtoto wako anapatikana ameiba hata kitu ya jirani. Wewe mwenyewe ndio unataka kupiga uwe jirani bwana, na mtoto wangu si mwizi. It's not like yesteryears when yani unakuja your own kid anakuja na kitu ingine, a phone that unajua wenyewe iPhone 16 au 15 14 iPhone,
you know 14. I can't afford.
I can't afford, lakini unamtetea unasema mimi ndio nilinunua hiyo simu na amepatikana nayo shule. Na unateta kabisa ati wewe ndio ulinunua, na wewe saa hizo uko na katalulu kale kasimu ka nini kadogo kabisa, kanaitwa kutululu whatever. Na wewe ni mzazi unatetea mwizi mwingine hapo na ni mtoto wako. So that is how our society has become very very corrupt. Polisi anaamka asubuhi, anaenda kwa barabara, anaenda akitafuta pesa, anapata pastor ame break traffic law, pastor anamuonga kwa sababu pastor ako na haraka, anampatia 500, wacha niende mkubwa.
Yes.
Jioni on a Sunday huyo polisi anaenda kanisani, anatoa sadaka, tena anatoa sadaka mingi sana. Pastor anambariki. ya ile ya ongo. Pastor anambariki. Nani ametutolea ametujengea kanisa hapa. That is how our society has become very, very sick. And I give another example. And the other time, unapata before Matiangi, parents wanaenda wanatafuta mtihani ya KCP ama KCP, wananunulia watoto wao. Wanaenda watoto wanaenda wanabomoa exam, wote wamepata A. George anakuja ananiambia watu bana, mtoto wangu alipata A-. Huyo mtoto alikuwa ni bright kabisa, A-. Anaitwa university aenda fanye medicine. Kwenda kufanya medicine, George anakuja anamwambia, unajua hii kitu kupata kwa ukweli, wewe sasa enda ufanye procurement. Procurement ndio kuna pesa. Mtoto alianza na uwizi nyumbani, wazazi waka embrace wizi. Sasa yeye ni procurement officer wa serikali. Huyo mtoto ataiba ama ataiba?
Ataiba.
Huo ni mwizi. So we have nurtured wezi. Haya, angalia. Jamaa anatokea kwa national TV anasema, mimi nimekuwa mwizi wa bunduki for a very long time. Na sasa mimi na support serikali. Ama mimi ukikuja hapa Nairobi, wewe ukikuja hapa kukampeni, mimi ndakuua ama ndakupiga. I mean, haje ebu endo, yani haje. Yani mtu akona audacity ya kuwaambia ukikanyaga hapa tutakumaliza.
I don't even know why you are complaining about if your president can say shoot them. Na minister wake anasema shoot them.
Yani raia wa kawaida na anakuthreaten.
If you are being threatened by your president, where else do you go? Well, me, I have to go.
I think, yeah.
Kulala, I have another morning.
Even me, I think it is time for me to call it a day.
Otherwise, good night, guys. Nice debate.
Thank you. Asante sana. Hey, Njiro. This guy called Njiro is not even there.
No, niko hapa. I wanted us now we go to Nakuru. Yeah, so let me share the video of Nakuru. Let's see. I think once we react to Nakuru, we will call it a day.
Yeah. We can call it a day after Nakuru. Maybe in the next 30 minutes, we should be done.
Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready.
Arambe! Kwa majina naitwa Simon Sangale Olenasieku, katibu wa chama cha DCP kaunti ya Nakuru. Leo hii tumeweza kuja mahali hapa tukiwa viongozi wa DCP kaunti ya Nakuru, tukiongozwa na mwenyekiti wetu Joseph Kimani Kiriri na officials wa DCP. Pia tuko hapa na DCP Women Alliance leaders, na pia tuko na aspirants ambao wanaania viti tofauti. Leo hii tumekuja mahali hapa kwa sababu ya mipangilio ya siku ya kesho, ya kwamba kama DCP Nakuru County tuko tayari kumpokea patidela wetu Rigathi Gachagua akiandamana na viongozi wa alternative government. Nasi tunasema kwamba tunamkaribisha patidela wetu Rigathi Gachagua, tukijua kwamba hakika hii ni safari ambayo tumegojea kwa muda mrefu. Last year alikuwa kuja mahali hapa mara 2, hakuweza kuja, lakini mwishowe ameweza kufika mahali hapa. Nikiweza kumalizia ni kusema kwamba hakika sisi tunapomkaribisha patidela wetu hapa katika kaunti ya Nakuru, tunajua kwamba yeye sio mtu mkabila. Kulikuwa na hii matamshi ambayo ilikuwa inasemekana ya kwamba Rigiji ni mkabila. Tumeona wiki 2 iliyopita alikaribishwa kama shujaa kule katika mji wa Narok, na huko ni kwa Wamasai. Tumeona pia katika wiki hii amekaribishwa katika eneo la Bomet, mahali ambapo ni kwa Wakalenjin. Tena wiki hii tumeona amekaribishwa kama shujaa katika mji wa Kisii na Nyamira kama shujaa. Kwa hivyo Rigiji, wewe si mkabila. Kile tunaomba ni kwamba hata Bomet, kile tunaomba ni kwamba tuwe na amani, na wale ambao wanaweza kuwa wanapanga vita dhidi ya kiongozi wetu Rigiji na wale viongozi wengine, tafadhali mkome kabisa. Nakuru tunataka amani, hatutaki vile ilifanyika kule Kakamega, vile ilifanyika kule Kitengela
Kera na kule ilifanyika kule Kisii iweze kurudiwa hapa katika kaunti ya Nakuru, kwa sababu kaunti ya Nakuru ni sauti ya Kenya. Hapa ndipo ambapo makabila 42 yako. Hii ni Kenya ndogo, kwa hivyo sisi tunasema tunataka amani. Kwa hivyo kwa hayo machache, ningependa kumkaribisha mwenyekiti wetu Joseph Kimani Kiriri aweze kuzungumzia.
Asante sana secretary. Kwa majina ni Joseph Kimani Kiriri ama Simba, mwenyekiti wa chama cha DCP Nakuru County. Tuko hapa siku ya leo kuambia watu vile siku ya kesho itakuwa, ambapo tutakuwa tukikaribisha party leader wetu Rigathi
Anjiro. Hiya. Mr. Anjiro. Your video. Anjiro. I think I've watched this video, and now this is where now there is a problem. Nakuru is a very cosmopolitan area. It has got all the tribes in Kenya, and you can see the composition of this group. Basically, they are from one ethnic. According to the speakers that I've had, they're from one ethnic community. Just like Annie has said there, that kuna Wakisii pia huko Nakuru, kuna Wajaluo, kuna Wakamba and all that. Hata kuna Wakalenjin pia wako pale. So when you're having such a meeting and the press conference iko pale, nani ndio naweka mbele? Aweki mtu wa kabila yako mbele, unaweka mtu wa kabila ingine uko mbele, ndio you create that perception. This is where they lose in the messaging. They don't understand the messaging. Now, other people looking at that video from the word go, they know that the community that welcomed Gachagua in Nakuru are from his ethnic community. If you look at the politics back then, William Ruto and Gachagua got 60% or 60, I think, yeah, about 60 or 63% of the votes in Nakuru. So if they got 66% of the votes in Nakuru, it means Raila and Uhuru only managed maybe 30 or 40% of the vote in that particular region. Now, Ruto is still on the ballot with Kindiki. So his numbers have not really gone down in Nakuru. That is the statistics that the oppositions need to read and understand, that William Ruto got 66% of the votes in Nakuru town. And courtesy of Gachagua and him being on the ballot, they managed 60% of the vote. He is still on the ballot. So he has got a percentage that is bringing probably 40%, and had on him being the president, he will still now he will not be reducing his numbers, but gaining or building up on the numbers that he had in Nakuru. Now, where the opposition is failing, when you look at that press conference, as I was saying, Jiru, is that in a presser like that, and you're going to Nakuru, you do not put members of your community on the front line. Wacha wakuje number 3, number 4, kuongea, welcome DCP leader. You have to create that perception that he has got supporters beyond his tribal ethnic community. That's what I was saying. Yes, I think I'm done. Njiru.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. As we Innocent Karibu Sana, I know Innocent want to react to the election or result the election, but let me talk about Nakuru. You are saying Ruto got a lot of votes in Nakuru due to the fact that Kalenjins and Kikuyus are mostly the predominant community there. So what is the shrinkage factor now that watu wa Mlima, majority of them might not support him? So
yeah,
you have talked of 66%. So
yes,
what is the shrinkage factor
now
of those votes in 2027?
In 2027, in Nakuru, this is my own data analysis. In 2027, if Ruto got 66%, how much of how much did Gachagua contribute, or the Kikuyu contribute in his votes? Let's give it maybe 30%. So he still has 30. He still has a 30%. Remember, the governor for Nakuru is still supporting UDA, and some leaders in Nakuru who are still supporting UDA. So he still has a sizable amount of votes in Nakuru that he can build up on. Now that he's the president, he can still build up on those numbers, but they will not come down. They can only rise. But for the opposition, I think if they work very hard, they can come up. They will be just constant. Their numbers will be constant. That's my take.
Sawa, Innocent, ingililia hapo.
Good morning from Kenya.
Yes. Morning.
Hope you are doing fine. Africa 24, you look familiar. Sijui ulikuwa unajiitaje, naona ni kama nishakuona.
I must have irritated you somewhere.
Looks familiar.
I look familiar, Innocent.
Yeah, I don't know where nilikuona, which channel.
Kwa channel. Yeah, maybe in Afrique 24. I have a channel called Afrique 24. We also do this analysis on Afrique 24. Yeah, or maybe Sound Candy Duko Kitambo.
Yeah. Okay.
Hiyo Njero tulianza naye hii siasa kitambo sana, sijui miaka ngapi. And sometimes I wade into his channel like this na nachokora kidogo alafu narudi kwetu.
Glad to see you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Innocent.
Nimeona hiyo channel nitakuja kuiangalia ndio nijue pia what you guys discuss.
Subscribe, like, share. Come, we have a debate. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So Njiru, najua hapa Kenya ukifungua channel yako unafungua wakati watu wamelala, so sometimes it's sad for us to join unless hatuna kitu ya kufanya, so saizi ndio kumekucha. Na yesterday I believe niliingia lakini nikapigiwa simu, so by the time namaliza simu nikaona ushafunga channel, so it's okay anyway. Now many issues, I don't know where you've been injecting your issues from, but nimeona tu topic hapa juu
Anzia na by election.
By election, I'm very disappointed. I chatted with you yesterday. I'm very disappointed. Hata kama watu wako poor ama nini, Muturi could not make it to Kisii because alikuwa na make sure that alinde kura huko both sides of Mbere so that asiibiwe. Nilimwona kwa TV akisema ati kura zinapigwa vizuri. This time round askari hakuna mtu askari wanavaa nguo hivi, wa askari unavaa nguo ya askari, so I don't know what is happening. I believe it's high time that hata kama watu wako poor, they should know that hiyo pesa yenye unapatiwa so that you can vote somebody in is not the right thing. I believe the Meru, I don't know kama ni Meru ama ni Embu sides need a lot of civic education so that they know what they are doing. Si ati Kisii kulikuwa na by election watu walikula pesa. Watu walikula pesa, but Matiang'i taught them akawaambia, hii pesa yenye mnakula tu saizi. For 5 years hautawahi kula hii pesa. So what happens is that you take the money but make sure that your vote is somewhere. But sasa jamaa wengine wanakula pesa na wanapiga kura huko. So it's high time that waelewe pesa ni yao, si ati pesa sio yao yenye inakuja huko, ni yao yenye wametoa. So let them know that ni pesa tu imerudi. I was giving an example, just like a father ama a parent, that you give your kids food ama school fees, you pay for school fees, and then unataka mtoto akusifu ati umenifanyia mimi dadi ananifanyia hivi so nampenda because ananifanyia hivi. No, that is their obligations. Hiyo ni obligations wanataka they do responsibility yenye wanatakana kufanya. So si ati ni kwa sababu sasa nimelipa school fees ama nimefanya nini then I become a better parent. Lazima mtoto aanze kujua hiyo sio ati ndio good parenting. Ukizaa mtoto unatakana kumnunulia chakula, kumlipia school fees. Let people start having those civic education, waelewe, so that when they see this money wasione ati ni kama asi afadhali nipigie huyu kura because ananipatia. What if as a parent you are not able to pay school fees ama feed your kids, alafu mtu mwingine huko nje akuja aanze kuwalisha? Does it mean that they will still be they will now be their parents? No, that is what they need to understand. So civic education is much needed so that people will know how to vote. I'm very worried person, especially in 2022 and 2027, kama hapa ndio tunaelekea tunasema ati Kasongo, kama vile umeandika hapo Njiru ati Kasongo kuanguka bila break. Let me tell you, Kasongo ni kama ameanza kuunda gari yake, hiyo breki itafanya kazi. Ni kama amefanya service, ameweka new pads, so gari itaenda vizuri. If you don't see, atafanya tu kama mchezo hivi. I don't know, Njiru, you were talking yesterday ukasema ni kama they are using the old system. So what have the alternative opposition done to make sure that if it's the same system yenye ilitumiwa 2022 is not used? Why can't they test the new system? This is the time they should be testing the new system. Wacha waseme hii system haifanyi, wacha wafanye, wacha walete a new system which can be tested now. Tutakuja kutest new system 2027. So it's high time the alternative opposition make sure that they inject all this information to kama ni IBC ama to the government, so that we start using a new system which is credible. That is what I can say about by-election. It's not only in Murima, also kuna elections zilifanyika huko Western, and you saw what happened. Uda person won. And you can imagine Uda anashinda, sijui kama ni Mbere ndiye alishinda more than 2,000 MCA. That is a lot of votes. mtu kushindwa na more than 2,000, people should start now working and it's high time. Hii maneno ya zoning kama ndio inafanya maybe especially hiyo side za mbele ndio anguke, wacha Gachagua ambie, kama ni Muturi amwambie now there is no need of zoning, let's look for a candidate who can pass. Wasifanye hivi hata main election watupatie president mwenye at because of zoning at maybe you are giving us tuseme Wamalo at because maybe ni kama anaongea vizuri ama anafanya nini and then presidential elections mtu anguke. Let's just have a right candidate, hata kama anatoka which side of the party. Hata kama ni Karua tunajua anaweza fanya, wacha tupatie Karua, si ati ni kwa sababu ana watu ama nini, but kama ako accepted all over Kenya. That is what I can say. Mara about Nakuru Afrique, I believe Nakuru ni kama most of these parties they belong to a certain community. That's why you could see DCP ni kama most of them, okay, not all of them were Kikuyus, but most of them ni kama Kikuyu. The people who have embraced these parties, you just know where they come from. And there were different press. Kulikuwa also na ya Jubilee, if you saw the Jubilee also ilikuwa na more, okay, though for them they were mixed up. I give them kudos because kulikuwa na different tribes, but also Kisii walikuwa huko, and I could see some of them wamesema wametumwa na Arama. The MP wa huko, na MP alikuwa also na hakukuja kwa press, but also alikuwa anapita around aki encourage watu wakuje huko. So these parties they come from different community, but we don't mind. But I believe Nakuru Afrique, Nakuru ni kama itachange this time round, ni kama itachange, hata kama governor ni wa UDA, but they will eat the chunk of UDA votes na sitaenda kwa opposition, because now Arama last time alikuwa huko na alikuwa anapatia different, you'll find that different people were giving, kama ni baba wengine walikuwa na give Ruto, but now this time round itakuliwa, kama ilikuwa 60 itarudi down. But I agree with you Afrique that Ruto might be looking for 25% in all these counties. Mahali imefika ni mimi sioni akitafuta kura mingi ati nini,
anatafuta 30. The number is 30%. 30.
Yeah.
The number is 30. The actual number is 30%.
Sasa unaona akitafuta 30% atapata, na alafu opposition wasishikane vizuri, unajua atakuwa maybe atakuwa na mingi, atakuwa na maybe ako ahead with maybe 200,000. Let me just give an example. Na because opposition wametoa many candidates, watakuwa wako huko chini. The same way uliona hii by election ya MCA vile ilikuwa. Alafu akienda second round, because mimi najua first round ni kama hata shinda, akienda second round then atabuy all these people, all this opposition. You know how Kenyan politicians are, watanunuliwa tu naenda kumsupport sasa na upata kirudi the second time. So it's high time hawa jamaa washikane vizuri, wapatie one presidential candidate who is able to do it. But Njiru, I agree. Saizi Matiang'i mali amefika, mlikuwa mnasema Matiang'i is a cool guy. Niliwaambia Matiang'i hajaanza politics. Matiang'i hajaanza politics. Nilikwambia politics, if you remember what he said, alisema election is around 23 months away. Sasa ndiye ameanza ku-inject. You can see now hata anatetea Uhuru, ongea Uhuru vibaya utajua. But Kisii, you remember what he did? Kisii, I'm telling you, kulikuwa na goons. But people have started now believing that you cannot bring goons. Na aliwaambia vizuri, kama hiyo ndio mchezo mnataka kucheza, we know how to play it. Na tutawaonyesha, sisi ndio tutawaonyesha vile inachezwa. Means he knows how to do it. Na watu walikwambia Kisii waliogopa, paka saizi Simba hajaongea, paka saizi Osoro hajaongea. I want us in our stronghold tuone how we can do it. Na Tembea alienda mapema. Matembe is also another person mwenye ana inject vizuri. So let's hope that different places umali wataanza kuenda sasa. We want to see Western ikishikwa vizuri. We want to see Ukambani vitu yani our citizens wakiweka vizuri ndani, so that we know that in our stronghold watu waingishwe kwa kikabu vizuri. But Rift Valley I know iko kubwa, kuna Wamasai, najua Wamasai wako divided, kuna opposition na nimeona Matiang'i ameanza kukula kidogo na Gachagua ameanza kukula kidogo, so in Rift Valley tunaweza kupata achanga, hata kama itakuwa 40%, itasaidia also our presidential candidate. Otherwise, thank you.
I think that was a good analysis, Bwana Innocent. Very, 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 very objective. Yeah, ile kitu ningeuliza tu Innocent, na naisahau tena hiyo swali. Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza swali mzuri sana. Na hiyo swali niliuliza lakini sikupata majibu. That who is this candidate? Who is this candidate that can sell vizuri sana in the opposition? We need to start talking about him. Who is this candidate that can sell in the opposition to Kenyans vizuri sana without any problem? That is easy to sell, or as euphoric following.
I don't know whether you want me to answer ama you are finishing.
Ni wewe ndio nataka ujibu. Huyu nani? Njiru amelala hapa.
Njiru analalanga, hizi ndio matemu zake za kwanza kulala, so don't worry. Amechoka by the way. He has been hapa. Sasa the right candidate haijafika, hatujafika mahali tunaongelea the right candidate, because now what we want is to make sure that we galvanize our votes in our regions, especially now if you come from Mlima, you make sure that Uhuru and Gachagua waweke watu pamoja. Kama ni Matiang'i from Nyanza, make sure Kisii, Kuria, hizo ashashika ameweka kwa kikabu. Sasa tunataka tuone the way he can go to Nyanza, because that is home ground. Acheze vizuri home ground, because we want people, we want this candidate to in home ground at least we make sure that kura zimewekwa vizuri na sitaibwa, so that when it comes the time ya kuchagua sasa mtu, tuanze kuangalia there are things Njiru alisema tutakuja kuangalia as time goes by, what are we looking at now, because unajua saizi tunasema ukiweka mbuzi kwa ballot na Ruto utapatia nani? Watu wanasema mbuzi, but we want now, hatutaki mbuzi, tunataka na an individual. Saizi what they are saying is that mbuzi inaweza shinda Ruto, omena inaweza shinda Ruto, but now we want what you are asking the right person. I believe that time come, because each and every person saizi ana their strength and their weaknesses. Ukiangalia kama ni Gachagua kuinject the person who can go head on with Ruto ni Gachagua, na Matiang'i ameanza kuingilia. If you want diplomacy, a person who can mwenye anaweza ongelea vizuri watu wasiogope, ni Kalonzo. Yani kila mtu ana strength yake, so I believe your question will be answered in the right time. But ukitaka saizi ni kama ni nani, tuseme kama ni Matiang'i akiingia, you know corruption itaisha. Matiang'i akiingia, waizi watatoroka Kenya. Those ones wenye wameiba watafanya. Ukipatia Martha Karua na yeye ni the same person. So kuna watu wanaogopa, maybe voters wanaanza kuogopa huyu mtu, especially those ones president anatoka kwao, wanaweza kusema unajua huyu jamaa akiingia, kama hizi kazi tunayo tutafutwa, ama mimi nimeiba nitafanya, so they might be voting in accordance to that. So we want maybe wakichagua the president and the deputy wakuwe they have what we call balancing characters, yani mmoja akikuja asikuwe ni ule wa kufunga watu ama ni kufanya nini, na ule mwingine atakuwa ni ule wa diplomacy, because kuna watu kama chache wanasema sisi hatutaki vita, sisi hatutaki watu washikwe, sisi hatutaki nini. So there are those voters wenye wako a bit mild, hawataki vita ama nini, but Gachagua unajua ana ile hasira ya kutolewa, which is okay. Hata wewe ukinyang'anywa nyama kutoka kwa mdomo utakuwa na hasira. I can give an example of Gachagua with other candidates. There is this guy alikuwa minister wa agriculture from Meru, alinyang'anywa, ana hii hasira. Moturi ana hii hasira. Ukikuja side
anaitwa nani? Nimemsahau jina, endelea.
Kuna huyu mwingine wa kwetu Machogu alinyang'anywa usiezi wa education.
Linturi, alikuwa anaitwa Linturi.
Linturi. So all these people ukinyang'anywa hii kitu lazima ukuwe na hasira. So tuseme vibaya ati kina Gachagua ati anapiga Kasongo because of that.
But innocent. Hebu leo jibu hii swali na and I want you to kama tu hiyo jina yako. Ruto na Gachagua walikosania nini?
From what he's saying, if it's indeed true, unajua politicians sometimes huwezi jua wanasemanga nini.
Wewe ukiangalia, okay, from what he says and from what Ruto says, hao watu walikosania nini?
Kuna mtu alikuwa anakula nyama mingi kuliko mwingine.
Is that a problem in Kenya?
Yeah, it's a problem because
no, that's not a problem.
Not Kenyans. Are you asking about Kenyans or leaders?
No, yeah, even leaders. Is that a problem?
Yeah, it's a problem for leaders, not for Kenyans.
I don't think.
Why am I saying that?
Okay, nani alikuwa anakula nyama mingi? Okay, Ruto alikuwa anakula nyama mingi kushinda Gachagua ama Gachagua alikuwa anakula mingi kushinda Ruto?
No, unajua ukisikiza hii kitu vizuri utaona ni kama Ruto alikuwa anakula nyama mingi kuliko Gachagua, because Gachagua ametuambia hata alikuwa, by the way I came to yani nilikuwa surprised kusi Gachagua alikuwa anatukana hata kwa airport. Yani mtu ameenda kukuona ukienda ng'ambo alafu anakutukana kwa airport mbele ya maaskari yao majuniors. You see, kuna hasira unaweza kuwa naye, ni kama bibi yako aanze kukutukana mbele ya watoto ama nini, ukipata chance ya kumshughulikia utamshughulikia. So kama kulikuwa ama you've seen what is happening, you've seen what is happening.
Okay, sawa, hiyo umesema. Haya, Ruto na Uhuru walikosania nini?
Of course kuna mwingine alikuwa driver na steering, na kuna mwingine alikuwa anataka steering. Akaona ako better than the others. You remember akisema ati huyu ni kukunywa tu hivi, ninataka kushika hiyo steering. You know, Ruto wanted this power before Uhuru amalize, na Uhuru akarealize, akaambiwa. And then procurement ilikuwa inapatiwa, unajua they agreed, mimi nitachukua power na wewe utachukua maneno ya hizi how do you call them, economy. So but hii economy unajua ilikuwa inaharibia Uhuru jina. That's where Ruto made a lot of money. Maneno ya procurement kwa all companies ama nini, hizi ministries, yeye ndio alikuwa anataka ku take charge na president ni Uhuru. So you see, ndiye alikuja kusema, alianza kumnyang'anya those ministries at nini, kuimanage. Uhuru started managing it. That's why hata walikosania na Matiang'i, because Matiang'i sasa alipatiwa super CS na akaanza kukazia Ruto. That's why mali walikosania. But I believe one of the thing yenye Ruto naye, I don't know ni nini mbaya, ni kama anataka everything. You've seen it even in this government. Yani every ministry anataka kuinvest. Sorry?
hata naona nani pia yuko hivyo hivyo, hata Gachagua si yuko hivyo hivyo tu.
Yuko hivyo.
Hata Gachagua yuko unajua, at the end of the day, hii mimi hizo majibu zote umenipatia, they were not warrant, yani hao watu kukosana. Kama ni wizi, wote walikuwa naiba. Kama sijui ni nini, wote they are just the same. There's no difference between these two people. There's no difference.
The difference inaweza kukuambia, ndio uendelee. Kuna mwenye anataka kumaliza yote. Unajua kuna ile unataka kukunywa mpaka watu utaki watoto wakule. Unataka kukula paka ya watoto uko nyumbani, familia, but unaweka nyama, unataka nyama mingi ukule na watoto wakule.
Huyu Njiru yuko wapi? Alex wants to be added in the show and Njiru kamelala. Njiru,
Wacha nijaribu kaflash kwa WhatsApp ndio kaingia.
Alex enda tu hapa. Alex is already on the background, I think so. He needs to be added in the show. Alex yuko hapo kwa background. Nani ana link? Alex wewe.
Wacha niambie Njiru amwad.
Yeah, because yuko kwa background hapo na Njiru amelala hapo, namuona tu kamelala kana ngorota.
Haya, wewe endelea, wacha niambie Njiru.
Yeah, so I think that is what has always been a problem for many people to answer. Why Gachagua and Ruto, the difference where it came about. As much as Gachagua is explaining it this way, we hear it from William Ruto's supporters explaining how walikosana, but still the maths is not mathing. Tukienda kwa Ruto, Uhuru, the maths is also not adding up. Hizo mahesabu hazi add up. Kwa nini walikosana? Hesabu ya Ruto na Gachagua iliambiwa na Raila na ODM. Hesabu ya Ruto na Gachagua na Raila na ODM. Paulo, hebu fafanua hiyo story yako vizuri ndio tuelewe. But anyway, the politics is going to Nakuru. We want to see what the reaction will be for the opposition, how they will react to the loss that they were beaten in all the four seats that were there. They lost all of them. So we want to see how they will react to that news today. And hopefully they'll find a winning formula. But from the look of things, they need to pull up their socks. And as I said, in Nakuru town, the opposition needs to work with the leaders who are there. If you see opposition working as opposition in areas that are very, very political and cosmopolitan, they need to have at least one or two leaders who are elected and have gone against the government and are on their side. We need to see some MPs from maybe Molo, from Nakuru town in Gashagua's convoy. That one gives some hope that even the leadership trusts that the opposition can take over power. That is very, very important. Very, very important. When you see Lee Njiru is on the other side, those are veteran politicians in Nakuru. Wakikuwa pande ile ingine, they have seen something that we are not seeing. The governor, as much as she's not popular, but she's still on the other side. I have seen Anne Waiguru, very popular candidate in Kirinyaga, but she's still hanging on on the other side, and so many other governors who control many counties where the opposition is perceived to be strong. So hopefully Njiru will add you. Njiru is asleep. George, Innocent. Innocent, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Did you get Njiru?
Nampigia ashiki, sijui kwa nini, ni kama amedoze kabisa. But he was on another
Alex,
line.
next time itisha code ya channel. Code ya channel inamaanisha you can just jump in any other time na uingie kwa channel. Ama iko kwa no, lazima okay, Alex. Alex, let me send you. Let me see whether I can send you a link from my channel to see kama unaweza ingia.
Are you co-joint? Inaweza ingia?
Yes. Let me. I tried to link the channels.
Okay. You try that. So hawa watu if you remember wakati wa Uhuru alikuwa anaambia alikuwa anaambia watu ati wakule ati mtakula utakula nyama nyinyi mtameza mate. So that is how this Kenyan politics is. And indeed hata ndio nasema saizi hii alternative opposition wakishikana vizuri alafu wapatiane and you find that Gachagua is not in the ballot na the way amefanya hii kazi yote, he might be looking for half of the selective positions kwa government. Na asipopatiwa somebody like Matiang'i is a person mwenye anadeal na excellency. Yeye ni mtu mwenye akipatia job na kupatia because of what you can do, not because maybe ulimsaidia kwa kura, na unajua hapo ndio wataanza kukosania. Matiang'i is a straightforward person. He doesn't reward you because of political support yenye umempatia, na unajua politics sasa hapo ndio inaendeanga vibaya. You remember Matiang'i, any position alikuwa, hata ungepata wakisi wengi kwa hiyo kitu, alikuwa anakuambia sio ukisi ndio unafanyia watu kazi, it is your qualification, it's your experience. So ungepata hata kama alikuwa anatafutia wakisi kasi kidogo, anakuambia I'm not giving you because that you are a Kisii, I'm giving you because you are able to perform. Na lazima ingepita. You remember there's a time alikuwa anasema tunataka kwenda kwa, hata kama si ati ni Uhuru alisimamisha hiyo kitu. You remember alikuwa anataka kusafisha maneno ya HR employment. Alikuwa anasema tunataka uonyeshe certificate when he was in education. Akasema lazima uonyeshe ni certificate ulipata wapi, ilikuwa ulipata from which university, tunaenda tunatafuta paka huko index number, so that tuone hii job yenye unafanya kama ni government, is it real, the certificate you own kama ni ukweli. Unajua watu wengi walikuwa watu wengi wangevutwa job sana, na hiyo kitu ingesafisha Kenya vizuri sana. Let me tell you, that is at the moment Matiang'i sasa alikuwa ameshika vizuri, but Uhuru alikuja akaambiwa na watu wake, akamwambia bwana, hapa sasa mali Matiang'i anaguza hii ni kama watu wengi tutakuwa tumeenda nyumbani na maybe you are the breadwinners. Hiyo kitu mimi nilikuwa nataka ioshwe ya certificate, tuende kama Nairobi University, tuonyeshe index number yako, tuonyeshe na kila kitu, hiyo certificate unaye, because most of these certificates zilikuwa za River Road. Hiyo ndio sector nilikuwa nataka ioshwe vizuri, and that is how Matiang'i is. Ni mtu wa kuosha na anaosha, anafanya kila kitu. I remember one time alikuwa ameenda hapa Limuru, alikuwa anapita kwa mashule and he was able to get one of the principals, hawakujua anakuja. Alikuwa na check schools the way they function, alafu principal wa kumuona wakaanza kuambia one of the cleaners, enda uoshe mali atakuja ku give us the briefing. Matiang'i akastorm na akapata huyo jamaa anaosha, akamwambia mbona unaosha sasa hivi ndio unaosha? Ati naye niliambiwa ati niosha ati because wageni wamekuja. Akasema so mnaosha because mgeni amekuja. Nani amekwambia? Akamwambia ati ni principal. Akaambia principal, shika hiyo mop, shika na hiyo maji, osha. And it was live. So that is how Matiang'i is. So ndio nakwambia kuna mali itafika waanze kukosana because Matiang'i is a nonsense person. Na hii politics sometimes inataka you bend down. So to answer your question the way you are saying, ni nani atapatiwa hii kitu? Kuna watu who can be given to clean Kenya, but wataanza kukosana because kuna wengine hawataki cleaniwe, so wanataka maybe wakule.
Alex, Alex, can you say something? I want to hear if we can hear you from unmute. Alex.
Ashaingia?
Ameingia, but hauwezi msikia, but ukawa unaweza msikia na YouTube. But anyway, it can't work. It can't work on this other side. You can only hear him on the YouTube side, but hauwezi msikia kwa StreamYard because we are not linked on yuko kwa page yangu, so it's not going to work for Alex now.
Na ukimweka alafu uweke phone yako on, tumsikie sauti sasa.
Yeah. He can call Alex. You can call me. Yes, Alex. You can Alex. You can call my line. You can call me and then give your contribution like you are on the phone. That one will work. Wacha nimpigie.
Sasa huyu Njiru, this is where he makes a mistake. Kama anajua analala, he should know what he's supposed to do.
Lazima.
Juu saisi akiki simu yangu, hata mimi nikimpigia ni kama amelala.
No, he's deep asleep. Alex.
You didn't have to go this route. It's not a do or die.
No. People want, Innocent wants to hear your contribution. We are about to wind up. Just give your contribution. Yes.
No, I just wanted to make one point.
Mm-hmm.
Because you were speaking about Uhuru and Ruto not getting along.
Yeah.
Na ukauliza swali, nini ilikosanisha Gachagua na Ruto?
Mm.
If you look at the bromance between these two, the latter, from the very onset, Ruto engineered for Kindiki to become his deputy, but somehow there was a finance crunch between, and within the people who were bankrolling Ruto at that particular time, when all his finances were frozen, they believed that obviously to get their money back, they cannot take chances and allow Kindiki to ascend. And they put a spirited fight to make sure that the will of Ruto, when it comes to the deputy, it's not going to be, accepted. When they went to that room to nominate the deputy president, overwhelmingly, Kindiki won. And if you remember, there were protestations in Nyeri. And Ruto being a true politician, and he understood it's a do or die because the deep state was against him. Remember, he couldn't even be allowed to go to Uganda to get some of his money to campaign. He was stopped, embarrassed at the airport, and he was desperate. He was wise enough to acknowledge that at this particular time, I don't have any leverage to do what? To dictate what I want. And the whole saga was so embarrassing for Ruto and Kindiki. Kindiki, remember, wanted to go for the governorship. Ruto prevailed over him because that was his chosen individual. So Gachagua actually loaded over and became a deputy president against the wish of the Kalenjins. But the Kalenjins wanted power by all necessary means. What did they do? They gave them. But even within the coalition, the mountain coalition, where Ndidi Nyoro, Kimani Ichung'wah, Wamatangi, Ginturi, all these, nobody actually also wanted Rigathi Gachagua. And so Rigathi came in as an individual who was passionate and who believed that I don't know, it was a vendetta against the Kenyatta family. I'm not sure what propelled him to get to a point whereby he believed and treated Ruto as a friend.
So he was
I don't think Ruto at any particular time took Rigathi Gachagua as a friend. So when we say nini liwakosanisha, it's an unfair statement. From the point go, Ruto was transactional. It was not his will for Gachagua to ascend into the deputy presidency. So, from my point, I believe that according to Ruto, hakuna kitu wamekosana, hawajawai kosana, hawajai kuwa rafiki. But from the point of view of Gachagua, Gachagua was a true friend to Ruto. But Ruto was not a friend to Gachagua. Ruto was transactional. Gachagua, in as much as he was transactional, he went too far, I think, to invest his emotions and trust in Ruto. Because he believed that what Ruto had gone through as an embarrassment
will not happen.
Okay? Which was kind of very stupid. I think everybody questioned that anathema. Now, secondly, when Ruto picked Gachagua,
this guy called Njiru is back. Njiru. Let's continue. Njiru. Wait, add Alex on the show.
Simuoni iko wapi nini?
Alikuwa amekutafuta, so now he's on phone. So you are asleep. But wacha ingia. Alex ingia. I could see you playing and playing around with those things. Nikajua you are back.
Jamaa hii mratina
nimemweka.
Usipende kulala.
You should give Alex the link.
Utupatie hiyo link tukue ukilala tunaendelea.
Unaendelea. It's just a code. It's just a code. And then wanaingia tu kwa show.
Utupatie permission tunado watu ukilalanga unalala inaendelea.
Yeah.
Ana nawaambianga Njiru amelala. Njiru akisikia mnaenda ile conversation apendi, anawaachia channel.
Okay. But Alex, I've noticed that your usual crew are not on the channel. Inaonekana kuna watu wanafukuza watu kwa channel hapa.
Obviously, wewe na Miss, traditionally you are the two people.
No, I think I am sorry for those who when they see me around, they don't want to come. I will be out. Hii wiki tu ndio nimekaa nikasema nizungumze.
You come. This is politics. We'll be here beyond.
No, you see, Njiru invites me, but there are some people who are regulars here, and probably they don't like my views. That's a problem. So
I don't like your views. I don't even like you, but I can debate you.
You don't have to. You don't have to like me. But I also don't have to like you, but we are friends. We are friends, Alex. It's only
For
that
a long time. We've been friends for years.
the beauty about politics and debate is that we have to be on the different sides. We must think differently. You cannot all be analog, thinking on one direction like a kiwi bird. Na mkigongwa huko mbele, mnashindwa mtaenda wapi. And I've always told you that. The beauty is that...
Let me continue with my point, and then I think I will be willing to get a rebuttal from it. Now, the punchline is Gachagua believed that ascending to the seat of the deputy president, because it is a seat that you are voted to, had immunity. Okay? And as Uhuru Kenyatta could not take the guy out, even when even the votes were showing that if that impeachment motion was called to parliament, Ruto could have been taken out. Gachagua showed his character way too early. But remember, Ruto, I don't know if he downplayed Uhuru or they needed a second term by all necessary means, and therefore they gave Ruto preferential treatment. But the scenario was not the same. So for me, when you say that Nili wakosanisha, in the first place, they were never friends. It was the friendship of convenience. Now, let's go back again. How Ruto and Uhuru came to form a coalition. Remember, what was this guy? Kulei was in, if you remember, Innocent, Kulei was in Nakuru. So Baba, Kulei, and Ruto are supposed to meet to sign an agreement into, Ruto had rebelled and he demanded ABCD. And Baba being Baba, thinking about Kenya, he was willing to give Ruto a deal, but not half of the government. So on his way to Nakuru, these are the words of Kutuny, the former MP for Cherengan. They meet, and then Uhuru calls Ruto amwambia, whatever you are going to sign is a raw deal. You come, I give you the real deal. And then Ruto thinks, I said, this guy tuko na yeye unaenda he. And at that particular time, it's not a friendship that is being formed, which we think, or we have always thought that they became friends. No. Ruto goes to make a deal with Uhuru Muigai with a lot of suspicion, to the point that even when they start the government, because Uhuru understands that they are both in Hague at that particular time, gives Ruto more leverage, because Ruto also must use that leverage to get out of the snooker of the Hague. So Gachagua did not remember why and how Ruto survived to be a powerful deputy president. The situational ethic was different, and the financial muscle was different, and the composition of the government was totally different again. Remember, coming to the 2013, the first devolution government, Ruto was basically managing all our money because he chaired the committee on development of everything, including the county governors. So he comes in very powerful before later on they take him out and give that responsibility to who? Matiang'i. Now, by the time Ruto is getting to presidency, he had mastered what devolution is. Gachagua is coming as a toddler to demand the power that Ruto had in 2013. So I think it was a miscalculation. And if you look from both sides, these people are never friends. Convenience made them come together. And for Gachagua too, his wealth that was taken away and the dilemma, the legal dilemma that he was also facing, allowed him to believe that Ruto was his only savior, which actually immediately became the president, akatupilia, akarudishiwa pesa zake, ABCD, and I think he did him a favor. And many people would not have done that. They would have held into that to hold Gachagua ransom so that he can be your puppet. But Ruto was good enough to make sure that Gachagua received his share and the amount of money that he had done what he had contributed to this campaign. So neither at any point was Uhuru a friend to Ruto, nor Gachagua, no, Ruto a friend to Gachagua. But the opposite may have been true. At some point, Uhuru, being who he is, a loving and easygoing person, became a friend to Ruto. But Ruto was never a friend to Uhuru. And at the same time, Ruto was never a friend to Gachagua. Gachagua became a friend to Ruto. So my conclusion is this. Kikuyus are easily befriended. They can become a friend to anybody. But Kalenjins will never become your friend. Come rain, come sunshine. And that is one thing politically. Even Kindiki needs to know. Even the Luos needs to know. Like, even after all these two examples, we have Oburu Odinga believing, we have Gladys Wanga believing, we have Mbadi who is saying we've never had a better partner politically than William Samoei Ruto. But William Samoei Ruto has never been a friend to anybody. So when you say nini liwakosanisha, I wanted to make that point that Ruto has never been a friend to anybody. So if you allude that, I mean, that is a wrong point. Was Gachagua a friend to Ruto? Yes. Was Uhuru a friend to Ruto? Yes. But did Ruto reciprocate? Never at one point. Ruto said one time, I don't drink. I am so sober. I'm conscious on where I invest my friendship and my emotion. Ruto has said personally, I don't have a political friend. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. So I can say, so Bwana Musimama, would you react? Okay. Innocent, react.
Yeah, nilikuwa nimereact. I thought maybe Msimamo could chip in and give us a new at least way of thinking. But exactly what Alex is saying is true. These guys were not friends, but I give it to Gachagua. He really did a lot for Ruto, and if indeed what he wanted is just a bridge to cross to presidency, the way he said some years back that sisi tunajua Wakikuyu ukitaka upresidency ama ukitaka kiti, kwanza tumia watu upate kiti and then later you know what to do. So exactly we've known who Ruto is, and from his word indeed alifanya kitu alikuwa amesema, if you remember that clip. So as we go forward, we need to know the true friend, as Alex has said. Tunataka tuanze kujua nani ndio marafiki wetu sasa, who are our true friends, so that mkishikana mnajua you can help this country, sio mnaenda because and not the true friend yenye tuliona, true friends ya how do you call them, looters and thieves. Ati mnashikana because all the thieves, the murderers, mnashikana pamoja because mnajua mkienda huko mbele you are able to do ama to abandon the other person. So lazima tujue Kenya mali imefika saizi, we just know the true leaders who can change this Kenya. And as we go forward, we believe that we will have those true leaders wenye watasaidia Kenya, sio wenye watajisaidia. The same way tuliona Ruto aliingia akasaidia Gachagua. We don't know Ruto akaenda mbele akasaidia Linturi. You remember the case he had. So this chapter 6 inatakikana itumiwe vizuri this time round. Kama tunakujua you are this kind of person, then we should not give you that seat. Tujue that that is the kind of person you are and that is how you are going to behave. So lazima tuangalie mbele mali tunaelekea, what we can do. Thank you, Njiro.
Innocent. I think that one is so let me ask you a question now. Based on what happened in Mbeere and Isiolo, do you think the opposition is deflated or they have an opportunity of actually tightening the grip and appreciating that there is a lot of work to do? Thank you.
Indeed, there is what we call SWOT analysis, but I believe that people are not learning from the past by-elections, which were done some few months ago. The alternative opposition should have learned. Emma should have chosen the right person, the right candidate, the right party, which can win. Sasa mali imefika, si ati lazima you zone the areas. Saizi mali imefika, mwende mkae tu pamoja, msikizane, mseme tupatiane hiki kiti kwa chama fulani. I think chama is more important. Mali imefika saizi. I can give an example in Kisii. Matiang'i is a Jubilee person, but alienda akatumia UPA, ile chama yake yenye alikuwa amefomu kitambo, na ndio ilisweep all the seats in Kisii. Angeanza kutumia Jubilee haingepita the way UPA ilikuwa imepita, because ilikuwa imeshika mizizi, and this time round sasa ndiye ameanza kumarket Jubilee. But Matiang'i is a smart guy. Hata kama ako Jubilee atafuti sana ati watu wajumbe ama nini wakue Jubilee, as long as you support ile kitu anataka. That's what he has been advocating for, though anatakana akuwe na watu wenye watamsaidia huko mbele. But I believe, as Alex said, true friends, wale watu hata kama wako chama ingine wenye wanaweza simama na wewe, those are the kind of friends you need, not wale watu watakaa na wewe because they want to benefit from you. So I believe there is a lot to learn from these by-elections. Kasongo has mastered one of the way of beating the alternative government. Amejua vile na wagonga. Maybe amejua hii pesa inaweza wagonga na ndiye anatumia. So kama pesa ndio wanatumia na hao wengine hiyo pesa hawana, then watagongwa tu. But it's high time that we have the civic education. Kwanza kuambia watu sio lazima ukule pesa na upige huko. Unaweza kula hiyo pesa na unafanya. Si ati Kisii hawakukula pesa walikula, but kura ilienda mahali pengine. So that is what they need to learn, but they need to sit down and retrospect, waone mali tunaenda makosa tunayofanya ni gani saizi, because how is it that kwa mikutano unaona watu wanasema one time, but ikifika election voting ina change. They should ask themselves, hawa watu wenye wanakuja hapa sasa, tuanze kuulizana, hawa watu wenye wanakuja hapa ndio wanakuja hapa kusema one time just for the sake of it, ama watapiga kura hivi? Sasa hii sasa campaign lazima wapendue, sio ati kukuja hivi Kasongo one time, Mwisi one time. No, waanze kueducate people, waanze waanze kuongea issues, waanze kuuliza okay, tunasema ni one term, lakini one term, mbona tukisema one term mnapiga kura huko? Nini mnaona? Let them now get views from the voters themselves. So waambie why they are voting ama mbona wasiwavotie. They should now start getting views from the voters themselves, the citizens, not them going to the meeting na wanaanza tu kuwa bombard with the issues ama nini. I believe mali imefika saizi, let them get feedback. So the word is feedback. Njiru, nimemaliza. Msimamo kama uko huko ama Afrika.
Oh, ni sawa. Oh, ni mimi sikuwa nimenini. So nasema now the biggest assignment which we are having is to understand how mobilization now become votes. Let me ask you a question. To what extent do you think Ruto is stealing votes? And because I know like upinzani walikuwa Kisii wote, maybe and that one could be one of the reasons why maybe they did not focus on the by-elections which were happening. But do you think opposition just
Wewe nilikwambia jana uje tupige picha, nilikwambia tumetuma account makosa. Kwa tuje tupige simu na kuja. Halo.
Sawa, endelea msimamo. Sawa.
Unajua kuna kitu kimoja tu tuna akifikiri zaidi na United Opposition. Unajua ile last bit inaweza nikasema uhongaji wa wapiga kura. Mtu anajua kwamba akiingia hapo akitoka pengine ameahidiwa shilingi 15,000. Mtu atapiga hesabu, mimi na shida zangu hapa rasmi. Mimi na shida zangu niende nikitia hiyo kura tu hapo nimetia bilioni 15,000. Unaona atapiga wapi jamaa? So kuna ile kwamba lazima pia waangalie haswa kwa makini zaidi wapi ambapo la sivyo hata uchaguzi ujao pesa itatumika, wapiga kura watadungwa hela nyingi na watabadilishwa ile siku ya mwisho kabisa, kwamba wewe ukitoka pale pitia hapa, chukua hii, pitia hapo, rudi chukua hivi. Hiyo ndio kitu wewe inafanyika zaidi. Kwa hiyo wawe makini ile siku ya election, waangalie kwamba kila kitu kimekuwa exposed. Kama kuna huo upiaji wa hela mtu wachunguze kabisa, lakini wakiachilia hivi basi mpiga kura ni yule maskini aliofinywa. So endapo atapata shilingi zake 15,000 kwa hiyo siku kwa kuweza kutia kura na aondoke. Si sasa kwamba ameenda hapo na ametoka hapo bure, kwa sababu Kenya kama walivyo tunaelewa kwamba tunaumizwa na hela badala ya kutafuta kweli na kutafuta haki na kutafuta uongozi. Na ni bora mtu ashike chochote mkononi angalau akitoka pale, kwa sababu sitaacha 15,000 wakati mimi nina shida chungu nzima zinazonikabili na nimepata kwamba hapa nikitia kura mfano nitatoka na 15,000. Na kuna siku tulijadili haya hapa na ndugu yangu Kipu na wengine kuhusiana na maswala. Unasubia the last bit, piga kelele nyingi, fanya mipango, lakini ikifika wakati anayebadilishwa kwa muda ule ni ule unamtegemea mpiga kura, kutokana kwamba wewe ndio una maneno mazuri, hauna kitu, na siku zote kidole kitupu kirambwi. Kwa wangedeal na kuangalia tatizo liko wapi, hivyo tu.
Ni sawa msimamo. So are you worried when you see every time tuna uchaguzi unafanywa ni kama timu ya Ruto they have a way of getting out victorious? Ni jambo linakushtua?
Yeah, linanishtua kwa sababu why the last bit? Hiyo wakati wa mwisho kama kuna kitu ambacho kinaendelea hapa. Kwa nafikiri hilo ndio langu kubwa linaloletea wasiwasi kwamba hata tuendako 2027 kama hatutakuwa makini basi watabalishwa the same day, ile siku ile. Watu hawalali, wanaingia kwa manyumba wakihakikisha kwamba kila kitu kiko sawa, ili waende na hivi, kutokana kwamba kama watashindwa basi itawalemaza mazima. So wasitosheke tu kwamba tuna watu, kwa sababu watu ndio, lakini watu wale ndio hubadilishwa. So mfano tumekesha huku tumeweza kuchukua mafungu, tumewapanga na wamepangika kisawasawa. Mwisho wa siku unategemea kwamba kesho litakuwa hivi, unakuta mabadiliko sasa tofauti kabisa na kile ambacho nakitegemea. So mlimia achoka siku zote, ndio maana anasema achoki mpaka kishoka amepata. Ni kwamba unaangalia every corner, kila mahali unaangalia. Kuna watu ambao watakuwa wanamulika kile ambacho kinaendelea. Kama pengine kuna uongaji wa kura, kinaanzia hapo. Uongaji wa kura unaanzia hapo. Tunaenda kwa fair game, lakini kama hakuna seriousness, umeachilia jamaa kiingia hapo na mshiko anao, yeye hana shida hata kumbanika mpiga kura 20,000 30,000 ili mradi atimize lake. Kwa hiyo ndio wasiwasi wangu jamani.
Njiru.
Haya, ni sawa, nimesikia. So can we react? So bwana Innocent, because sasa unajua Ruto is after stealing by elections to create a perception that he is still liked. Do you think Kenyans are believing whatever they are seeing, including even hii mambo ya Ruto ana ati watu wake ndio wana shida? Do you think Kenyans still are believing that Ruto is popular? Ama whatever he does, it is not going to save him?
Unajua popular ana, kwa sababu tuliona Roysambu jana na Ruiru mikutano yake. Hiyo ndio jinsi ambavyo wananchi wamesinywa. Lakini shida ni kwamba inatokelewa wakati wa mwisho sasa. Pengine haya kuna 30,000 hii ukienda ukiweka kura. Madamu si rais huyu, wacha tusubiri tu wakati wa rais, wacha si tuchukue hela tu, kwa sababu Wakenya na sisi tunaumizwa mno na hela, badala kutafuta kweli kwa ajili ya wale ambao wanatutegemea, yani na maanisha vizazi vinavyokuja. So for real, hilo ndilo kubwa zaidi, na that's the only silaha anaitegemea haswa katika masuala yote ya ushindi wake. So wale agents wale nini wa upande huo ndo wanahusika haswa, hawalali haswa. So United Opposition lazima waangalie both sides katika masuala mazima na uchaguzi. Wakitaka kumalizana na mtu lazima wakae ngangari kila pembe, nao pia wao na watu waswayo maeneo wakichunguza nini kinaendelea usiku huo wa kuamkia kupiga kura, ama siku mbili kabla ya kwenda kwa kupiga kura, waangalie mazingira ni nini, plani nini haswa, wale ambao ni vibaraka wa upande huo wako kwa ajili gani, then tutajua suluhu nani iko wapi. Lakini la sivyo tutakuja kupigwa mazima, kwa sababu kama ni popularity hana. Tuliona jana Ruiru, tuliona jana Roysambu, hakukuwa na mabasi pale kama tunavyoshuhudia kwamba watu wanataka kuchukuliwa kutoka huku kuletwa huku, hakuwepo. Na ndio maana watu walitoka kidogo labda na shughuli zake, watu hana habari kabisa. Lakini hili halimjalishi kwa sababu anajua nini ambacho atakifanya pale. Lingine pia wao ndio kwenye power, waangalie pia na ballots zenye ambazo zipo. Maybe pingine wananchi walifanya yao, kwa sababu hakukuwa na umakini wa kuangalia ballots zile ndizo ama sizo. Je, kama kuletwa ballots zingine ambazo zimekuwa marked kwa ajili yake ama kwa ajili ya yule ambaye anasimama kwa ajili yake ama kwa chama chake. So lazima tuangalie haya mapungufu madogo madogo, la sivyo sivyo tukaishia kuchekwa bwana. Asante.
Okay, ni sawa msimamo. That one is quite. So bwana Afrika, are you there? Innocent, is there hope for us, even with what Ruto is doing?
There is hope, but from the results. Unajua watu wataanza kushangaa what is happening the hope can be there if it's equated with the results from the voting, ama the winning. You'll hope, ama utakuwa na ile nguvu, utakuwa na ile ushujaa, ama believe when you see your person passing, yani winning. Imagine you've been campaigning and unaona umeshinda, alafu ikifika the D-Day unapata wewe ndio uko number 2 ama number 3 and you wonder what is happening. That's why I was saying, kama ni system wanajua iko mbaya, why don't they complain now? Na niliona juzi wakisema, I believe the Gen Zs walifika mahali wakaanza kusema tutaenda tupige kura na tupige picha nikuje nao, and then we will tally our votes tuone kama zinafanana na zenye ziko kwa Kimskit huko, and the IBC walikuja wakakataa, wakasema nobody should go in with a
phone.
Mimi nafikiri it's right time that we come up with new rules. Ikifika mali kama mnajua maybe hizi kura zinaibwa, wa change these rules, wasema hata kama ni mlolongo, hii kura nao isikue ati kura ni secret, ati mtu unapigia mtu asijui nani, ikue ile ya Moi. Ni one term, panga line hapa tuone 1 2 3 4 5 watu, kila mtu akiangalia akiona, ikuwe sasa wa change those rules. Ikifika mahali sasa ni kama unaweza piga kura lakini haionekani uko ndani, then they should come up with different ways of doing it. Na ndio tulikuwa tunasema hiyo maneno ya simu ingesaidia, because unaenda unapiga unakuja, na tukikuja hapa nje, hebu nione mimi nimepigia Njiru, wewe nimepigia Njiru, na wewe nimepigia Msimamo. So Njiru wako wangapi? Watu 5, na Msimamo ako na watu 3. Indeed you can see it when you tally, na tally yenye itatolewa na IBC kuwe the same. Why don't they have that? Yani mbona wanasema you cannot do that? Let them come up with new rules zenye zitafanya kama indeed votes are being stolen ama they are being added. What is it that adds only one person? Na yani one candidate na iwezi ya add ingine. Hii algorithm yenye alikuwa nasema yenye inaadia mtu, mbona wasikue na expert who can also go inside this the alternative government walikuwa nasema ati wanataka wahusishwe huko ndani. Let them see also this, kama ni kitu vile inafanya ifanywe. Let them test. Waenda hata kama ni hao huko, those leaders wapige kura, waone kama indeed inaweza, hiyo algorithm inaweza adia mtu mwingine something before the D-Day. Let them test this thing, ionyeshe na hivi. I believe it's high time that we should have the same scenario yenye ilikuwa ya Mwai Kibaki, wakati people could go and vote and things come out. Hii maneno ya vifaranga ya kompyuta ilikuja, I think imeharibu kila kitu. Hii imeharibu hii system ya voting that you can add. Mbona kama ni alternative government wasigundue hiyo algorithm? That's why nasema hii kitu ifunguliwe, kama ni IBC isikuwa ati ni secrecy ati huwezi kufanya nini. Let them go inside, tuone kama ni kuweka kura, unaona mtu akipiga kura ina add, ukiona we should have a system where mtu akipiga kura unaona yenyewe watu wameenda huko watu 10, na hapa mali niko hata kwa phone yangu naweza angalia watu 10 wamepiga like naweza kuwa kwa line na angalia watu 10, tuseme kama ni constituency ama ward, wanasema you can have an app. Hiyo app tutapatia kila mtu in Kenya. Mkiingia kwa ward, unaweza angalia simu yako, watu wameenda ndani, watu wameenda huko ni watu 10, na wenye wamepiga hivi, that indeed you can see the result even from your phone. Unaangalia tu ukiona vile watu wanapiga. If they come up with a system like that, I believe watu hataiba then, because unaona, unaweza simama kwa mlango, unaona watu wameingia watu 10, na indeed kwa phone yangu nimeona ni watu 10, na wakipiga nimeona imeenda hivi na hivi, hata kama sitajua amepiga kwenda wapi, lakini naona hao watu 10, 5 wameenda hapa, wawili wameenda hapa na mmoja ameenda hapa. That system yenye inaweza onekana Jumali imefika saizi. I believe that there are those system inaweza onyesha, because kuna these systems zenye ziko hata kwa supermarkets ama nini ama kwa buildings, that mtu akiingia ama kama ni employers wamekama hapo with those system. Mtu akiingia kwa kazi, unaona mtu fulani ameingia kwa kazi, aliingia saa ngapi, yani ame clock in saa ngapi. So those things can also be done. Wafanye hii election ikuwe digital, because mahali tumefika, we can do it.
Alafu kingine unaenda kwa game kiwanja si yako, rifa si wako, na rifa mwenyewe pia humwamini, na bado unanyamaza, unategemea kwamba kutakuwa na fair game. Sasa vitu vingine havifai haswa kuendekezwa, na wakati muda ndio huo unayoyoma. Hii tume definitely, kimtazamo wangu ni fair, hakutakuwa na fair game hapa, kwa sababu referee ni wao, waandalizi na everything ni wao, kila kitu ni wao. So lazima pia waangalie, watokee haswa, watueleze deep zaidi haswa uhakiki na utaishaji na utayari haswa wa wachaguzi. But if hawazungumzi, sometimes inakuwa balaa, wala hawafuatilia haswa kuhusiana na hili, wanategemea kwamba kutakuwa na fair game. Hii ni uongo. Sawa. Unaona, kimtazamo wangu mimi.
Ni sawa. So Innocent, do you think msimamo is right?
Yeah, unajua Njiro, what we are saying is it's workable. You know, mimi ni mwalimu, and when we give students work to do, they go home with their, wakishafanya mtihani wanaenda na ile karatasi yenye wamefanyia mtihani. Why don't they come up with ballots that nikitiki na tiki huko naenda na moja nyumbani na ingine inabaki kwa IBC, so that nikienda nyumbani ninaye ile kitu nimefanya, ni kama marking, yani ile pepa yenye nimefanya mtihani, that indeed huyu mwanafunzi amefanya mtihani na amepata marks fulani, na hiyo marks ameenda na hiyo karatasi nyumbani. They should come up with systems like that. Walete pepa yenye moja ukikata, ingine unawapatia na ingine naenda nayo nyumbani. Wacha niende na yangu nyumbani yenye inaonyesha nimepigia mtu fulani. Hii maneno ya secrecy mimi nafikiri ndio inaleta shida. We should have 2 papers. Nipigie kura huyu na huyu. Yaani nimepiga kura, moja imeenda kwa IBC na ingine nina evidence yangu yenye ninaye inaonyesha yeye nilipiga hivi. Hata kama ni nini, kwani ni vibaya kusema nilipigia Ruto ama nilipigia Kalonzo? Wacha niende nyumbani nayo. We can even go and tally outside huko, niende nikae na hiyo paper ninasema nimepigia mtu fulani. Let me have my marking scheme, yani my question sheet yenye nimefanya mtihani, najua vile nimeenda nayo. So if we can come up with some unique way of doing this, it's workable. Wakuje na hizo papers, ballot papers, moja ni mark iende ndani na ingine ni baki nayo, niende nayo nyumbani. Njiro, I don't know whether that can work.
Yeah, I think we have to sit down, Bwana Innocent, and we come up with antidote. Kama vile tumekuja na antidote ya goons. The next thinking is how opposition, the alternative government, can actually make numbers work. We are having so many people in our rallies. And if those people are they are not going to see the confidence of winning as opposition. We might lose those people. And we cannot project an environment that we cannot win any election, Bwana Innocent. Those are wrong signals to the opposition and the fraternity in general. So what I'm saying is they need thinkers, just as Tony Piquet says. The united opposition has to sit down and come up with methods of neutralizing Ruto at the ballot and during the election. That is what we have not gotten. The ballot day, there are so many issues. What do you think?
Indeed, that is what is supposed to be done. Let them come. They have experts. The opposition have experts, but these ideas should come from them. You know, the problem is that these people are so good in PA. Kuongea tu huko nje, but they are not looking at the system which are capable of capping the stealing of these votes. They should sit. Ndio niwaambia saizi mali imefika, let them get views from people. How are we going to make sure that these votes are not stolen? Matiang'i juzi ametuambia nilichunga mtihani na haikuibwa. You will not steal, but we need to know how he can do it. Let them come up with those systems. I remember mtihani haikuwa inaibwa. There are things which were zilifanywa na zikaonyeshwa, and they can say that this is how we are going to do this thing. Ni hivi, watuambie ni hivi ndio tunaenda kufanya. How we are going to cap with the stealing of these votes. Watuonyeshe exactly what the systems are setting yenye inaenda kusaidia, kama ni kuweka watu huko ndani ama kama ni hiyo system yenye tunaambiwa ati ni IBC. It should not entirely be owned by IBC. Ikuwe kila mtu anaweza iangalia. Unaona the way news inawekwa kwa Citizen, but unafungua TV, hata kama niko Kisii naangalia news, hata kama niko Mombasa naangalia news, hata kama niko Nakuru naweza angalia the same news yenye iko kwa TV is the same news unaweza kuangalia from any part of Kenya. So why don't they come up with a system sasa yenye kama niyo kuvote kila mtu anaweza iangalia ione, sio ati imefichwa sasa ni IBC peke yake ati ndio imeweka hiyo. Let them come up with that system yenye tunaweza iangalia kama TV news, kila mtu wherever ako, sio lazima ati aende kwa KTN ama Citizen station kwenda kuona hiyo kitu, ati lazima niende kwa polling center ama constituency level ndio niende kuangalia wakiweka kwa ile screen yao ya ile kubwa kwa constituency ndio naangalia naona vile imewekwa. The same thing tunaona news kwa TV, wacha waweke hiyo system, tunaweza iangalia kwa phone, tunaangalia tunasema okay, nimeona ni hivi I can see it. Ama the way tunaangalianga ball, sio lazima niende England niende kuangalia Manchester yangu ikicheza ball, ninaweza angalia kwa TV nikaa hapa na the same people wako kwa stadium wana watch huko Manchester Old Trafford, na mimi niko Kenya, but I can go direct to my DSTV na naangalia na naona. Those are the system we want them to set. Sasa mali, because mali wametufikisha, we need to come up with things zenye zinaweza onyesha, like I can go to my computer ama laptop nifinye tu hivi na niangalie what is happening, not lazima niende kwa polling station ndio nione. Anybody mwenye akifinya kitu hivi inaonyesha hivi, like if I want ninaingia kama ni constituency ya Roysambu, naweka Roysambu na naangalia naona what is happening directly from my phone ama from my laptop. I believe those systems can work.
Okay, sawa. I think that one is quite clear for it, because there must be ways. Me, I believe there is nothing in this life which has no solution. Hata history ya Kasongo, every time anatungojea kwa uchaguzi anatuibia technically, there is a solution to it. Vile tumepata solution ya goons. If people can sit down, we can actually hack this. It is not difficult. I think it's only that we do not have men who have dedicated themselves on it. Bwana Innocent, let me ask you a question because I can see you are the only one with arrived here. Ni kama Afrika yuko. So can you help me understand now, whatever you are seeing happening, is it the same things which happen in Uganda and Tanzania, ama you cannot see those elements? Like, hizo by-election mbili zimetendeka leo. Can you see element of Uganda ama of Tanzania hapo?
From the first one kulikuwa na Tanzania Uganda in it, but ya hii juzi nimeona hakukuwa na a lot of goonism, hakukuwa na vitu mingi juu from what I saw Muturi akisema ati election iko vizuri, inaendelea vizuri, hakuna mtu ana intimidate others, but now it's that system we are saying yenye why is it that now when the results come they are different from what we are like now. Tumechunga vizuri, hakuna mwenye na intimidate other, hakuna mwenye amekuja kufanya like the way they did it in Mbere the first time, ati siasa anaweza kuja a storm na chukue but now then why why is the result different? So those are the questions we need to ask ourselves. Otherwise, in terms of Uganda and Tanzania, I think hao wako nyuma kidogo. Let me give an example. Juzi nimeona watu wakisema wanaenda Mombasa, hii maneno ya Sifuna na these youths they have come up with system. Wanasema wakitaka kwenda mahali kama wanataka kwenda, because now still unajua watu wanakuwa abducted, wanafuatwa whatever they are arranging online. Saizi imeanza kufanya, so they have come up with a system whereby they can mobilize themselves na waende mahali wanaenda bila kujulikana wako wapi. They can still leave their phones at home wanaorganize, wanasema vile wataenda na wanaacha simu nyumbani na wanaenda, because these phones can be tracked. They have also come up with, they know how to kuzima hiyo kitu kutafutwa. You know, these Gen Zs have come up with this good phones. Kuna phone yenye unaweza kufanya mtu asikutrack, unambaa kabisa, hata kama nakutafuta hawezi kutrack. But you see again Safaricom is there. So they have come up with a way of evading this police ama the DCI people from following them ama kuwafuata ndio washike. So the same thing, these Gen Zs by the way they can help us. Kama ni system yenye iko mbaya huko ndani, I believe Uganda saizi na Tanzania ndio wanaendelea kufuata what Kenya does, na ndio Kenya wanafanya hivi. But one thing I'm worried Njiru ni the way elections zilifanywa sikaibwa in Uganda and in Tanzania. Somebody was declared na indeed kulikuwa na a lot of mistakes ama a lot of things, but president was announced na life is normal, watu wanaendelea. President ni Yoweri, president ni Samia, na hakuna kitu inaendelea, and they had evidence. So there are some of these things zenye unaangalia wako unasema okay, so life must continue. Tunasahau tu, then what was the purpose of kusema ati tutaona sijui tutapeleka ICC? Saizi ICC iwezi kutusaidia. ICC itachukua how many years before mtaenda ICC na ama mtaenda East African sijui what court ati kwenda kufuatilia your petition, na mtu amekaa 1 2 3 years ndani mkisumbuka. So the same way they have treated the goons, na iliisha Kisii iliisha. Nakwambia the first day it was worse, but nakwambia second third day haungeona hata mmoja. Even umeona vile Nakuru wamesema, sisi tunajua kila mtu hapa Nakuru, tunajua una supportingi nani. So kama tunajua una support mtu fulani, tuachie mkutano yetu tufanye. Let us do our campaigns. And today unajua Gachagua anaanza from Maimayu. We are going to watch and see how they are going to do it. Na nasikia kuna magunzi wamewekwa. Let's see also how Nakuru are going to work out. So the way they have dealt with it, tunajua wewe una support UDA, tunajua wewe una support DCP. So mkutano yetu tuachie please. Tuachie tufanye what we can do. And goons wameambiwa this is, and we will deal with you. Unajua police sasa imefika mali, police you cannot help us, we are going to help ourselves. The same way in elections. Kama wanaona kuna njia wanaweza fanya wajisaidie, like what I was like for my views, what I was proposing. Tuende huko tupige kura, nipatiwe karatasi 2, moja niende nayo. Wakisema mtu ameshinda, we can call ourselves. Kila mtu alete kale kapisi Kenya alipatiwa kakwenda nyumbani. Tuone ulitiki nani na nikuje tuweka hapa pamoja. I can call all people wenye walinivotia, mlikuwa hebu nilete hizo vitu tuweka pamoja, we can count it hapa nje. Tuangalie IBC wamesema nimepata 10,000 but hapa nje nikiangalia ni 15,000. Why is it? I can carry those papers zenye nilivote nazo, yani watu walivote nazo wanaye nyumbani. I go with them. Kama those are the evidence they want, we can do it. Njiru, back to you.
Sawa bwana Innocent, let's do this let's do a conclusion, tutakuja kesho because hata mimi nimelemewa. Please,
Yeah, it's okay.
just do a conclusion.
It's today is another day after 3 days of Kisii tour. We want also to see what we can do, what the Nakuru people are going to show us. Tutakuwa macho leo na kesho. We want to see again how the opposition are going to frame themselves. But mali imefika, Njiru, what I can say, hatutaki maneno ya one term sasa sana. Let's see now the real issues being dealt with. Kama kuna I want, kama ni kwenda hiyo Nakuru, mkiendanga Nakuru mnasema we have come to Nakuru. Kama kuna mtu ameiba Nakuru, kama ni shamba ama nini, let's have those issues with evidence. Tunasema hii shamba mnajua ni ya nani, ni ya huyu, ndio hii imeandikwa hivi, you can see even the paper, ndio hii. Sasa kama mtu ukisema ni mwizi, usiseme tu ni mwizi without evidence. Show them, angalia hii shamba ilikuwa ya watu fulani, kuna mtu mwingine amekuja hapa Naivasha ameinunua, na mnaona ndio hii karatasi. Mnaona karatasi ndio hii shamba ilikuwa ya nani? Unajua watu huko watasema hii shamba ilikuwa ni yetu ama ni nini. Let them now start showing those evidences zenye zimefanyika, so that now people start seeing those issues. Na kama ni school fees ama nini haifanyiki, let them come with evidence. Wanakuja na watu wanasema okay, kuna watoto wenye like msimamo the way alikuwa anatuambia huko, wakamu na those students wenye wajaenda shule wasema ndio hawa. Kama mnafikiri tunasema uongo, ndio hawa. Kama SHA ina work, kuna wagonjwa ndio hawa. Let them go to hospital waseme ndio huyu. Wao umelipiwa? Hapana. Let them pay for them hizo pesa, ama hata kama sio kuwalipia, waseme umekuja hapa yani nini, una shida gani, niko na hivi, ni nini imefanya, sijatoka kwa hospitali because sijalipa certain fees, so nimefungiwa kwa they should come with those now facts zenye wataonyesha watu. Wakienda kwa mkutano wanasema kuna mtu fulani ako somewhere na ako na shida, you know, I've seen these channels, some of these channels maybe we have only done one, but nimeona some of the channels zenye zinaonyesha mtu ako mgonjwa na anachangiwa kwa hiyo channel, alipiwe medical cover, na tunasema SHA inafanya. So those are the evidences. Wanasema kama mnafikiri ni uongo, ndio huyu mtu ako mgonjwa na angeweza kulipa, ndio hii inafanya. Ama this is kama ni barabara, let them go, ndio hii barabara. Si mnajua barabara fulani kuna matope hivi evidence ndio hii. Kama na clips, weka mahali, hata kama ni kuonyesha kwa screen. tuonyeshe tuweze come up with kama they have their own channel, waseme kuna channel ukitaka kuangalia the issues we are talking about, enda kwa hiyo channel, click that channel, angalia what we are saying, and then watu waanze kugive kama ni evidence ama ni those facts, waanze kutuma huko. Sasa tukue na channel yenye tunatuma vitu, barabara yetu nyumbani iko hivi na hivi na hivi, gari asiwezi pita, napiga picha, naweka video na tunaweka huko. So naambiwa enda kwa channel fulani, kitu yenye naongea kama ni Mbeere North, kitu yenye nasema enda kwa hii channel, hebu angalia kama utaona that thing. Thank you and good morning ama good night. Njiru, you can close now. Najua umelemewa.
Wacha niingize, kuna watu wanataka kuingia, wacha nione nani huyu anataka ni msimamo ni sawa. Maybe aweke his closing remark as well. Yeah, I will come tomorrow. So msimamo, can you put your closing remark as well so that we can end our podcast today and we focus on tomorrow, please.
Aha. Unajua nilitemwa kidogo, sasa nikabidi nihangaike nikimbie mahali naona kama nitapata mbavu za kurudi. So labda nikifunga kwa sababu ndugu zangu mmekaa hapa for long, ni kwamba United Opposition wasifurahikie one term, wawe na mpango kabambe, kwa sababu wingi wa wafuasi sio kile ambacho kinajiri wakati wa uchaguzi. Hili limedhihirika mara nyingi, si mara moja, si mara mbili. Kwa hiyo lazima wajipange, tena wajipange mazima, kwa kila angle waangalie, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku tutapata tusichokitaka na hatuna budi ila kuishia kwenye sheria kama chambia hicho kilichozungumza wenzangu hapa jana majuzi ile, kwamba sheria zipo, mbinu zipo, kwa hiyo tutapelekwa kisheria. Afrika Temba alizungumzia hilo jana sana, hapo tukapingana sana. Kwa hiyo lazima waangalie both, wasipuze, kwa sababu jambo dogo linawapa mbavu wengine. Hili jambo la election kwanza likiwe mkazo haswa kwenye uhakiki, haswa katika mfumo mzima ule, huo ule uhakiki maalum kwamba mwananchi endapo atakwenda kufanya maamuzi yake basi yawe yatakuwa yenye tija. Na kama wana wasiwasi na kile ambacho kipo, for instance, ama swala ambao
Msimamo ni kama umepotea kwangu, sijui kama ni kwangu Njiru, simsikii. Njiru, sijui kama unamsikia.
Yeah, msimamo ni kama amepotea. I don't know, so maybe kesho nitakuja with more analysis of how we can be able to beat Ruto at the ballot. So
Yeah,
that will be my topic tomorrow, how to beat Ruto at the ballot. So guys, go ahead, think. We will analyze it more.
Okay,
thank you so much. Mimi nimelemewa kesho. Thank you, bye.
Okay, bye.
Na wale wanataka kusubscribe wa subscribe channel. Thank you.
Alafu Njiru